Chapter 101 Suppressing the Jinkraki. The tailed beast ball condensed by Lao Zi, who was just a tailed beast, naturally could not be compared with the one condensed by the real tailed beast. Both the size and the power were much smaller. But even so, with the tailed beast ball flying towards the Star Ninja Village at the moment, the power contained in it, if it really fell into the Star Ninja Village, it would be enough to destroy most of the Star Ninja Village. Damn it! Scorpion looked at the tailed beast ball flying towards the Star Ninja Village in shock and anger. If he had not been transformed into a puppet, he would have turned pale now. When he was sent back by Naraku, he promised Naraku that he would protect the Star Ninja Village. If something really went wrong in the Star Ninja Village now, even if Naraku did not pursue it, he would not be able to face it. Old Z's decisiveness, coupled with the super fast speed of the tailed beast ball, made it impossible for Scorpion to stop it. He could only watch the tailed beast ball flying towards the Star Ninja Village. But in a breath, the tailed beast ball had crossed several kilometers and arrived above the canyon on the edge of the Star Ninja Village. Didn't you block it? On the 9th floor of the Star Shadow building, the moment the tailed beast ball approached the Star Ninja Village, one of the many figures sitting cross-legged suddenly opened his eyes from the closed state. Swish! The figure with open eyes disappeared from the Star Shadow building, and when he appeared again, he had arrived above the canyon outside the Star Ninja Village. Calmly watching the tailed beast ball flying towards him, the true Chi Shadow clone who teleported with shrinking the earth into an inch raised his hand to catch it. Flying Thunder God, Guide Lightning. A complex technique expanded from the true Chi Shadow clone's palm, as if opening an invisible passage, allowing the tailed beast ball that hit the palm to instantly sink into it. In a forest somewhere in the land of Earth. Boom! A shocking explosion suddenly appeared. The dazzling light almost covered the sun in the sky. The astonishing explosion covered an area of more than 1 kilometer in radius, not only collapsing a huge deep pit like a meteorite impact, but also radiating a violent shock wave that shattered all the trees and rocks within a radius of several kilometers. Back to the Star Ninja Village. Using Flying Thunder God technique to transfer the tailed beast ball to one of the techniques left by the original body in the land of Earth, the true Chi Shadow clone then looked in the direction where the tailed beast ball appeared in the distance. After all, he is a Jinkraki, so it is safer to let the main body solve it. The figure of the real Chi Shadow clone fell gracefully on the ground in front of the canyon. A Flying Thunder God technique fell under his feet, and he immediately released himself. Bang! Swish! The moment the real Chi Shadow clone disappeared, a new figure instantly replaced it. Unaki is quite courageous. He even dared to send out a Jinkraki. In this case, I will accept it without hesitation. The one who replaced the real Chi Shadow clone was Naraku, who teleported from the land of Earth with a Flying Thunder God technique as soon as he received the memory feedback. He looked into the distance, sensing the chakra fluctuations of Han and Lao Zi, sneered, and immediately stepped forward. Swish! Within one step, Naraku had disappeared on the spot. From the appearance of the real Chi Shadow clone, to the transfer of the tailed beast ball, to the arrival of Naraku, it only happened in the blink of an eye. Lao Zi, who shot out the tailed beast ball, landed from the air. When he landed on the ground steadily, his eyes were still fixed on the direction of the Star Ninja Village, waiting for the explosion of the tailed beast ball. But what he waited for was not the explosion of the tailed beast ball, but Naraku. A flash of light appeared in front of him, and there was suddenly one more person in front of him. Boom! The immortal touched my head, and the inch power opened the sky spirit. Before Lao Zi could react, Naraku, who had teleported with shrinking the earth into an inch, had raised his hand and slapped the opponent's head. The terrifying strange force pressed down, Lao Zi screamed, and the whole person was hit deep into the ground like a nail. Even in this process, Lao Zi's 7 orifices were splashed with blood under the unbearable impact. Jinkraki is Jinkraki, and he is indeed unique in terms of endurance. The divine sense easily saw the situation of Lao Zi who was hit into the ground by himself. It was found that the other party was only injured and did not lose consciousness. Naraku praised, and stepped lightly. Earth escape technique, open the earth and rise the hole. Naraku stepped lightly, and a small volcano-shaped earth mound immediately rose from the ground in front of him. The next second, it was like a volcanic eruption, and a disheveled figure was ejected from the top of the earth mound. This disheveled figure was none other than Lao Zi. Lava escape technique. Zhang! Lao Zi, who was ejected from the ground, responded immediately. When he caught Naraku's figure, he was shocked and hurriedly endured the pain to perform lava escape technique to counterattack. Just when he wanted to eject the lava, 4 black gold sword chi were first swung out from Naraku's hands in a snap of his fingers. Blood splattered. 4 black gold sword chi instantly fell on Lao Zi's limbs. Even though his body was extremely tough when he transformed into a tailed beast, Lao Zi's limbs were still pierced by the black gold sword energy. Ah! The scream came out of Lao Zi's mouth again. Although the power of the tailed beast gave him super recovery ability, it did not mean that he was immune to pain. Having his limbs pierced through undoubtedly made Lao Zi feel the pain that was no less than the pain of having his head almost shattered just now. But his scream did not last long. As Lao Zi's limbs were disabled by the black gold sword energy, Naraku calmly shrank the ground and immediately appeared in front of the opponent. Raising his hand and pressing his palm on the opponent's abdomen, Naraku landed and pressed Lao Zi hard on the ground, and then a complex spell appeared in his palm. 4-symbol seal. Seal of self-injury curse. In just a moment, the complex spells covered Lao Zi's whole body. 4-symbol seal made Old Purple quickly withdraw from the tailed beast transformation, while seal of self-inflicted curse binding made him stiff and unable to move at all. It is true that everyone has their own expertise. It is much easier to use sealing techniques to deal with tailed beasts than to fight head-on. Naraku clicked his tongue as he watched Old Purple withdraw from the tailed beast transformation. Mentioning Old Purple who could no longer resist, Naraku casually threw him to Scorpion who came over. Send this guy back to the village for custody first, and I'll deal with the other one. Naraku ordered Scorpion. Okay. He used the metal scorpion tail of the Hiragoku to wrap around Old Purple who was thrown over. After hearing Naraku's order, Scorpion obeyed Naraku and returned to the Star Ninja village. This time, it was almost an accident. On the way back to the Star Ninja village, Scorpion's heart was also relieved. Fortunately, the leader took action in time, otherwise he didn't know how to face it. Bang! The fists collided again. When the violent shock wave caused the ground to crack, Nono and Han were both repelled by the other's power and quickly stabilized their bodies. I was really shocked just now, but fortunately, it seems that your companion's attack failed. Staying steady, Nono was not as eager to attack as before, but spoke with a relaxed expression. Just now, when the tailed beast ball flew towards the Star Ninja village, this side naturally discovered it. At first, Nono was also shocked, but as there was no movement in the direction of the Star Ninja village, she immediately thought of the reason. Chapter 102 Unaki's Uneasiness. The Star Ninja village was not destroyed by the tailed beast ball, so Nono was naturally relieved. However, continued fighting, and close combat, naturally it is impossible to be unscathed. Whether it is Nono or Han, both sides have injuries in the fierce fight. However, in comparison, Han's injuries are much lighter. This is not because Nono's attack and defense are inferior to the opponent, but because of the difference in recovery ability. High-intensity chakra actually makes Nono's super strength and defense not inferior to Han's tailed beast. But the power of the tailed beast can not only increase strength, but also bring super recovery ability. Therefore, even if both sides are equally injured, Han's injuries can be healed quickly under super recovery ability. Nono spoke with a relaxed demeanor, actually trying to buy time through words so that he can use medical ninjutsu to relieve the pain. But Han obviously saw through this. He completely ignored Nono's words and immediately attacked again in silence. With a chill in his heart, Nono immediately tensed his body again and entered the combat state when he found that he could not delay the opponent. Swish! Suddenly, when Nono was about to attack Han, a figure suddenly broke into her field of vision. Boom! Same treatment. Naraku, who flashed in with shrinking the earth into an inch, did not give Han any chance to react. He raised his hand and used the sky-shattering technique to drive the opponent into the depths of the ground like a nail. Leave it to me next. You take a rest first. I'll be done soon. When driving Han into the ground, Naraku did not forget to call out to Nono, and then stepped on the ground to send Han out from the ground. The same 4-symbol seal and seal of self-injury curse binding package. Just after coming out of the ground, Han, who had not yet woken up from the heavy blow on the head, was quickly sealed with the tailed beast chakra and bound by Naraku. It's a bit too fast. I just took a breath. Seeing Han withdraw from the tailed beast transformation and his body stiff and motionless, Nono was amazed at Naraku's strength again, and couldn't help but tease him. Wait, you can take a rest after you go back. Naraku responded, reaching out to grab Han's head. His body was shaking violently. Naraku's right hand grabbed Han's head for a while, and Han's pupils were dilated and his whole body was shaking violently. It was because Naraku used the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan on him and was reading Han's memory. Normally, reading memory is used on the dead. If the other party is a living person, it will cause serious mental damage. The most common thing is to become an idiot. Compared with the last capture, this time, Naraku did not plan to do it again. Take Han as a hostage to exchange supplies with the Hidden Rock village. Han's mental will is very strong. If it were someone from another mountain clan, they might not be able to break through his mental defense. But Naraku is obviously different. The same technique, in the hands of different people, may exert a greater power than the difference between a human and a dog. Naraku easily broke through Han's mental defense and began to read his memory. Sure enough, it was sent by that guy Onoki. While reading the memory, Naraku quickly understood the purpose of Han and Lao Ziai coming to the Star Ninja village. He showed a playful look on his face. Onoki's idea was indeed very good, but the other party obviously underestimated his means. Now Han and Lao Ziai, the two Jinchuriki, not only failed to take over the Star Ninja village to force him to withdraw from the land of Earth, but instead became his captives. Let's go. After the memory reading was finished, Naraku held Han in his left hand like holding a straw. He greeted Nono, and soon, the two of them returned to the Star Ninja village while chatting and laughing. What's going on? According to reason, Lao Ziai and Han should have arrived at the Star Ninja village a long time ago. Why has there been no news from the two until now? After returning to the camp exhausted from the battlefield, Onoki learned from his subordinates that there was still no news from Lao Ziai and Han. When he sat down to rest, he felt uneasy. Something is wrong. It's too wrong. The situation of Lao Ziai and Han is really too wrong. Even if the Star Ninja village is stronger than expected, it has been several days. Lao Ziai and Han should have sent back some news. What's more, from the intelligence that has been continuously transmitted from the village, Naraku has never stopped plundering, as if he doesn't care about the situation of the Star Ninja village at all. Is he really not concerned, or is the Star Ninja village not in danger at all? Or is it that Lao Ziai and Han, who he sent, are in trouble? No, I can't wait blindly like this. The strange development made Onoki uneasy. He hurriedly called someone in and asked him to send a message to the village, arranging Huangtu to send someone to the Star Ninja village to gather intelligence. A few days passed. Not only did Onoki not wait for the news of Lao Ziai and Han, but even the personnel sent by Huangtu to the Star Ninja village to gather intelligence also lost contact. Such a situation made Onoki's inner anxiety sink to the bottom. He never minded considering a matter in the worst-case scenario. In the current situation, the worst-case scenario is undoubtedly that Lao Ziai and Han have really been in trouble, or have been captured by the Star Ninja village, or have been directly sacrificed. We can only fight to the death. Onoki's face was gloomy. The situation in the Star Ninja village was unclear, and Naraku was helpless. Now the only breakthrough can only be made on the battlefield here. He is not stupid. Maybe he didn't think of it at the beginning, but with the continuous offensive of the Hidden Cloud village and Naraku's plunder, it was enough for him to see that the two sides were simply cooperating. On the one hand, he used the war to delay himself, and on the other hand, he was frantically looting property. The alliance between the two may have been aimed at him from the beginning. The next day, Onoki changed his previous fighting style and mobilized all his troops to launch a fierce attack on the Hidden Cloud village. In the previous confrontation with the Hidden Cloud village, the Hidden Rock village had actually been in a passive position. But now, in order to open a breakthrough, Onoki wanted to drag the Hidden Cloud village into a high-intensity war. His idea was very simple. That was to force the Hidden Cloud village to withdraw its troops by a method that would hurt both sides. As long as the Hidden Cloud village withdrew its troops, no matter whether the alliance between the Hidden Cloud village and the Star Ninja village was really aimed at the land of Earth, he could then withdraw to stop Naraku's looting. What's going on? Is Onoki crazy? The casualties of such a large-scale offensive are difficult to predict. The fierce counterattack launched by Onoki caught the Third Reikage off guard. The main reason is that Onoki chose to launch a large-scale attack. You should know that the way ninjas fight on the battlefield is different from that of ordinary armies. They rarely engage in large-scale confrontations, but more often use small-scale troop attacks such as harassment and assassination. The reason is very simple. The casualty rate of large-scale advancement is too high. This is the situation at the moment. When Onoki launched a large-scale advancement, the hidden cloud village would either withdraw from the land of earth or conduct a large-scale battle. Wait, has Onoki seen my intention, so he wants to use this method to force me to withdraw? The third Raikage was not lacking in delicate thoughts. After being surprised, he immediately thought carefully and vaguely guessed Onoki's plan. His brows frowned. If Onoki really had such an intention, he was right. Although he joined forces with Naraku this time, he was responsible for restraining Rock Naraku, the main force of the hidden village, is responsible for looting property from the land of earth. But he can't really ignore casualties for the sake of property. If the casualties exceed a certain level, he will definitely end this operation. Let's wait and see. If Onoki really continues to fight on a large scale, then we can only withdraw. The third Raikage quickly made a decision. Chapter 103 Raza and Yekara. The war between the Hidden Rock Village and the Hidden Cloud Village naturally attracted the attention of other forces. In fact, when the Hidden Cloud Village invaded the land of Earth on a large scale, some forces were ready to move again. For example, the Hidden Sand Village. The Hidden Cloud Village took advantage of the disappearance of the third generation to launch an invasion against us. Although we repelled it in the end, this matter can never be let go. I decided to take advantage of the refight between the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Rock Village to continue to send troops to attack the Land of Lightning. In the Wind Shadow building of the Hidden Sand Village, Raza, sitting in the main seat, looked at the village's high-level officials with a strong attitude. I agree with Lord Kazekage's proposal. Don't forget that we had previously taken advantage of the third Raikage being surrounded by Uegakur to tie down the forces of Kumigakur. Although Kumigakur now focuses its attention on Uegakur, it cannot guarantee that the other party will not come to us for revenge afterwards, so it is better to take the initiative rather than fall into a passive position. Second. I second. Most of the high-level officials in the field immediately supported Luo Sha's proposal. This is not only because of the various conflicts between Sand Village and Kumigakur, but also because of the new king's accession to the throne. No one wants to offend Luo Sha, the new Kazekage, at this time. That's right. The Kazekage competition in Sand Village has already come to an end. The one who ascended the Kazekage throne was Luo Sha, who served as the commander-in-chief in the war between Sand Village and Kumigakur. Seeing that most people in the field agreed with his proposal, Luo Sha was satisfied. This not only proves his prestige in the village, but also means that he can continue to use the war with the Hidden Cloud Village to further consolidate his power. After successfully ascending to the position of Kazekage, Luo Sha was not satisfied with this. He wanted to get the absolute right to speak in the village. Thinking of consolidating power, Luo Sha's eyes also swept the remaining people who did not express their opinions in the field without a trace. A shadow appeared in his eyes. Some people really don't know their identities. Even though there is a result, they are not actively leaning towards him now. Lord Kazekage, I think we should not disperse our forces now. After all, compared with the Land of Lightning, our main forces are now on the battlefield with Konoha. Instead of attacking the Land of Lightning, it is better to concentrate our forces to deal with Konoha. Just as the people who seconded Luo Sha's proposal were only the majority, soon, among the remaining people, someone raised an objection to Luo Sha's proposal. The person who stood up from his seat and raised the objection was Yekang. Yekang has now recovered from the injuries he suffered in the battle with Naraku. Although he lost the Wind Shadow competition with Luo Sha, Yekang did not become depressed because of it, and he was still the heroic Scorch escaper. That's right. Not to mention that the Lightning Country is far away from us, even in terms of resources, the Lightning Country cannot compare with the Fire Country. I agree with Lord Yekang's opinion. Second, the Fire Country is the focus. We should not disperse our forces too much. Second. Seeing Yekang stand up, the remaining high-level officials who had not expressed their opinions immediately became active and immediately supported Yekang. It is obvious that although Yekang lost the Wind Shadow competition, she still has many loyal supporters around her. Asshole, have you guys forgotten the invasion of the Hidden Cloud Village against us? That's right, of course we have to continue to fight the Fire Country, but we can't let the Lightning Country go either. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Now it's a war. The most important thing is resources. Compared with the Lightning Country, the Fire Country must be prioritized. The meeting room soon became noisy. People who supported Yekang and those who supported Luo Sha kept arguing with each other. Bang! Enough! Slapping the conference table with his palm, Luo Sha stood up with a gloomy face. His cold eyes swept through the senior executives who supported Yakang, until Yakang, who was the leader. Since there are different opinions, let's vote. Luo Sha's gaze did not stay for long, but quickly retracted his gaze and said expressionlessly. Soon, the senior executives began to vote. Just as Luo Sha was able to become the Kazekage. In addition to the support from Zhou and Ebizo, it was also because Luo Sha had gained prestige that surpassed Yakang through the war with the Hidden Cloud Village. The result of the vote was won by Luo Sha's proposal. There is one more thing next, that is, I am going to form an alliance with the Hidden Rock Village. The vote was over, but the meeting did not end there. Luo Sha made another proposal. Hearing this, including Yakang, the senior officials of the Hidden Rock Village looked at Luo Sha unexpectedly. Form an alliance with the Hidden Rock Village? Even Luo Sha's supporters were not informed of this proposal in advance. Tell me in detail. Ebizo, who had not spoken before, looked at Luo Sha. Just like the war with the Hidden Cloud Village, Ebizo and Zhou, the siblings, still had Zhou in charge of the frontline battlefield and Ebizo in charge of the village. This point did not change even after Luo Sha became the Wind Shadow. Well, I want to form an alliance with the Hidden Rock Village for the following reasons. Several items. Seeing Ebizo looking at him, Luo Sha's Kazekage power was restrained a lot, and he immediately explained. From his explanation, the alliance with the Hidden Rock Village was on the one hand to better deal with the Hidden Cloud Village, and on the other hand to facilitate the elimination of the hidden danger of the Star Ninja Village. That's right. One of Luo Sha's purposes for the alliance with the Hidden Rock Village was to eliminate the Star Ninja Village. Hearing Luo Sha's explanation, Ebizo was thoughtful. Not mentioning the Hidden Cloud Village, the Star Ninja Village was indeed a hidden danger for them. Just like the Rain Village now. Because of the rise of the Rain Village, the Sand Village, Rock Village, and Konoha, which had always regarded the Rain Country as a battlefield, are now actively avoiding each other. And the Bear Country where the Star Village is just located between the Wind Country and the Earth Country. How can others snore beside my bed? If possible, Ebizo naturally does not want the Star Village to develop into the second Rain Village, because this will seriously threaten them. After all, who can guarantee that the Star Village will not expand outward after it develops? For example, the target of expansion is their Wind Country. The affairs of the Star Village still need to be handled properly. I don't want the Wind Country to become the second Earth Country. Ebizo reminded Luo Sha cryptically. He supported eliminating the hidden danger of the Star Ninja Village, but when he thought of the current situation in the Land of Earth, he was full of fear. The movement of Naraku's crazy looting in the Land of Earth could not be concealed from the spies of various forces. It can be said that it is precisely because of the current situation in the Land of Earth that various forces have raised the danger of Naraku to a higher level. I am not going to deal with the Star Ninja Village immediately, but I am preparing to make preparations by forming an alliance with the Hidden Rock Village. After all, I believe that the Hidden Rock Village definitely wants to destroy the Star Ninja Village more than us. Luo Sha said in a deep voice. Ebizo nodded, that's fine. Chapter 104 The Fourth Hokage Danzo. Chapter 104 The Fourth Hokage Danzo. Seeing that Ebizo had no objection, Luo Sha was relieved and immediately looked at Yakang. The alliance with the Hidden Rock Village will be in charge of Yakang, is that okay? Yakang was slightly startled, as if he had not expected Luo Sha to leave the alliance to him. Okay, leave it to me. Yakang nodded and accepted the task without thinking too much. In her opinion, since the village has decided to send troops to the Land of Thunder, then the alliance with the Hidden Rock Village, whether it is against the Hidden Cloud Village or the Star Ninja Village, is indeed beneficial to the village. Very good, then I will immediately send someone to contact the Hidden Rock Village first, and after confirming that the other party is willing to form an alliance with us, you will go to the Hidden Rock Village as an envoy. Luo Sha seemed to have put aside their conflict because Yakang had taken on the task, and he gave instructions with a smile on his face. Seeing Luo Sha's smile, Yakang felt a little strange, but he didn't think much about it. The Sand Village acted quickly. In just a few days, the Sand Village had mobilized its troops to go on an expedition to the Land of Thunder again. Although the main force was concentrated in the battle with Konoha, the troops sent to the Land of Thunder were limited. But the attack of the Rock Village undoubtedly forced the Cloud Village to immediately mobilize its troops for defense. At the same time, the Sand Village's actions seemed to have set off a chain reaction. On the second day after the Sand Village sent troops to the Land of Thunder, Konoha also the first time, Konoha took the initiative to attack the Kumagakure village troops stationed in the Land of Hot Springs. You should know that Konoha had been on the defensive in the war before, except for assisting the Uegakure village to besiege the Third Reikage. Active attacks like this are rare. Of course. Facts have proved that Konoha's abnormal reaction is not without reason. Because on the day when Konoha took the initiative to attack, a piece of news also came from Konoha. With the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the position of Hokage, which had been vacant for a long time, has ushered in a new owner. The person who took over as the fourth Hokage was Shimura Danzo, one of the original Hokage advisors. Shimura Danzo? Who is this? Why haven't I heard of him? Hokage advisor? I remember that the Hokage advisors were Mito Kato and Enyuta Koharu. When did another Shimura Danzo appear? That's because you are ignorant. Shimura Danzo is an extremely dangerous person. He is a disciple of the second generation Hokage like Sarutobi Hiruzen, but unlike Mito Kato and Enyuta Koharu, he is not responsible for the affairs of Konoha on the surface after becoming the Hokage's advisor, but for the dark side of Konoha. The root of Konoha. I didn't expect that the rat in the gutter would come out into the sun one day. It seems that Konoha's style of doing things will change a lot in the future. With Konoha's status, a little movement will attract the attention of all forces, not to mention the replacement of Hokage. Almost immediately, the name of Shimura Danzo and various related information were quickly spread among all forces. He is quite capable. For so long, I thought he was Danzo. In a town in the land of Earth, Naraku, who had completed another robbery, was about to take Xiaorixing to the next target. Suddenly, he received the memory feedback from a shadow clone. This memory made Naraku slightly startled, and then a playful look appeared on his face. A snake cannot survive without a head. It has been quite a while since he killed Sarutobi Hiruzen. Naraku naturally wanted to know who would be the new Hokage of Konoha, so he specifically asked Nono to pay attention to the news of Konoha. Now, the hanging position of Hokage has finally come to an end. The person who ascended to the position of Hokage was Danzo. Naraku was surprised but not too surprised. The reason is very simple, because he knows very well that there are only a few people in Konoha who are qualified to compete for the position of Hokage. The inheritance of the 5 major ninja villages has its own system. For example, Konoha, although it has not been stated on the surface, in fact, since the second generation Hokage, the inheritance of the cage has set the rules, that is, it must be the lineage of the Hokage. In other words, it must be the direct disciple of the Hokage. Therefore, the only candidates who are qualified to compete for the position of Hokage are Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, who are the direct disciples of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Danzo, who is also the disciple of the second generation Hokage. As for Minato Namikaze, in theory, as Jiraiya's disciple, he can be considered a member of the Hokage lineage and has the qualifications to compete for the position of Hokage. But unfortunately, in the original plot, Minato Namikaze was able to take the position because he had the support of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen has long died, and with Minato Namikaze's qualifications, it is naturally impossible for him to participate in the competition. Similarly, in theory, even if Danzo has the qualifications to compete for the position of Hokage, with his prestige in the village, any one of Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru can easily defeat him. But now it is the opposite. Instead, it is Danzo who has the lowest prestige who has won the position of Hokage. Such a result would definitely be very surprising to outsiders. But Naraku knows the inside story. Tsunade, a doctor who can hardly treat herself, a patient with mental illness, can be directly ruled out. Jiraiya, who is said to be a Konoha ninja, has long sat on the wrong side of the seat and has become a tool of the Miyaboku mountain toad. He is obsessed with the child of destiny, which can also be ruled out. Orochimaru, with prestige and means, can be said to be the strongest competitor for the position of Hokage. But unfortunately, he is obsessed with immortality and has been in contact with Danzo, so Danzo has already had a lot of black material in his hands. As for the above 3 people, without the restraint of Mito Kato and Enyuta Koharu, as long as Danzo is not as stupid as a pig, it would be a normal result to take down the Hokage. Similarly, this is also the result that Naraku wants. Why did he kill Mito Kato and Enyuta Koharu together with Sarutobi Hiruzen? Wasn't it to create conditions for Danzo to take the position? What can I say about Danzo? Whether it is the description of the original plot or what he saw in the root organization in this life, Naraku's impression of this person is that he knows small etiquette but not great righteousness, and is particular about small matters but not great virtue. To put it simply, it is arrogance. Maybe he was too obsessed with the position of Hokage, or maybe he was too stimulated by Sarutobi Hiruzen. In short, Danzo was a staunch supporter of Konoha is invincible. He said more than once that Konoha should actively expand outward instead of passively fighting. Even in his speech, he completely regarded the other 4 of the 5 major ninja villages as grass, and as long as Konoha attacked, it could easily be wiped out. Well, it can't be said that Danzo's idea is wrong, it can only be said that he was born in the wrong era. If it was the era when Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were in charge of Konoha, Konoha really had the power of the invincible ninja world. But unfortunately, Danzo only inherited the invincible confidence of Konoha when it was just established, but ignored the source of this invincible confidence. Konoha will be lively in the future. I wonder what kind of surprises Danzo can bring. Naraku turned into a fun person, full of interest in the future development of Konoha. Chapter 105 Infiltration of Sand Village. Although the purpose of the Sand Village and Konoha's attack on the Land of Lightning was just to take advantage, it is undeniable that the actions of these two sides helped the Uegakure village. With the Uegakure village, facing the offensive of a total of 3 parties, the pressure on the Cloud village can be imagined. Especially the Uegakure village. Dunaki's awareness was higher than the Third Raikage's estimate, and he actually continued a large-scale offensive. After many days, both sides can be said to be defeated, and both suffered serious casualties. Such a development obviously made the Third Raikage unable to bear it, and he had to send someone to contact the Star Ninja village in a hurry. Dunaki is decisive enough. When he found that he couldn't do anything to me, he put pressure on the Cloud village. Well, let's end it. Through the information transmitted by the Shadow Clone, Naraku quickly learned the attitude of the Third Raikage. Although he was a little reluctant, Naraku still stopped the looting. After sending away the last batch of property, Naraku took Xiaorixing back to the Star Ninja village as soon as possible with the Flying Thunder God technique. Finally stopped? It seems that it is really the same as my father speculated. The attack of the Cloud village on us is just to contain us. Although the Rock village was unable to stop Naraku's looting, it has been closely investigating. When Naraku left, the looting incidents stopped, and the Rock village was the first to learn about the situation. This situation also made Huang Tu, who was guarding the Rock village, sit down in his seat with a heavy burden. These days, he was really exhausted physically and mentally, and he dared not relax for a moment. After easing up for a while, Huang Tu hurriedly called someone to come again and sent a message to the frontline battlefield that the looting had stopped. Father. The next day, Huang Tu waited for his father's reply. The result was that the Hidden Cloud village had begun to withdraw its troops. Lord Huang Tu, the Hidden Sand village sent someone to say that they wanted to discuss something with us. The withdrawal of the Hidden Cloud village undoubtedly made Huang Tu really relax, but at this moment, a rock ninja came over. People from the Hidden Sand village. Huang Tu looked at the rock ninja who came to report in surprise. This is really a wave of fat. Even if we need to give half to the Hidden Cloud village, the remaining property is enough for us to achieve rapid development again. In the office of Xingying building, Nono Yu, who had counted the property, came to Naraku with joy. Her joy was normal. Although Naraku's plunder of the Land of Earth did not last too long this time, the property he obtained was still very huge due to his super high efficiency. As one of the 5 major countries, the Land of Earth is not as fertile as the Land of Fire, but the wealth it possesses is still unimaginable. Naraku's crazy looting, not to mention that it made the Land of Earth fall from the ranks of the 5 great countries, but it was definitely a serious blow to the Land of Earth, causing a sharp decline in its wealth. As for the chaos and turmoil it caused, there is no need to say more. Divide the counted property as soon as possible. I think the people from the Hidden Cloud village will be here soon. Naraku was also very satisfied with this looting. I understand. By the way, what if the Hidden Cloud village asks for the Jinkra key? Nono nodded immediately, and then asked another question. Han and Lao Ziai, as Jinkra key, are also important resources. Of course it's counted separately. Our agreement with the Hidden Cloud village only divides the property looted from the Land of Earth, and the Jinkra key is of course not included. Naraku said directly. Of course, he couldn't divide Han and Lao Ziai with the Hidden Cloud village. Although he was afraid of Otsutsuki Hago Romo, he didn't plan to absorb the tailed beast for the time being, but he would not easily hand over such a resource as the Jinkra key. Even this time, he did not plan to negotiate with the Hidden Rock village again, but was preparing to build a human pillar belonging to the Star Ninja village. With the current development of the Star Ninja village, there is no shortage of supplies in the short term. If the Star Ninja Village wants to develop into the level of the 5 major ninja villages, it is naturally indispensable for the nuclear bomb of the ninja world like the tailed beast. It is mainly because after this robbery that Naraku knows that he has made a mortal enemy with the Hidden Rock Village, so he is more willing to further weaken the other party than a few supplies. Once Han and Lao Ziai are missing, the Hidden Rock Village will not only lose 2 top combat forces, but also will undoubtedly lack a core deterrent force compared with the other 4 parties in the 5 major ninja villages. Naraku's answer made no Naraku's attitude, and he immediately separated the 2 human pillars from the divided supplies. There is another situation. Didn't you ask me to pay attention to Yakang's movements before? Our people in Sand Village recently sent a message that Sand Village intends to form an alliance with Rock Village, and is also preparing to appoint Yakang as an envoy to Rock Village. After talking about the division of materials, Nono talked about other things. Placing spies in other forces is an arrangement that any force of scale will make. The same is true for the current Star Ninja Village. Especially Sand Village. Sand Village can be said to be the force with the deepest penetration of Star Ninja Village. The reason is not only that the 2 countries are neighbors, but also that there is Scorpion in the Star Ninja Village. Scorpion was once a genius ninja in Sand Village. In addition, he is the grandson of Cho. It can be said that as long as he is willing, it is easy to weave a rich network of contacts in Sand Village. Although Scorpion left Sand Village directly after assassinating the 3rd Kazekage, he obviously did not really abandon his network of contacts in Sand Village. In fact, there are many diehard fans of Scorpion in Sand Village. Before Scorpion left, all of these people were subjected to subconscious sand manipulation by him. Subconscious sand manipulation is a sealing technique that can seal a person's memory. What Scorpion sealed was the memory of these people who were loyal to him. This move was to prevent his assassination of the 3rd Kazekage from being exposed, which would lead to his people being cleared out by the Sand Village. Now, these people have naturally developed into spies planted in the Sand Village by the Star Ninja Village, providing the Star Ninja Village with information about the Sand Village. As Nono said, because of Yakang's experience in the original plot, Naraku had the idea of regaining the other party, and since Yakang left, he had asked the spies on the Sand Village side to pay attention to the other party's information. Alliance, Envoy. Naraku heard what Nono said and thought about it. If he remembered correctly, Yakang was plotted against by the Sand Village in order to reconcile the war conflict with the Mist Village. However, this is just the original plot. Now that he has joined, the situation in the ninja world has changed. Naturally, it is impossible to blindly follow the development of the original plot. Go contact the people in the Sand Village and ask them to pay more attention to Yakang's movements in the future. If there are any new discoveries, remember to report them as soon as possible. Naraku thought about it and told Nono. Okay. Nono said no problem. The 2 chatted for a while. After Nono left, Naraku thought about Yakang again. Chapter 106 Dividing the Spoils. Now in the Sand Village, Luo Xie has successfully taken the position. However, it is just like the original plot that Yakang is used as a sacrifice for the top combat power. Even if he has successfully taken the position, Luo Xie is obviously still wary of Yakang. This is mainly because Yakang is too outstanding. Even if he fails to compete for the Wind Shadow, the Sand Village, there are still many people in the village who support Yakang. In the eyes of the superiors, this is undoubtedly a case of being too successful to be a threat to the master. In fact, situations like Yakang are not unique in the ninja world. The most recent example is Konoha White Fang. Others may not know, but how could Naraku, who came from the root organization, not know? The death of Konoha White Fang was caused by being too successful to be a threat to the master. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not as brainless as Raza. At the beginning, the other party just wanted to use public opinion to suppress the prestige of Hitaki Sakumo and make him lose further opportunities. It just messed up in the end. Whether Raza wants to eliminate Yakang in the name of an alliance with Iwagakure village or not, it's always right to be prepared in advance. Naraku thought secretly. He asked Nono to contact the spies in Sand Village to prevent Raza from acting in advance. If the other party really intends to kill Yakang in the name of an alliance, then he must not miss this great opportunity to regain Yakang. After a few days, the battle between the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Rock Village stopped. The Hidden Cloud Village quickly withdrew its troops. The Hidden Rock Village also had no intention of counterattacking. There was no other way. Although Onoki used large-scale warfare to force the Third Raikage to withdraw his troops, he also suffered heavy casualties. The Hidden Cloud Village, the Hashigakure village, I will settle accounts with you sooner or later. In the camp, Onoki roared and cursed. Whether it was the withdrawal of the Hidden Cloud Village or the cessation of Nariku's plundering, both made Onoki not happy. Because the losses of the Hidden Rock Village and the Land of Earth were too great this time. Both sides suffered losses on the battlefield, and the country was in a mess. Especially the latter. Even though Nariku had stopped plundering, the impact of his actions did not end there. The Land of Earth has already fallen into panic, especially the rich and nobles, many of whom chose to withdraw from the Land of Earth out of fear. Such development has undoubtedly caused considerable losses to the Land of Earth's economy. Some people suffer, and naturally some people are happy. Compared to the suffering of the Hidden Rock Village, the Star Ninja Village and the Hidden Cloud Village are beaming with joy. The Hidden Cloud Village acted quickly. As soon as both sides finished their actions, the Third Reikage immediately sent an envoy group to the Star Ninja Village. When the envoys of the Hidden Cloud Village arrived, Nono replaced Nariku and began to divide the spoils with the people of the Hidden Cloud Village. So many? Could it be a mistake? The leader of the Hidden Cloud Village's envoy group was a man with an eye patch on his left eye. This man was named Dode. In addition to being a blood limiter of lava release, he was also deeply trusted by the Third Reikage. At this time, when Dode saw the list of supplies provided by Nono, he was obviously shocked. It was because the number of supplies on the list really exceeded his expectations. And it was not just a little bit more than the previous one, but doubled. He looked at Nono in shock, wanting to make sure if there was anything wrong with the list. Don't worry, sir. The materials on the list were sorted by me personally. Nono said with a smile. Although the action against the Hidden Rock Village has ended, the alliance between the Hashigaki Village and the Hidden Cloud Village has not ended. Therefore, Nono did not do anything about the division of materials. Sorry, I lost my temper. After confirming that there was no problem with the materials, Dode quickly apologized. At the same time, he was secretly shocked. No wonder Reikage agreed to form an alliance with the Hashigaki Village. Such an ability to act is indeed beyond the reach of ordinary people. After adjusting his mood, Dode immediately invested in the division of materials. According to the original agreement, the materials looted from the Land of Earth will be divided equally between the Hashigaki Village and the Hidden Cloud Village. By the way, I heard that the two Churiki of Iwagakure Village disappeared mysteriously. Do you know where they are? After the division of the spoils, Dode was satisfied with the huge amount of supplies and couldn't help but test it again. You mean Han and Lao Ziai from Iwagakure Village? They tried to attack our village, but they were defeated by us and have become our captives. We will even use the tailed beasts of these two people to create the Jinkriki of our village. Nono said with a normal expression. She did not hide the whereabouts of Han and Lao Ziai, because this could not be concealed at all. She had already known from Nariku that the 4 tails and the 5 tails would be made into the Jinkriki of their own village. Therefore, unless these 2-tailed beasts are not used in the future, the Hidden Cloud Village will know it sooner or later. Of course, the most important thing is confidence. The Star Ninja Village has already made its own reputation under Nariku's repeated achievements. Even when facing the Hidden Cloud Village, Nono is not at all inferior. Oh, I see. Let me congratulate you first. When Dode learned that the 2 Jinkriki of Iwagakure really fell into the hands of the Star Ninja Village, he was happy at first, but when he heard what Nono said next, his heart immediately sank. He was still thinking about whether he could win the ownership of the Jinkriki, but from Nono's attitude, it was obvious that this was impossible. Especially when he knew that the Star Ninja Village was preparing to create a Jinkriki, his heart trembled. The intention of the tailed beast, the righteousness, is beyond doubt. If the Star Ninja Village really creates a Jinkriki, the military power it will possess in the future will not only be the second-rank ninja village, but will also enter the competition among the 5 major ninja villages. The topic of Jinkriki obviously made Chuchita uneasy. After a brief chat, Chuchita chose to say goodbye, escorting the materials for cooperation, and hurried back to the Hidden Cloud Village. The people of the Hidden Cloud Village were very nervous when they learned that we were going to create a Jinkriki. In the office of the Star Shadow Building, Nono told Nariku about Chuchita's reaction as soon as possible. That's for sure. After all, the meaning of Jinkriki is great, and it's normal for the other party to have such a reaction. Nariku said casually while sitting on the sofa. Nono said, I don't know what the Third Reikage will do when this news reaches him. I hope it won't affect the alliance. Nariku smiled, it's not just us who need to make friends with distant countries and attack nearby ones. The Hidden Cloud Village also needs it. This time we teamed up to pit the land of Earth. The Hidden Cloud Village also needs us to distract the attention of the Hidden Rock Village, so the alliance should be fine for the time being. As for the future, based on the current development progress of the Star Ninja Village, the need for an alliance with the Hidden Cloud Village will naturally decrease in the future. Even now, even if the Hidden Cloud Village tears up the alliance because it is dissatisfied with the distribution of the Jinchuriki, Naraku is not really worried. Big plates have their advantages, but small plates also have their conveniences. With his current strength plus Scorpion, Nono, Natsuisa, and others, if they focus on defense, it is enough to protect the safety of the Bear Country. Chapter 107 Creating Jinchuriki. Naraku's calmness and composure made Nono feel a familiar sense of security. This also made her relax gradually. By the way, have you decided on the candidate for Jinchuriki? Nono asked. Naraku nodded and said, there is already one. Who is it? Nono said unexpectedly. She didn't expect Naraku to have a candidate so quickly. It's Xiaorixing. Naraku said the candidate. After a slight pause, he continued, Xiaorixing took the initiative to ask to become Jinchuriki. That's right. It was not Naraku who decided that Xiaorixing would become Jinchuriki, but Xiaorixing took the initiative to find him. Xiaorixing, with her strength and relationship, is indeed quite suitable. Nono was surprised at first, and then he also recognized Xiaorixing as Jinchuriki. There is no need to say more about her strength. As for the relationship, as the mastermind behind the match between Naraku and Xiaorixing, Nono is naturally confident in Xiaorixing. Let me be the other candidate. Suddenly, Nono added. You. Naraku looked at him unexpectedly. Yes, I think in the whole village, except for you, I should be the most suitable person to be the Jinchuriki. Nono said seriously. As for the candidate of Jinchuriki, Nono had actually considered it a long time ago, and after consideration, she finally found that the most suitable person to be the Jinchuriki in the village was herself. Strength and relationship, she naturally didn't need to say anything. If she became the Jinchuriki, she would be able to better guard the village when Naraku was out in the future. Okay, then you and Xiaorixing will be the Jinchuriki. Naraku pondered for a while, and also approved Nono, who also volunteered. Becoming a Jinchuriki mainly involves two risks. One is that it is easy to be corroded by the chakra of the tailed beast. The second is that when the tailed beast is deprived, the vitality will be seriously depleted. First is the former. For example, the reason why Konoha chose the people of the Uzumaki clan to become the Jinchuriki is that the Uzumaki clan's innate huge chakra and sealing ability can effectively suppress the erosion of the tailed beast. But it is not only the Uzumaki clan that can suppress the erosion of the tailed beast. For example, the Uchiha clan. The Sharingan also has a natural restraint on the tailed beast. Although Nono and Natsuisa are not from the Uchiha clan, they have the 3 Megatama Sharingan given by Naraku, which is enough to form a certain restraint on the tailed beast. Even if the Mangekyo Sharingan is nurtured in the future, it will be able to further suppress the tailed beast. As for the second risk, Nono and Natsuisa both have the Flying Thunder God technique set by Naraku. Once the two encounter an invincible danger, he is enough to provide support at the first time. In his own words, this is not a problem. Even if he wants to absorb the tailed beast in the future, he will definitely ensure the safety of Nono and Natsuisa. The acquisition of the sealing book has already made up for the shortcomings of the sealing technique. Even if he transfers the tailed beast, he is confident enough to transfer it safely. That night, Naraku used the sealing technique to transfer the 4 tails and the 5 tails from Han and Lao Ziai to Nono and Natsuisa. Nono got the 5 tails, and Natsuisa got the 4 tails. So this is what the 5 tails looks like, but it looks a little listless. After completing the transfer, Naraku took the lead in entering Nono's sealed space with his consciousness. Looking at the 5 tails locked in the cage opposite him and with chains wrapped around his body, Nono, who also entered the sealed space with his consciousness, looked at him curiously. This guy was originally I took away some of its power. Naraku also looked at the 5 tails in the cage. As Nono said, the 5 tails in the cage looked completely depressed. If Nono didn't know the original size of the 5 tails, he would have found that the 5 tails' current size had shrunk a whole circle. The 5 tails' current state was caused by Naraku's absorption. His absorption went straight to the source. Therefore, even though a long time had passed, the 5 tails still showed no signs of recovery. Go and try to extract the opponent's chakra. After looking around for a while, Naraku handed the venue to Nono. Nono did not hesitate, and immediately stepped forward into the cage, then jumped on the top of the 5 tails. Chakra emerged, and Nono's chakra quickly connected with the 5 tails under his feet. The body trembled. The 5 tails wanted to resist, but not to mention moving, he couldn't even speak. There was no way. Naraku, who transferred the 5 tails into Nono, set a seal that was much stronger than Han's previous seal. At this time, the 5 tails was not only tightly entangled in chains, but even its mouth was sealed tightly. The 3 Megatama Sharingan appeared between his eyebrows. After Nono's chakra connected with the 5 tails chakra, the 2 sides immediately started a tug-of-war competition. Feeling that the 5 tails was resisting his extraction of chakra, Nono unceremoniously activated the 3 Megatama Sharingan. Invisible pupils, the force rushed into the consciousness of the 5 tails as Nono looked down. Although its restraint could not be compared with the Manjiki, it was enough to play a significant role in suppressing the 5 tails' resistance. Outside. When Naraku and Nono entered the 5 tails sealed space, Xia Rixing, who had also transferred the 4 tails, stood aside and waited. A little. Boom. In Xia Rixing's shock, a huge amount of scarlet chakra suddenly gushed out from Nono's body. Its powerful power directly cracked the ground under his feet. The impact of the chakra explosion made Xia Rixing step back quickly, and then she saw the scarlet chakra quickly wrapped around Nono, and 5 swaying tails extended from behind Nono. What an amazing chakra! Is this the power of the tailed beast? Looking at the amazing chakra wrapped around Xia Rixing like a coat, Xia Rixing was secretly shocked. At the same time, her eyes were also hot. She also possesses such power now. Opened her eyes slowly. When the tailed beast chakra erupted, Nono and Naraku both opened their eyes from their closed eyes. What an amazing chakra! No wonder the Jinkra Ki is so powerful. Such an amazing chakra has a huge increase in strength. Exiting the sealed space, Nono, who was wrapped in the tailed beast chakra, looked down at her raised hands with a look of amazement on her face. Even if she just felt it briefly, Nono could clearly feel that the tailed beast chakra brought a leap forward enhancement to all aspects of herself. This is the tailed beast chakra mode, which is another use different from the tailed beast transformation. Naraku looked at the tailed beast chakra on Nono and nodded slightly. Although the tailed beast transformation is fierce, that form, not to mention the image problem, is the most serious erosion to the body and mind. Comparatively, Nono's tailed beast chakra mode is undoubtedly much gentler now. Similarly, this is the correct way to borrow the power of the tailed beast, second only to the perfect Jinkra Ki. A perfect Jinkra Ki requires the Jinkra Ki to be in sync with the tailed beast. For someone like Nono who relies on the seal and the 3 Megatama Sharingan to forcibly extract the 5 tails chakra, the tailed beast chakra mode is already the limit. Of course, even the current tailed beast chakra mode has a significant increase in strength. Like Nono at this moment. Entering the tailed beast chakra mode, she has gained a leap forward enhancement in all aspects. Especially strength. The 5 tails is known for its strength. Just like Han at the beginning, Nono's biggest improvement is strength. This allows her to have amazing strength even without using the super strength technique. When Nono tested the increase in the tailed beast chakra mode in detail, Naraku also guided Natsuisa in the same way on how to borrow the power of the 4 tails. Boom! After a while. Like Nono, Natsuisa suddenly had a huge amount of tailed beast chakra on her body and successfully entered the 4 tails tailed beast chakra mode. Soon, Xia Rixing was also excited to test the power of the 4 tails with Nono. Chapter 108 Tianyi Shen Shui. Chapter 108 Tianyi Shen Shui. Nono and Xia Rixing became Jinkra Ki, and their strengths have greatly increased. When they burst out with all their strength, they are even able to compete with the top strongmen of the 3rd stage of Elite Jonin in a short period of time. The sudden increase in the strength of the 2 undoubtedly strengthened the military strength of the Star Ninja Village again. While Nono and Xia Rixing were adapting to the power of the tailed beasts, Naraku did not relax his practice. The shrinking the earth into an inch at the minor success stage is enough for the time being. Next, choose another magical power to practice. On the 9th floor of the Star Shadow building, Naraku sat cross-legged in the middle of a group of true energy shadow clones, thinking about the practice of magical powers in his heart. Take shrinking the earth into an inch as an example. From the entry to the minor success, it is already extremely difficult to practice. If you want to break through from the minor success to the major success, the difficulty will undoubtedly be even greater. In addition, in order to concentrate on completing the 5 elements are united, and Naraku is ready to temporarily stop practicing shrinking the earth into an inch and start practicing the 3rd magical power. In addition to the already practiced shrinking the earth into an inch and mysterious gold sword chi, the remaining 3 magical powers are every grass and tree is an enemy, heavenly one divine water, and flame sun method. Every grass and tree is an enemy represents the power of the wood element. The performance of this magical power is somewhat similar to wood release, which can generate grass and trees to fight. Heavenly one divine water represents the power of the water element. This magical power can generate the sweet rain that nourishes all things. Flame sun method represents the power of the fire element. This magical power can generate the flames that burn all things. Thinking about the power of the remaining 3 magical powers, Naraku was a little entangled for a while. After all, the remaining 3 are very good. For example, flame sun method. The flames derived from this magical power not only have extremely strong lethality, but can also replace the fire of true energy, which is helpful for refining equipment. With the Suanjin sword chi, I don't lack powerful offensive means for the time being. As for refining weapons, there is no rush. With my current level of refining weapons, I still need to lay a solid foundation. After careful consideration, Naraku finally chose Tianyi Divine Water. The reason why he chose Tianyi Divine Water is very simple. The effect of Tianyi Divine Water nourishing all things, in addition to its miraculous effect in healing injuries, can also improve the ecological environment of the Bear Kingdom. Although the ecological environment of the Bear Kingdom is not as bad as that of the Wind Kingdom, it is also relatively poor, otherwise it would not have continued to this day without being occupied by the Wind Kingdom and the Earth Kingdom. The simplest benefit of improving the ecological environment of the Bear Kingdom is that it can increase food production. Food is the basis of population development. Whether it is ninja or civilians. With the rapid development of the Star Ninja Village, food has always been the most in-demand resource. Even the demand has exceeded the supply of the Bear Kingdom, and it has to be purchased from the outside world. Therefore, if the ecological environment of the Bear Country can be improved, and the food production can be increased, it will undoubtedly help the future development of the Star Ninja Village. In addition to improving the ecological environment, Naraku chose Tianyi Divine Water to cultivate spiritual medicine. Because of the thin spiritual energy in the ninja world, the spiritual medicines bred are basically less than 100 years old. When the cultivation level is low, it is not a big deal, but as the cultivation level increases, the demand for spiritual medicine is gradually increasing. Even now, after the cultivation level breaks through the 5th level of Qi training, the spiritual energy contained in those spiritual medicines of 20 or 30 years, when refined, the cultivation efficiency brought by Naraku is not much higher than that of Naraku's cultivation efficiency with the help of the true Qi Shadow clone. This is the case now, and it will naturally be worse in the future. In order to keep his own cultivation progress unaffected, Naraku naturally has to find a way to solve it. One of the ways is to cultivate spiritual medicines by himself. Of course, if it is just ordinary cultivation, the time and energy spent on cultivating spiritual medicines over 100 years old is undoubtedly not suitable for Naraku's current needs. But Tianyi Divine Water is different. According to the description of this magical power, the sweet rain derived can not only quickly cultivate ordinary medicinal materials into spiritual medicines, but also effectively accelerate the growth rate of spiritual medicines. When Naraku thought that he could harvest endless spiritual medicines in the future, his heart was burning. Somewhere in the desert of the Wind Country. Swish! Naraku flashed and appeared on a sand dune. With his appearance, figures under the sand dunes in the surrounding area also opened their eyes one after another. These figures hidden under the sand dunes were all Naraku's true energy shadow clones. In perception, they found that it was the real body that came, and the true energy shadow clones immediately closed their eyes again and continued to absorb the gold power contained in the underground gold mine. It's the same as practicing shrinking the earth into an inch. Practicing Suanjin Jiankai, in addition to absorbing the power of gold from spiritual energy, you can also absorb it from materials containing the power of gold. The current location is exactly where Naraku practices Suanjin Jiankai. Although the ecological environment of the Wind Country is poor, there are also a lot of mineral resources such as iron and gold hidden under the vast desert. Especially gold mines. At the beginning, Luosha was able to defeat Yekeng and become the Wind Shadow. In addition to the support of Zhou and Ebizo, another factor was that his magnetic escape could help the Sand Village find and mine gold mines, thereby increasing the income of the Sand Village. The same reason why Naraku arranged for the real Qi Shadow clone to practice here. There is a reason why there is a gold character in Suinjin Jiankai. In addition to spiritual objects, among ordinary materials, gold is the best material for practicing Suinjin Jiankai. For this reason, from the beginning of practicing Suinjin Jiankai, he secretly entered the Wind Country to look for gold mines. Also sensing the real Qi shadow clones practicing Suinjin Jiankai, Naraku did not stay for long, and immediately identified a direction to perform shrinking the earth into an inch and left. This time he teleported here with the Flying Thunder God technique, not to inspect the training of the true energy shadow clones, but to save time and get to the destination faster. Swish! Using shrinking the earth into an inch, Naraku flashed 5 kilometers. Unconsciously, he actually crossed the entire Wind Country and appeared at the other end of the Wind Country. Just like when the hidden cloud village crossed the sea to attack the Wind Country, although the Wind Country is a desert country, it is actually also a coastal country. Swish! Starting from the Bear Country, Naraku, who crossed the Wind Country, soon encountered an endless ocean. In a flash, Naraku stepped steadily on the sea, his eyes fixed on the sea. After several flashes, when he found a small isolated island, Naraku immediately boarded the island. Buzz! The moment he landed on the island, the Flying Thunder God technique immediately extended from Naraku's feet and set a coordinate here. Let's do it here. Naraku looked around the sea outside the island, nodded slightly, and immediately performed the multiple shadow clone technique, creating hundreds of Qi shadow clone. The Qi shadow clone that inherited Naraku's thinking did not need much explanation, and immediately surrounded the island and scattered. Sitting on the sea, the Qi shadow clone operated the Tianyi divine water one after another, and began to absorb the required water power from the vast ocean. The reason why Naraku crossed the kingdom of wind to come to the sea is to practice the Tianyi divine water. It is like shrinking the earth into an inch. The sea, which contains rich water power, is the best place to practice the Tianyi divine water. The same is true for the practice of Suinjin sword Qi. With the help of Flying Thunder God technique, as long as he leaves the coordinates, Naraku can freely go back and forth to the selected practice place and replenish the true energy shadow clone at any time. After choosing a place suitable for practicing Tianyi divine water, Naraku did not stay for long, and soon activated the Flying Thunder God technique again and returned directly to Xiangxing Ninja Village. Chapter 109 Young people know how to play. People from the Hidden Rock Village are here. They want to redeem the Jinkriki like last time. In the office of the Star Shadow building, Naraku, who was sitting on the sofa, laughed after hearing Nono's report. I thought they would send troops to attack us, but they actually wanted to redeem the Jinkriki. After arranging the practice of Tianyi divine water, Naraku returned to his usual life. It's only been a few days, as Nono reported now, the Hidden Rock Village is actually thinking about redeeming the Jinkriki again. Maybe they want to redeem the Jinkriki before attacking us. After all, the Jinkriki is an important military force. Nono, who was sitting opposite, also laughed. Jinkriki? There is a corpse, but the key is that the core of the Jinkriki is the tailed beast. Now that the 5 tails is in her body, how can she let the Hidden Rock Village redeem it? Then give the corpse to the other party, and you and Xiaorixing should also give the other party some deterrence. Naraku said playfully. After hearing Naraku's order, Nono immediately understood. Whether it was the plunder of the land of earth or the transfer of the tailed beasts, this undoubtedly made them mortal enemies with the Hidden Rock Village. At this point, pretending to be submissive was just a waste of time. Rather than doing that, it would be better to give a shock. At least when the Hidden Rock Village knew that they had mastered the tailed beasts, they would be more cautious about revenge next time. Soon, Nono followed Naraku's order and not only threw the bodies of Han and Lao Ziai to the people of the Hidden Rock Village, but also deliberately revealed the tailed beast chakram mode with Xiaorixing. If the bodies of Han and Lao Ziai made the people of the Hidden Rock Village angry, then the tailed beast chakram mode of Nono and Xiaorixing severely shocked the people of the Hidden Rock Village. Next, the people of the Hidden Rock Village did not even dare to say anything harsh, and they hurriedly fled the Star Ninja Village in shame. Asshole! As the Hidden Cloud Village retreated, although Onoki did not withdraw the border defense line, he also returned to the village with some seriously injured people. At this moment, when the rock ninja who went to the Star Ninja Village to redeem the Jinchuriki came back, the result he brought back made Onoki lose his composure and smash the desk. The death of Han and Lao Ziai, and the creation of new Jinchuriki by the Star Ninja Village for the 4 tails and the 5 tails, all of these made Onoki so angry that he almost vomited blood. Ah! It hurts. After many fights with the third Raikage, Onoki was obviously not intact and also suffered serious injuries. Now that his injuries have not healed, and he lost his composure in anger, Onoki suddenly affected his injuries and felt a piercing pain from his waist. The intense pain made Onoki bend over with a distorted face and support his waist. But compared to the pain in his body, his heart hurt more. The loss of 2 Jinchuriki at once is a heavy blow to the Uegakure village. The key is that Onoki doesn't dare to seek revenge now. Not to mention the serious casualties caused by the large-scale battle with the Cloud Village, and the chaos in the country. The strength of the Star Village alone has made him extremely afraid. Otherwise, he would not have sent people to redeem the Jinchuriki instead of sending troops to attack. Now the Star Village has 2 Jinchuriki. Adding to Nariku's terrible assassination ability, Onoki doesn't dare to send troops to the Star Village easily. We can only cooperate with the Sand Village. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Onoki, whose back pain gradually eased, quickly thought about how to deal with the Star Village. Finally, he thought of the Sand Village. When Onoki returned to the village, Huangtu reported to him that the Sand Village sent people to propose an alliance with them. One of the purposes of the alliance was to deal with the Star Village. Given the current situation of Uegakure, Onoki certainly doesn't mind cooperating with Sand Village. This is even more true now. If they can unite with Sand Village to deal with Hoshigakure, even if they don't eliminate Naruto before the fall, he could not easily mobilize troops against the Star Ninja Village, but he could completely suppress the development of the Star Ninja Village from other aspects. Onoki's eyes flickered. There are different ways to form an alliance. Not only the dominant power. Even if the Sand Village took the initiative to propose an alliance, he would not mind waiting for a price and using it to gain some benefits from the Sand Village. Onoki acted quickly, or the Star Ninja Village put too much pressure on him. After planning the alliance, he immediately sent people to the Sand Village to communicate. A few days later, the people who went to the Sand Village returned and brought a very unexpected news to Onoki. Are young people nowadays so playful? Looking at the content of the scroll in his hand, Onoki was surprised and soon showed a playful look on his face. Although his desire to use the alliance to gain benefits from the Sand Village was rejected, Luo Xia actually proposed that another way could be used as the sincerity of the alliance between the Sand Village and the Rock Village. This sincerity was Yekang. Luo Xia actually wanted to send Yekang to Uegakure as a sign of the sincerity of Sand Village's willingness to form an alliance with Uegakure. And he also pretended to give a reason. That was that in the previous battlefield between Sand Village and Uegakure in the Land of Birds, Yekang, as the commander of this battlefield, killed many people from Uegakure. It must be said that Luo Xia's operation was something that Onoki had never thought of before. Similarly, how could Onoki refuse such sincerity? Alliance is just a piece of paper. When it comes to tearing it apart, he will not be polite at all. But Yekang died, that means he is really dead, which means that Sand Village will lose a top combat force. With Onoki's wisdom, he naturally saw through Luo Xia's real purpose at the first time. The other party is intentionally using this alliance to suppress dissidents. No wonder even our own shadow disappeared. The internal fighting in Sand Village has reached this level. With this kind of gameplay, I would not be surprised if this village falls out of the top 5 ninja villages one day. Onoki sighed, and immediately sent people to Sand Village again. The opportunity is rare. Now that Sand Village has a demented leader, he does not want to miss the great opportunity to eliminate a strong enemy after Sand Village reacts. They cooperated with each other very well. When the people of Rock Village arrived at Sand Village again, the next day, the Sand Village envoys responsible for negotiating the details of the alliance set out from Sand Village and headed to Rock Village. Crossing the Land of Birds, the Sand Village envoys successfully entered the Land of Earth. Lord Yekang, we are about to arrive at the place where Rock Village will pick us up. Running in the woods, a sand ninja estimated the distance, then sped up, and came to the leader with a smile on his face. The leader was Yekang. Well, tell the others to be careful when they meet the people from Sand Village. Although we are here to form an alliance, we must also be on guard against other plans of Rock Village. Yekang nodded slightly and told the sand ninja beside him. Yes. The sand ninja responded respectfully, and then told the others according to Yekang's instructions. When the sand ninja left, Yekang looked forward again. But because of this, she did not notice the 20 or so sand ninjas following behind her, and their eyes were full of weirdness when they looked at her back. Chapter 110 Blackening in Despair. It was getting close to dusk. The Sand Village envoys led by Yekang successfully arrived at the agreed meeting place with Rock Village. This is a valley. Swish! When he entered the valley and saw the figures dressed as rock ninjas appearing in front of him, Yaking stopped immediately. As she stopped, the sand ninjas following behind also stopped immediately. Yaking was very alert and first glanced at the situation in the valley. When she found that there was no problem, she looked at the rock ninjas on the opposite side. The number of rock ninjas was the same as hers, also about 20 people. When Yaking looked at one of the rock ninjas, his eyes suddenly condensed. This rock ninja was about 30 years old and had a hedgehog-like hairstyle. It's the Uegakuer village's demolition team's carry. Looking at the hedgehog-haired rock ninja, Yaking immediately recognized the other party's identity. Just like the Sand Village has an ace combat unit like the Puppet Unit, the Uegakuer village also has an ace unit like the Demolition Unit. The carry in front of him is the captain of the Demolition Unit. Not only does he have the bloodline limit of explosion release, but he is also extremely powerful. He is a very famous elite jonin in the Uegakuer village. The information about carry flashed through his mind. Yaking became more alert when he saw that there was a master like Xiao among the people sent by Uegakuer village to meet them. Normally, if it was just a meeting, no heavyweight figure would be sent out. Even if they wanted to gain benefits through a show of force in the alliance negotiations, they should wait until the time of negotiations. Of course. Before the people of Uegakuer village really made any dangerous moves, Yaking could only be on high alert. Tap tap tap. Like Yaking, the Uegakuer ninjas led by Xiao also saw the arrival of Yaking and other sand ninjas at the first time. It seemed that there was really no ill will. Xiao led the Uegakuer ninjas to meet Yaking and others directly. Seeing this scene, Yaking temporarily suppressed his vigilance and led the sand ninjas behind him to meet the other side. Everyone from Uegakuer village, we are the envoys of Sand Village who came to negotiate an alliance with you this time. This is our identity certificate. When they were 5 or 6 meters apart, Yaking stopped and spoke loudly to the Uegakuer ninjas opposite, and she took out the ID card from the ninja bag and threw it to Xiao on the opposite side. She raised her hand to catch the ID card. Xiao did not open it to check, but looked at a sand ninja behind Yaking without leaving a trace, and then immediately looked at Yaking on the opposite side. With a grin, Xiao said, "Famous burning release user Yaking, I was very sorry that I couldn't go to the battlefield of Bird Country to fight you, but I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity now." "You what?" Xiao's words made Yaking's face change slightly. Why doesn't the other party's attitude mean to form an alliance at all, but to deal with herself? Suspicious in her heart, Yaking opened her mouth to question. But before she could finish her words, there was a dense sound of breaking through the air behind her. The instinct formed by many years of fighting made Yaking's hair stand on end. But just as she was about to dodge, her body was out of control and unusually slow. It was as if she was no longer the famous burning release user, but a genin who had just graduated from the ninja school. Look at Yaking's back. The dense sound of breaking through the air is from the rain of shurikens and kunao. You should know that behind Yaking, there are the sand ninjas. Now someone is attacking Yaking from behind. The only ones who can do this are undoubtedly the sand ninjas who are regarded as companions by Yaking. A sudden backstab, coupled with the abnormal slowness of the body. A large number of shurikens and kunao that broke through the air quickly are about to fall on Yaking's smooth and beautiful back. Hey! The strong wind is rushing. Just as the sand ninjas who shot out shurikens and kunao were grinning and waiting for their sneak attack to succeed. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept in from the side, and it just happened to sweep the shurikens and kunao flying towards Yaking aside. When the shurikens and kunao were swept away by the strong wind, the slow-moving Yaking jumped to the other side and got out of the middle of the sand ninjas and the rock ninjas. Landing not far away, Yaking, who was staggering a little, looked at his former companions with a pale face and anger. Kill her! The sneak attack was destroyed by the sudden strong wind, and the grinning sand ninjas were shocked and rushed to Yaking with a roar. If it was normal, they would naturally not dare to fight with Yaking. But it was different now. Not only because they received Luo Sha's order, but also because Yaking had been poisoned by them in advance. Although this poison was not a fatal toxin in order not to arouse Yaking's awareness, it had a strong effect of suppressing chakra. The more chakra is extracted, the faster the poison will work. Chakra is the source of power for ninjas. Even if Yaking is as strong as a top-level fighter, once the chakra is severely suppressed, he may not be able to beat even a newly graduated genin. Did the Sand Village poison Yaking? Carrie and the rock ninjas did not participate in the offensive against Yaking. It was mainly because Carrie, as the leader, did not take action. The reason why Xiao did not attack was because he realized from Yakang's unusually slow reaction that the sand village might have poisoned Yakang. After all, since the birth of the puppeteer, the sand village has been the best in the ninja world in terms of poison. If Yakang was not poisoned, Xiao actually wanted to compete with Yakang. But now that Yakang was poisoned, he lost interest. As long as Yakang could not leave alive, it would not matter to him if the people of the sand village solved it themselves. I don't know if they paid too much attention to Yakang, but the people of the sand village and the rock village actually overlooked a problem. That is, the sudden strong wind just now may not be accidental, but someone deliberately saved Yakang. The sand ninjas rushed over, and the frightened and angry Yakang gritted her teeth and wanted to fight. But her chakra was severely suppressed, so she could not keep up with the speed of the sand ninjas. Before she could make any response, the sand ninjas had already killed her clothes. Damn it! Looking at the sand ninjas rushing towards her, Yakang felt a strong sense of unwillingness and despair. She had thought that she would die one day, but she only thought of a scene similar to dying on the battlefield, but she never thought that she would die at the hands of people from her own village. In the mood of unwillingness and despair, this scene made Yakang's heart burst out with unprecedented anger. Just as in the original plot, Uchiha Madara would choose Uchiha Obito. Light and darkness are often only a thin line apart. The more extreme people are, the more likely they are to go to the other extreme. Before being betrayed, Yakang wholeheartedly protected the sand village, and even regarded the village as a treasure more important than his own life. At this moment, the arrival of betrayal is like a drop of ink falling into clear water. It seems to be very different from the clear water, but it can quickly dye the clear water black. Yakang is this bowl of clear water. In a blink of an eye, under the unbearable pain of betrayal, he fell from light to darkness. Chapter 111 Infinite Thunder. Die. The sand ninja who rushed to the front looked at Yakang who was close at hand, and his face showed a grim smile again, and he fiercely cut Yakang's throat with the kunao in his hand. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a strange sense of pleasure in his heart. This was not only because he was a loyal supporter of Luo Xia, but also because of the gap between him and Yakang. The inferior defeated the superior. When he thought of the existence that he could only look up to in the past, and now he was going to have his throat cut by him, the sand ninja's face flushed with excitement. The sharp kunao approached Yakang's throat. Just when the sand ninja was excited, suddenly, his eyes went black. Thunderbolt. The violent lightning swept wildly in a fan shape. Ah! Whether it was the sand ninja who was caught in the face or the other sand ninjas following closely behind, they were all swallowed up by the violent lightning that swept in before they could react. The shrill screams came and went in an instant. The sand ninjas all turned into charred corpses and fell to the ground powerlessly. Life and death reversed. Yakang stared blankly at the back that suddenly appeared in front of him. From despair to rebirth, it only happened in a short moment. The rapid change made Yakang, who was already emotionally agitated, inevitably lose consciousness. Look at the person who saved Yakang again. After releasing violent lightning to kill the sand ninjas, Naraku let go of the charred corpse that he had grabbed by the face, and turned around to look at the rock ninjas not far away with a calm face. Naraku. No, retreat. Why did the silver flash appear here? From Naraku's arrival to the death of the sand ninjas, it only took a short breath. The sudden change, when the rock ninjas reacted, as they saw Naraku blocking Yakang, their faces all changed drastically. Some were shocked. Some wanted to escape in horror. Some rushed decisively and attacked Naraku brazenly. I won't mention the previous ones. The last reaction, only one person dared to attack Naraku, that was Kari. Explosion style dash. As one of the elite Jonin masters in the Hidden Rock Village, Kari's burst speed was very fast, and as the distance was shortened, he roared and was about to use his proud explosion style. Thunderbolt. A silver beam of thunder appeared out of nowhere. Just as Xiao raised his fist, dozens of silver thunders had already arrived. His pupil shrank. Xiao immediately switched from attack to defense. But even if he tried his best to resist and dodge, several thunders still pierced through him in the end. Thunder reappeared. Xiao, whose body was pierced with several blood holes, froze, and was immediately pierced through the head by another thunder. Plop! In the impact of inertia, Xiao, who had a blood hole in his forehead, fell backwards to the ground, his eyes trembling slightly and then lost their luster. Without even looking at Xiao's body, more thunders quickly shot out from Naraku's sword fingers. The target was the remaining rock ninja. Even the strongest Shao couldn't withstand the attack of 2 waves of thunder, let alone the remaining rock ninja. Whether it was those who followed Shao to attack, or those who were afraid of Naraku and wanted to escape. In Naraku's thunderous shooting, without any omission, all the rock ninjas quickly became corpses. It was like stepping on a group of ants. Naraku calmly turned around and looked at Yekeng behind him after he dealt with the extra personnel. Plop! It seemed that his body relaxed because of the end of the battle. When Naraku turned around, Yekeng fell to the ground weakly. Yekeng, with his knees bent inward and sitting like a duck, supported his hands on the ground, lowered his head, and his body was trembling slightly. A little bit. Drops of tears slid down from his invisible face and dripped on the grass between his legs. Naraku looked down at Yekeng who was sitting, and said nothing, but just crossed his arms and waited quietly for the other party to vent his emotions. He could completely understand Yekeng's reaction at this time. If he hadn't always asked people to pay attention to the other party's movements. Otherwise, given the situation just now, this girl would definitely be stabbed all over by her own village with Kunao and Shuriken like in the original plot, becoming the top combat force with the most miserable and ridiculous death. The silent crying lasted for a while before gradually subsiding. "I'm sorry for letting you see me in such a bad state." Raising his hand to wipe away the remaining tears, Yekeng seemed to have adjusted his mentality and slowly stood up from the ground. Even when she looked up at Naraku, a smile with strange charm appeared on her face. This woman seemed to have turned evil. Seeing the strange and charming smile on the other person's face, Naraku immediately had an idea in his mind. After taking a deep look at the other person, Naraku shook his head and said, "It's nothing. Given your experience, it's normal for you to have such a reaction." Then, he looked at the pale face under the other person's smile, paused and said, "I'll help you recover your body first." While speaking, Naraku reached out his hand to the other person's forehead. Yekeng did not dodge, and even did not move his eyes away from Naraku's face. This is obviously not because of the suppression of chakra that she can't dodge, but because she doesn't want to dodge. Naraku saw Yekeng's reaction and thought in his heart. It seems that the other party has seen his intention. But it is true. Based on the relationship between the Star Ninja Village and the Sand Village, his purpose of coming to save the other party is almost clear at a glance. Of course, given Yekeng's current situation, he can still think so calmly, and Naraku can't help but admire his excellence. His palm fell on Yekeng's forehead, and Naraku urged his true energy to enter the other party's body, and easily dissolved the toxin that suppressed the other party's chakra. As the toxin dissipated, Yekeng's face became ruddy at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Thank you." Feeling the changes in his body, Yekeng sincerely smiled at Naraku. Bowed. "It's just a small matter. Compared to this, why do you want to sell you out?" Naraku smiled and pointed to the bodies of the sand ninjas beside him. Yekeng frowned. Following Naraku's pointing, he couldn't help but look at the bodies of his former companions. It's just that unlike the previous friendliness, when Yekeng looked at these former companions, his eyes were full of coldness and hatred. "Do you have any solution?" Yekeng asked Naraku. "It's very simple." Naraku grabbed the air, and the invisible true energy turned into a palm, directly taking a sand ninja's body. He grabbed the head of the corpse with his right hand, and pressed his left hand on Yekeng's forehead again. Naraku performed the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan and shared the read memory with Yekeng for reference. Soon, Naraku found what he wanted from the memory in the sand ninja's head. In the picture formed by the memory, it was clearly shown that these sand ninjas would betray Yekeng because of Luo Sha's order. "You know, the reason why I came here is because our spies in the Sand Village heard that your Kazekage was going to use you as a sacrifice for an alliance with the Rock Village. Of course, in my opinion, this is actually an excuse for Luosha to suppress dissidents, and you are that dissident." After reading the memory, looking at Yekeng's changing expression, Naraku said lightly. Chapter 112 Revenge of Burning Release. What he said was really not a deliberate provocation. Many of the diehards of Scorpion who stayed in the Sand Village are doing well. Whether it is Yekeng or Luosha, there are people on both sides. So Naraku was the first to know the details of the alliance between the Sand Village and the Rock Village. "You saved me because you want me to submit to you, right?" Yekeng suddenly stared at Naraku with a burning gaze. She is not a fool. Naraku's sudden arrival and his act of saving her naturally made her guess. The most likely one is to bring her under his command. Naraku nodded calmly, "Yes, you are an excellent talent, so I came to rescue you after discovering the traitor, and wanted to see if I could use you for my own benefit. Okay, I can submit to you, but I have a request. I want you to help me kill that bastard Luo Sha. Ye King gave an answer without hesitation, but at the end, she became gnashing her teeth again. Knowing that the betrayal came from Luo Sha, she hated him very much. She didn't reject the fact that Naraku came to rescue her to regain her. This world is like this, there is no free lunch. Naraku saved her and was doing her a favor. If it were in the past, she might rather die than surrender. But after experiencing the betrayal just now, her mentality has changed. Compared to submitting to Naraku, she was more reluctant to let Luo Sha, the bastard, continue to live in this world. Is that all? Hearing Ye Kang's request, Naraku asked back. Ye Kang was slightly startled. What do you mean? Naraku chuckled and said, are you satisfied with just killing Luo Sha? Don't you want to go one step further and replace Luo Sha as the new Kazekage of Sand Village? Ye Kang. Recovering a person does not necessarily mean keeping him by your side. With Ye Kang's prestige in Sand Village, it would be a great waste if he just let Star Ninja Village add another top fighter. Ye Kang was very surprised by what Naraku said. She did not expect that Naraku would not only recover her, but also use her to control the entire Sand Village. But I have to admit that Ye Kang was moved. If she just killed Luo Sha, she would definitely become a rebel ninja in Sand Village in the future. On the contrary, if she could become Kazekage after killing Luo Sha, this would definitely be a better result. Rebel ninja and Kazekage. These two choices, let alone Ye Kang, even a random child would know which one to choose. Night falls. Bright lights can still be seen in the Kazekage building of the Sand Village. Lord Kazekage, our people have fully monitored Ye Kang's loyal followers. In the office, a Sand Ninja knelt on one knee and respectfully reported to Luo Sha, who was sitting behind the desk. Well done. Hearing the report from the Sand Ninja, Luo Sha, who was satisfied, couldn't help but smile. Next, he just had to wait for his people to bring Ye Kang's body back. As long as Ye Kang was confirmed dead, he could immediately clean up the village. As for whether this would cause dissatisfaction from Cho and Ebizo, the person had already been killed, so even if the other party wanted to investigate, what could they do to him? After all, he was the Kazekage. Buzz. Satisfied in his heart, Luo Sha was ready to make further explanations to his subordinates, but just as he opened his mouth, suddenly, a faint white light curtain rose outside the window beside him. What's going on? The sudden abnormality outside the window immediately caught Luo Sha's attention. He quickly turned his head to look at the light curtain outside the window, with a look of surprise on his face. Swish! The Sand Ninja who reported to Luo Sha rushed to the window and checked the situation outside. Barrier? Lord Feng Ying, someone has set up a barrier outside. Seeing the situation outside the window, the Sand Ninja's face changed, and he hurriedly turned back and shouted to Luo Sha. That's right. At this time, if you look from the sky outside the Feng Ying building looking down, you can clearly see that the entire Feng Ying building is actually covered by a rectangular white barrier. The appearance of the barrier not only attracted Luo Sha and the others, but also attracted other people in the Sand Village. What's going on? Why is there a barrier in the Feng Ying building? No, is there an enemy sneaking into the village? Quick, everyone follow me to the Feng Ying building to investigate the situation. During the war, the arrival of night did not let the people of the Sand Village relax their vigilance. As the barrier that blocked the Feng Ying building suddenly appeared, the entire Sand Village immediately became noisy, and the Sand Ninjas rushed over one by one. The Sand Ninjas continued to gather towards the Feng Ying building. At the same time, the door of the Feng Ying office was also blown away by the force from the outside. Boom! Wood chips flew. Just as Luo Sha and the Sand Ninja were attracted by the barrier outside, suddenly, the door of the office suddenly broke away from the door frame, as if it had turned into a cannonball, and hit the Sand Ninja in the office directly. The Sand Ninja who could report to Luo Sha was obviously not an ordinary character, but a senior ninja of the Sand Village. When the gate flew towards him, the Sand Ninja reacted quickly and turned around to smash the gate with a punch. Just as the gate was broken, a scorching fireball flew out from the door of the office that was missing the gate. Ah! The Sand Ninja did not expect that there were other attacks hidden behind the gate. Before he could react, he was immediately hit in the chest by the scorching fireball. With a shrill scream, the scorching fireball quickly evaporated the water in the Sand Ninja's body, including blood, turning it into a hideous mummy. Tap tap tap. The sand ninja died, and a figure walked into the door of the office. Ye King. The hiding of the scorching fireball was something Luo Xia had never expected. But the attack method of the fireball and the way the sand ninja died made Luo Xia's pupil shrink. Especially when he saw the familiar figure walking into the door, his face changed drastically. Luo Xia, I'm here to seek revenge on you. It was Ye King who walked into the office. While walking towards Luo Xia, Ye King's beautiful eyes were fixed on him, and his eyes were full of cold murderous intent. Magnetic escape, gold dust burial. The walls around the office burst together, and a large amount of gold dust emerged like a tsunami. From the moment he saw Ye King, Luo Xia attacked without hesitation, controlling the rolling gold dust to cover Ye King. It seemed that he had not expected Luo Xia to be so decisive, and Ye King was swallowed up by the gold dust that attacked from all directions. Boom! The gold dust did not end after swallowing Ye King, but was squeezed together fiercely under the control of Luo Xia with a ferocious face, and instantly compressed into a square gold nugget. Although I don't know how you survived, I am the final winner. Until the gold dust was compressed into a gold nugget, Luo Xia breathed a sigh of relief, and the ferocity on his face gradually turned into a smile. Chapter 113 Death of Luo Xia. Puff! The smile froze, and a sudden pain swept through his body. Luo Xia's consciousness became hazy. The next second, the scene in front of him was like shattered glass, all shattered and disappeared. There was no gold in the office, only Ye King who appeared in front of Luo Xia at some point. He looked down at the arm inserted into his heart and Ye King, the owner of the arm. Illusion. Luo Xia murmured, and then his pupils were dilated, and his body collapsed weakly. Feeling the downward force from his arm, Ye King pulled out the blood-stained arm without hesitation. Puff! Looking down at Luo Xia who fell to the ground and had become a corpse, Ye King felt a sense of relief in his heart. Luo Xia, my revenge on you has just begun. I will make you sink into regret even after death. Ye King smiled coldly and swung his arm to spread the blood on the ground. It's time to see your performance next. Footsteps came from the side, and there was another person in the office. This person was none other than Naraku. Walking to Ye King, Naraku glanced at Luo Xia's body, turned his head and looked at Ye King with a smile. Leave it to me. Ye King's eyes also looked at Naraku and nodded. At the same time, she looked at Naraku with respect. This respect was not only because Naraku saved her life, but also because Naraku had just helped her complete her revenge. The illusion that could confuse a master of Luo Xia's level was naturally not performed by Ye King, but came from Naraku. Illusions were not Naraku's forte. But this inability was only for himself, not that he was poor in illusions. In fact, his illusion ability is also among the top in the ninja world. Not to mention that he is now nurturing 11 pairs of 3 Megatama Sharingan in his body. Using 11 pairs of 3 Megatama Sharingan to amplify illusions, just ask the door Lu Huanglong. Naraku used illusions to confuse Luo Xia. The purpose is very simple. In addition to solving Luo Xia as soon as possible, it is also to meet Ye King's needs, so that she can take revenge personally. Then I'll wait and see. Naraku chuckled, then cast shrinking the earth into an inch and left. Seeing Naraku disappear, Ye King, who had experienced shrinking the earth into an inch on the way back, was not surprised, and immediately started his own action. She took out the kunai without hesitation, cut off Luo Xia's head, and then jumped down from the office window with the head. Someone! Yakura-sama! Wait, is the head of Kazekage-sama in Yakura's hand? The casters of the barrier that covered Kazekage Tower were several sand ninjas. To be precise, these sand ninjas were the confidants selected by Yakura from the village after Naraku brought Yakura back to Sand Village with shrinking the earth into an inch. At this moment, when Yakura jumped from above with Raza's head and landed on the ground outside Kazekage Tower. This not only made the sand ninjas who cast the barrier look back in a hurry, but also made more sand ninjas gathered outside the barrier focus their attention immediately. Seeing that the person who appeared from Kazekage Tower was Yakura, the sand ninjas outside the barrier were suddenly surprised. Because in their understanding, Yakura should be on a mission to Iwagakure village on behalf of the village. But soon, the surprise of the sand ninjas was quickly replaced by horror. Because they found Ye King holding Luo Xia's head in his hand. A familiar face, plus Ye King appeared in the office of Feng Ying. Especially with the barrier blockade at the moment. This series of pictures are put together, and as long as you are not too stupid, it is easy to associate it with the current situation. Did Ye King assassinate Feng Ying? This thought quickly flashed through the minds of the sand ninjas, and also made many sand ninjas fall into great horror. This also includes Ebizo. What an important place the Feng Ying building is. Suddenly blocked by a barrier, Ebizo rushed here as soon as he got the news. When he saw Ye King holding Luo Sha's head in his hand, Ebizo, who was at the front of the sand ninjas, his face changed drastically. What is going on? Why did this happen? Open the barrier. Ye King, who landed smoothly, quickly glanced at the people outside the barrier, and finally focused his eyes on Ebizo who was at the front. Ye Kang's expression remained unchanged, and he directly asked his confidants to open the barrier. Yes. Ye Kang's confidants quickly withdrew their hands and removed the barrier. While removing the barrier, Ye Kang's confidants immediately stood behind Ye Kang, as if they wanted to show their support for Ye Kang. At the same time, when these people looked at Ye Kang's back and Luo Sha's head held in Ye Kang's hand, they were all particularly excited. There was no way, their action this time was taking a huge risk. Only by getting rid of Luo Sha, they would have the opportunity to push Lord Ye King to the position of Kazekage. Similarly, only in this way would they have the opportunity to make a contribution to following the dragon. The greatest contribution is to follow the dragon. Ye Kang's confidants were willing to listen to her words and come to help. On the one hand, she had a very high prestige in the hearts of these people, but on the other hand, these people also had their own ambitions. Just like Luo Sha ascended to the position of Kazekage. As he rose to power, his supporters were all promoted and given salary increases because of their merits. Ye King, I hope you can give me an explanation. As the barrier dissipated, Ebizo, who had been tightly locking onto Ye King, immediately shouted. The death of Luo Sha naturally shocked and angered him. But he did not lose his mind. Based on his understanding of Ye King, the other party would never assassinate Luo Sha for no reason. Especially, Ye King, who was supposed to be an envoy to the Hidden Rock village, unexpectedly returned to the village, which made him have many guesses. See for yourself. Why did Ye King cut off Luo Sha's head? Of course, it was not to vent his anger, but to use it as evidence. Facing Ebizo's questioning, Ye King did not say much, and directly threw Luo Sha's head to the other party with a frosty face. Swish! A rock ninja guarding behind Ebizo saw Luo Sha's head being thrown by Ye King, and hurried forward to catch it. Ebizo's eyes shifted from Ye King to Luo Sha's head, his eyes flickered. Are the members of the analysis team here? Ebizo suddenly shouted. Swish, swish, swish. Among the many sand ninjas behind Ebizo, several of them immediately landed beside Ebizo with the instant body technique, knelt on one knee and saluted, saying, Sir, the analysis team is here. Read the memory of the Kazekage. Ebizo slowly closed his eyes and said. The members of the analysis team couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Reading the memory of the Kazekage was really an experience they had never imagined. But now that the Kazekage was dead, they could only obey Ebizo as the elder. Soon, the members of the analysis team took Luo Sha's head and began to read the memory. Chapter 114 Cho and Ebizo. Reading the memory of the dead is not only a method used by the Yamanaka clan. As one of the 5 major ninja villages, the analysis team of the Sand Village is naturally very good at it. As the memory was read, the faces of the members of the analysis class changed quickly. At the end, they looked at the heads in their hands in a daze. Elder. After a brief daze, one of the members of the analysis class quickly adjusted his mentality, and then hurried to Ebizo, whispering in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Ebizo, who had originally closed his eyes, suddenly opened his eyes as the members of the analysis class spoke, and his face quickly became ugly. He looked at Ye King opposite him again. Looking at Ye King's face from Han Chuang's look, Ebizo already knew why the other party was like this. Everyone disperse immediately. From now on, the whole village is under martial law. No one is allowed to enter or leave without my order. At the same time, no one is allowed to discuss what happened tonight. Anyone who violates this will be punished for treason. Take a deep breath. Ebizo turned around and looked at the rock ninjas behind him, and shouted loudly. The sand ninjas were stunned. But looking at Ebizo's stern expression, the sand ninjas could only hold back their confusion and quickly dispersed. Let's go to my office first. When the crowd dispersed, Ebizo turned around and looked at Ye King again. He sighed and walked into the Feng Ying building. You wait here. Ye King ordered his confidants, and then followed the footsteps of Shanghai Ebizo. Soon, the two came to an office. I don't know what Luo Sha did. After sitting down, Ebizo said to Yekeng with a serious face. It's not important. What's important is that I want to replace Luo Sha as the village's Kazekage. Yekeng did not comment on what Ebizo said, and directly expressed his attitude. Ebizo frowned. You killed Luo Sha, I can let it go, but Luo Sha is the Kazekage after all, you killed him in public, this has a huge impact. Yekeng was unmoved, and said coldly, then make public what Luo Sha did, and let everyone in the village judge whether I should kill him and whether I am qualified to become the Kazekage. This is impossible. Ebizo immediately rejected it. As the leader of the village, he betrayed his own people, and it was a top-level combat force like Yekeng who was very prestigious in the village. If this matter spreads, it will definitely cause a heavy blow to the hearts of the people in the Sand Village, and even seriously affect the morale of the front line. Nothing is impossible, or the party will split, otherwise you can only help me ascend to the position of Kazekage. Yekeng crossed his hands on his chest, his posture was very strong. A shadow appeared in Ebizo's eyes, and he stared at Yekeng. You dare to split the village? It's not me who dares, but whether you dare or not. Facing the murderous aura faintly emanating from Ebizo, Yekeng did not flinch, and also emanated murderous aura with cold eyes. The murderous aura that was almost tangible collided in the office, and even caused the ground under his feet to crack slightly. Seeing Yekeng confronting him so strongly, Ebizo was shocked and angry, but gradually calmed down. The current situation is very clear. The other party is determined to become the Kazekage. If a conflict breaks out with the other party now, not to mention whether it can be taken down, even if it can be taken down, the village will inevitably lose a top combat force. Thinking that Luo Sha is now dead, if he loses a combat force like Yekeng, the situation of the village. I can't decide on your becoming the Kazekage alone. I need to get in touch with my sister. The murderous aura quickly dissipated, and Ebizo said in a deep voice. Okay, but my patience is limited. I hope you can give me a result as soon as possible. Yekeng felt the murderous aura of the other party dissipating, and also took back her own murderous aura. She stood up, glanced at the other party coldly, and left after saying a word. Luo Sha, this idiot. When Yekeng left, he was the only one left in the office, and Ebizo could no longer hold back and roared. He really didn't expect Luo Sha to be so blinded by greed that he would betray Yekeng. This is Yekeng, the top combat force in their village. To betray such a combat force is like crippling one's own hands and feet. Ebizo's chest rose and fell violently. At the same time, he felt a wave of regret in his heart. He and his sister were really old and dim-sighted. They actually chose to support Luo Sha to become the Kazekage. If not, how could the situation develop into what it is now? I hope my sister can have some good ideas. Ebizo rubbed his temples with a headache. Yekeng's strength and prestige in the village made him dare not act rashly. Now he could only hope that his sister would have a good solution. Ebizo acted quickly and secretly sent people to the front battlefield that night. Similarly, only the next day, Cho returned to Sand Village from the front line. This is what happened. Luo Sha, the idiot, sold Yekeng to Uegakure in order to consolidate his power. In the end, he failed and was killed by Yekeng. Now Yekeng wants to ascend to the position of Kazekage. After returning to the village, Cho met with her brother Ebizo as soon as possible, and immediately asked Ebizo to explain the specific situation to her in detail. Luo Sha, this idiot. Like Ebizo, after confirming the details, Cho couldn't help cursing. Sister, what should we do now? Should we agree to Yekeng's request or find a way to get rid of her? Ebizo asked worriedly. After venting her anger, Cho fell into deep thought. She could understand Yekeng killing Luo Sha, and she would do the same if she were him. It was just that Yekeng wanted to become the Kazekage, which was undoubtedly a very troublesome thing. After all, Yekeng killed Luo Sha in public. Wait, did the villagers see Yekeng killing Luo Sha? Cho suddenly thought of something and asked Ebizo. Ebizo was stunned for a moment, and after thinking carefully, he shook his head and said, that's not the case. At that time, we just saw Yekeng carrying Luo Sha's head out of the Kazekage building. At this point, Ebizo paused, but realized the reason why his sister asked this question. That's good. The village can't lose another top combat force now. You will announce it to the outside world later, saying that Luo Sha was assassinated by others, and Yekeng came back to rescue after getting the news, but Luo Sha had been killed when she came back, and she only had time to kill the murderer. Cho let out a long breath and began to explain immediately. Are you going to agree to Yekeng becoming the Kazekage? Ebizo asked in surprise. Cho nodded slightly, and said with a headache, this is the only way now. The details of Yekeng killing Luo Sha must not be spread, so we can only appease Yekeng and make Yekeng a hero, so as to save the negative impact of Luo Sha's death as much as possible. At this point, Cho paused slightly, and then said, the premise is to first determine Yekeng's purity. Chapter 115 Yekeng's Gift. Are you afraid that Yekeng didn't just find a helper, but was controlled by someone? Ebizo asked with a frown. It may not be impossible. Anyway, when it comes to the position of Kazekage, we can't be too careful. Cho said in a deep voice. In order to ensure the integrity of the evidence, Naraku and Yekura did not process the memory in Luosha's mind. This made Ebizo know that Luosha betrayed Yekura, and also knew how Yekura killed Luosha. Even if Naraku did not really show up before Luosha's death, the illusion that was enough to confuse Luosha undoubtedly made Ebizo realize that Yekura was able to kill Luosha quickly because there were other people helping him secretly. Of course, for such a thing, it is actually nothing. Yekura is not a rookie who has just started out. It is normal for him to meet some masters after years of adventure. Especially if he wants to seek revenge on Luosha after being betrayed, he will definitely do everything he can. What Cho and Ebizo are really worried about is that Yekura did not simply find helpers for revenge, but sold himself to others. Well, then I will talk to Yekura next. If she is willing to accept our inspection and there is no sign of being controlled by others, it means that the matter is still within the controllable range. Ebizo said in a deep voice. Cho naturally attaches great importance to the position of Kazekage. So she not only agreed with her brother's approach, but also went to Yekeng with Ebizo. When Cho and Ebizo asked to check whether she was controlled by someone, Yekeng was not surprised at all. In fact, she was prepared for this. After all, there were indeed problems in the process of her killing Luo Sha. Unless Cho and Ebizo are old and dim again, it is normal to check her. Yekeng accepted Cho and Ebizo's request calmly, and in the manual inspection arranged by Cho and Ebizo, Yekeng naturally had no problem. She surrendered to Naraku, but Naraku did not exert any control on her. Or Naraku's control method is not physical, but mental. When it was confirmed that Yekeng was not controlled by someone, Cho and Ebizo immediately felt relieved, and immediately told Yekeng that they would fully support her to take the position. That day, under Ebizo's arrangement, an announcement immediately spread throughout the Sand Village. The content was exactly what Cho had woven. Using the condition that she did not see Yekeng kill Luo Sha with her own eyes, she pushed Luo Sha's death to the assassination of others, and also defined Yekeng as a hero who helped Luo Sha to take revenge. So that's how it is. I was wondering how Lord Yekeng could kill Lord Kazekage. I said it was impossible. Lord Yekeng is a very gentle person. How could he do such a thing as killing Kazekage? Damn it, he actually dared to kill Lord Kazekage. Fortunately, Lord Yekeng killed this hateful murderer, otherwise it would be a great shame. With Cho and Ebizo, two elders of the Sand Village, standing up as a guarantee, most people in the Sand Village will naturally believe it. As for the minority, those with high status will be interviewed by Cho and Ebizo in person. Those with low status do not need to be paid attention to at all. Especially those who are loyal to Raza. When Cho and Ebizo approached Yekeng to express their support for her to become the Kazekage, Yekeng immediately launched the cleanup operation that Raza originally wanted to implement on her with the consent of Cho and Ebizo. Within a few days, all of Raza's loyal followers were cleaned up by Yekeng without exception. Cho and Ebizo saw Yekeng's cleanup, but both chose to close their eyes. Because this cleanup must be done. Not only to further cover up the real reason for Raza's death, but also to facilitate Yekeng's ascension to the position of Kazekage. Why did you come back so early today? In the building with the style of Sand Village, Naraku, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV and drinking wine, looked at Yekeng who entered the house with some surprise. In order to ensure that there would be no accidents, Naraku did not rush to leave before Yekeng really became the Kazekage, but hid in Yekeng's house. In the past few days, he has seen Yekeng go out early and come back late. Like now, it is the first time that he comes back in the afternoon. All the people of Luosha have been cleared out. Next, we just have to wait for Cho and Ebizo to announce that I will take over the position of Kazekage. The busyness of several days did not bring any fatigue to Yekeng, but instead seemed particularly energetic. Sitting on the sofa opposite, King took the wine from the coffee table and gave it to himself. He poured himself a cup and drank it all in one gulp. It seemed that he drank too much, and a hint of red immediately appeared on Kang's fair face. It's strange to say that in the environment of the wind country, most people's skin is dull and rough, but King is different. Her skin is particularly fair and tender. Especially her, whether it is her face or her figure, she is still first class. This makes King a recognized beauty in the entire sand village, and is also praised as the desert flower by many sand village. Even many of her supporters come from this. Then congratulations in advance on becoming the wind shadow. Naraku looked at the other party with interest and raised his glass to indicate. This is also thanks to your help, sir. King was very keen to notice Naraku's eyes on her face and body. Her beautiful eyes flashed slightly and a smile appeared on her face. Naraku smiled at what King said. He would naturally not deny his own contribution. But at the same time, he also knew that the other party was able to take the position of Kazekage so smoothly, or it was because of the other party's own excellence. Just as King was able to overwhelm the master with his achievements and forced Luo Sha to destroy her hands and feet to get rid of her, this was certainly due to Luo Sha's own incompetence, but it also showed Kang's prestige in the sand village. When King accepted Naraku's proposal, he asked Naraku if he had a plan. Naraku's answer was very simple, that is, to cut the Gordian knot. As long as Luo Sha was eliminated as quickly as possible, whether it was Luo Sha's memory as evidence or Kang's own prestige, she would have a good chance to become Kazekage. The current results have proved that the effect of simple plans is not worse than those complicated plans. By the way, I have a gift for you. Putting down the wine glass, King seemed to have thought of something, with a playful look on his face, and then walked to the empty space next to him. Making a seal, King used the spiritual technique to press on the ground. Bang! Amid the smoke, Naraku looked at the figure that King had summoned unexpectedly. The figure was a woman with short sandy brown shoulder-length hair. Well, she was pretty and had a good figure. The most important thing was that in addition to the simple clothes on her body, this woman was also tied up in a very artistic way with a red string. Even her mouth was blocked with something, so that when she was summoned, she could not move and could only make a humming sound. Chapter 116 Gentle Country. Her name is Luo Luo, she is Luo Sha's girlfriend, but don't worry, this woman is very conservative and has not been touched by Luo Sha. Looking at the woman who was summoned by him, King looked up at Naraku and explained with a smile on his face. So, the gift you mentioned is this woman. Naraku looked away from Kakuro and looked at King with interest. Sure enough, once a person turns evil, he can really do anything. King was originally a very gentle and considerate person in the sand village. Now that he has turned evil, his methods of doing things have really become darker. However, Naraku said that the girl after the evil seems to be quite interesting. Sir, don't underestimate this woman. In addition to being Luo Sha's girlfriend, she is also quite outstanding. She is not only a senior ninja in the village, but also masters magnetic escape. As if he was afraid that Naraku would not be satisfied with his gift, King quickly added. Magnetic escape? Naraku was a little surprised. Yes, Gaara, like Luosha, is a disciple of the third Kazekage, and both have learned the magnetic escape taught by the third Kazekage, but Gaara's magnetic escape is to control ordinary sand. King explained. Interesting. Naraku raised his eyebrows and looked at the ragged Gaara again. No wonder in the original plot, it is described that the sand protecting Gaara did not come from the one-tailed Shikaku, but from his mother. If Gaara himself has mastered magnetic escape, then this is in line with this statement. After all, in the original plot, before Gaara died, he didn't know what method he used to leave his chakra on Gaara. A woman who masters magnetic escape is naturally much more valuable than a woman who is simply beautiful. Yes, I am very satisfied with your gift. Naraku praised King. He is not a pure-hearted ascetic. On the contrary, he never suppresses his desires. Gaara's beauty and potential both interest him. As long as you like it. Kang's smile became even brighter, and he took the initiative to go to his bedroom, which undoubtedly meant a very clear meaning. Naraku was not polite, and he went up to mention that Gaara was going to his room. In the future. When Naraku strolled back to the living room, King was already waiting on the sofa. Your Excellency is not satisfied yet. King looked at Naraku who came to the living room in surprise. This is not right. Just now, She heard Garara shouting at the top of his lungs for more than an hour. According to the experience she had heard, this was rare among men. But now, looking at Naraku's obvious unsatisfied look, Yakang's heart trembled unconsciously, and subconsciously put his round legs together. "It's okay." Naraku, who sat on the sofa, replied casually. "Don't say that Jiaoluo is just a novice. Road, even Nono, who had communicated with him many times in simple terms, couldn't bear it and had to ask Xia Rixing to help. He had long been accustomed to the situation where he couldn't enjoy himself. After all, with his current physical condition, even if he didn't count his recovery ability, it would be extremely difficult for him to enjoy himself." Seeing Naraku's reaction, Yakang fell into deep thought for a while. After a while, she seemed to have made a decision, took a deep breath, stood up and walked towards Naraku. "Hey!" Naraku looked up at Yakang, who was walking in front of him. Just when he was about to speak in confusion, suddenly, the other party's action made him decisively take back his nonsense. Walking in front of Naraku, Yakang actually knelt on both sides of Naraku's legs, and then sat in Naraku's arms face to face. "If you don't enjoy yourself, I can also accompany you to have fun." Yakang's eyes met Naraku's gaze, unconsciously moved to the side, and whispered with a blushing face. Naraku looked at the other party with burning eyes. "I can't refuse this trick," Naraku said, and took action without hesitation. He first measured Yakang's physical condition in detail. First the waist, then the canteen. As Naraku measured, Yakang's body became weaker and weaker, and she could only rely on Naraku for support. In the end, Yakang was picked up by Naraku and went directly into her bedroom. Many days later. This harvest is really beyond expectations. Looking at the unfamiliar ceiling, and then turning to look at Yakang, who was sleeping with disheveled hair and a face like a begonia. Naraku muttered to himself, and then turned around and hugged the delicate body beside him. Yakang's promotion was not unexpected. Just a few days after Yakang cleaned up, the loyal followers of Luo Sha, Cho and Ebizo announced that the new Kazekage would be taken over by Yakang. As if to further suppress the impact of Luo Sha's death, Cho and Ebizo specially arranged a grand celebration for the ceremony of Yakang's succession to the position of Kazekage. Similarly, as Yakang successfully ascended to the position of Kazekage, Naraku also struggled to break free from the gentle country of the past few days, bid farewell to Yakang, who was reluctant to leave, and returned to the Star Ninja village. Well, when returning, it was not only Naraku, but also Kakuro. Before being given to Naraku as a gift by Yakang, this woman had obviously been trained by Yakang. No matter the first time or countless times afterwards, Kakuro behaved very obediently. In addition to the value of magnetic escape, Naraku simply brought the other party back to the Star Ninja village and prepared to train her by his side. The Hidden Rock village has not made any moves for the time being. In addition to the continuous battle with Konoha, other directions are shrinking their forces. In the Star Shadow building, when Naraku returned, Nono reported the situation of the past few days. "What about Konoha? Have they sent anyone to cause trouble again?" Naraku asked. Although there was a war to distract them, it was obviously impossible for Konoha to forget that he had killed Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even if it was just for the sake of maintaining face, sending people to the Star Ninja village to cause trouble was a very normal operation. "We haven't found this yet." Nono shook his head. Naraku pondered. Konoha was quieter than he expected. Is this because Danzo was afraid of his assassination, so he suppressed the people below, or are those diehard fans of Sarutobi Hiruzen waiting for an opportunity? Forget it if there is no one. Thinking that the Bear Country is now full of his spies, even if Konoha sends someone, they will be informed in time, so Naraku ignored it. Then he thought of another thing and asked Nono, "By the way, how is the ninja school?" When Nono was mentioned, he immediately cheered up and said with a smile, "There is still 1 week until the first graduation day. According to my last inspection, at least 500 third-year students can successfully pass the graduation examination." Chapter 117, The First Graduation Day. That's right. The ninja school of the Star Ninja village is about to usher in the first graduation day. And according to Nono, the number of students who met the graduation standards on the first graduation day was more than 500. Such a number of graduates is undoubtedly quite amazing. But there is a reason for this. In order to cultivate a new generation of power, Naraku has invested a lot of resources in the ninja school. For example, the tiger wolf pill recipe he gave to Nono. Although Nono lacked the ability to refine pills, he only made a pill with a much weaker effect based on the Tiger Wolf pill, which he named Tiger Wolf pill. However, after the Tiger Wolf pill was produced, Naraku immediately invested a large amount of money to mass produce it. Among them, the first to benefit from this resource are the students in the ninja school. With the number of students in the ninja school, it can be said that the financial expenditure brought by the Tiger Wolf pill alone is an astonishing amount. Of course, the effect is also excellent. Even if the Tiger Wolf pill is not as good as the Tiger Wolf pill, and the efficacy is much weaker, it still has better efficacy than 99% of the secret medicines in the ninja world, enough to make people grow better mentally and physically. The reason why so many students graduated from the ninja school this time is because of this. You must know that although Naraku set the grade system of the ninja school to 3 years, whether it is the graduation assessment, or the usual monthly assessment and grade assessment, the requirements are but it has not decreased, and it has even increased. Under such circumstances, at least 500 students can graduate in just 3 years, which is enough to prove how strong the training is in the ninja school. Hearing that at least 500 people can graduate, Naraku also became interested. So many? It seems that the village's military strength will usher in a leap forward. Naraku was very satisfied with the training results of the ninja school. Well, with at least 500 ninjas added at once, the village's military pressure will indeed be well relieved, and there are many outstanding people among these new generations. It is estimated that with a little training, they can be promoted to chunin very quickly. Nono said with emotion. People are different. There are mediocre people, and naturally there will be no shortage of talented people. Although there are no super geniuses like Kakashi and Uchiha Shisui in the ninja school of the Star Ninja Village, there is no shortage of ordinary geniuses. As Nono said, among the students who are about to graduate, some of them have outstanding qualifications, and their strength has even caught up with chunin. Such a genius only needs to be supplemented with experience, and it is basically not difficult to be promoted to chunin. After Naraku and Nono talked about the ninja school, the topic soon turned to the rectification of the village. With the development and growth of the Star Ninja Village, the previous applicable system is gradually becoming inappropriate. Especially the expansion of the military, which needs to be handled well. After detailed discussions, Naraku and Nono made a preliminary plan for the new system of the village. With Naraku as the leader, there will be 5 main departments. They are Administration Department, Military Department, Police Department, Scientific Research Department, and Logistics Department. The Administration Department and Logistics Department can only be handed over to you for the time being. Naraku said to Nono. No problem. Nono nodded, and then asked, what about the other departments? Naraku said, I plan to let Xia Rixing take charge of the military department, you will be in charge of the police department, and Xia will be in charge of the scientific research department. Nono thought for a while and said, I have no objection to the selection of these 3 ministers, but I want to set up 2 more groups, one is the secretary group and the other is the guard group, which are responsible for the work around you. So consider it. Naraku laughed. Not to mention the guard group, the secretary group is obviously to reduce his work. Nono said helplessly, please, I also have limited energy. Now I have to serve 2 departments concurrently, and I can't serve you as focused as before. Yet, Naraku thought that Nono had been acting as his secretary before, and suddenly felt embarrassed. The framework of the new system has been built, and the next step is to gradually improve it. In addition to the 5 major departments and the secretary group and guard group that serve Naraku, Naraku and Nono supplemented it bit by bit. For example, medical treatment, intelligence, interrogation, and so on. From today on, I will be your ninja. The sun was shining brightly. On the podium of the ninja school, wearing the luxurious robe specially customized by Nono, Naraku raised his voice in high spirits and announced in the admiring eyes of many boys and girls in the square. Oh! I became a ninja. Long live Lord Naraku! The boys and girls who successfully passed the graduation test cheered with youthful energy. Such a scene made the teachers of the ninja school who were responsible for order also smile. 1 week passed quickly. Right now, it was the first graduation ceremony of the Star Ninja Village Ninja School. After investing a lot of resources in training, the results were better than Nono's original estimate. There were 623 graduates in the first batch of the Star Ninja Village Ninja School. This also means that the military strength of the Star Ninja Village has increased by 623 genin at once. And this is just the beginning. With the graduation of the first batch, the ninja school not only recruited a new batch of students, but most of the original second-year students were successfully promoted to new third-year students. This undoubtedly proves that as long as we wait for another year, the Star Ninja Village will usher in a wave of new generations again. After a lively celebration, Naraku returned to the Star Shadow building with Garuru. Garuru, have you sorted out the matters concerning the alliance with the Sand Village? Sitting in the office chair, Naraku turned his head to look at Jiaoyuo who was waiting beside him. At this time, Jiaoyuo was wearing a standard secretary outfit, with a slim white shirt on the upper body and a black hip skirt on the lower body. She even wore a pair of frameless glasses on her face. It can be said that this outfit not only highlights Jiaoyuo's figure very well, but also makes the already beautiful Jiaoyuo look more charming. Well, this secretary outfit is Naraku's personal request. After forming the secretary team, Naraku arranged Jiaoyuo as the first person. Arranging Jiaoyuo as his secretary is not only to make it convenient for him to have more time to train the other party in the future, but also to facilitate himself. Pushing his glasses with his fingers, Jiaoyuo reported seriously, "Don't worry, sir, I have sorted out the matters of the covenant." As he spoke, Jiaoyuo leaned over to help Naraku find the relevant documents from the numerous documents on his desk. Naraku leaned back in his chair, his sight attracted by the big peach swaying in front of him. Without being polite, he started to weigh it directly. Feeling the palm behind him, Jiaoyuo paused, but immediately returned to normal and continued to look for the documents. Even after finding the documents, Jiaoyuo was very sensible. Squatted down, took out something from his bag, and began to help Naraku adjust his body. Naraku smiled slightly. While enjoying the treatment of Jiaoyuo, he flipped through the documents in his hand. The content of the document was about the alliance between the Star Ninja Village and the Sand Village. Yekeng successfully became the Wind Shadow, and Naraku naturally would not waste this power. When he left the Sand Village, he had already communicated with Yekeng. Therefore, during this period of time, Yekeng had sent an envoy to prepare for the Sand Village and the Star Ninja Village to form an alliance. As for why Naraku wanted the Star Ninja Village and the Sand Village to form an alliance, the simplest purpose is to be able to openly help Yekeng when he encounters problems. Of course, forming an alliance with the Sand Village is also beneficial to the future development of the Star Ninja Village. For example, it is easier to obtain various mineral resources needed for development through the Wind Country. Bang! Just as Naraku was flipping through the documents, he suddenly felt something in his heart and sensed that a death scorpion was contacting him with spiritualism. Without hesitation, Naraku summoned the death scorpion that had contacted him. Along with white smoke, a palm-sized death scorpion appeared on the desk. The death scorpion saw Naraku and spit out a scroll that was larger than itself. Naraku saw this scene and took the scroll and opened it. Chapter 118 Internal Struggle in Konoha. Seeing the contents recorded on the scroll, Naraku frowned slightly. The scroll came from Yekeng. In order to facilitate mutual contact, he deliberately asked Yekeng to sign a summoning contract with the Death Scorpion clan. Now, Yekeng used the Death Scorpion to send him a message. The daimyo of the Wind Country? Haha, although it is the daimyo of the 5 great countries, now even the Wind Shadow of the Sand Village is my man. If you dare to show up and make trouble, don't blame me for turning you into a tool. Naraku's eyes showed a dangerous look. The message from Yekeng was about the daimyo of the Wind Country. To be precise, it was the daimyo of Wind Country who proposed to cut the military expenditure of Sand Village, and also implicitly told Yekeng that as long as Yekeng submitted to him, the issue of military expenditure could be discussed. A ninja village is the military core of a country. But the relationship between the two is not that of superiors and subordinates, but rather a cooperative relationship. Therefore, the daimyo generally only has the right to make suggestions to the ninja village, but not the direct command. If the two sides cooperate well, there is naturally nothing to worry about, but if there is a problem in the cooperation between the two sides, it will undoubtedly produce a deteriorating reaction. The Sand Village and the daimyo of Wind Country are obviously the latter. In the original plot, after the Third Ninja World War, the military expenditure of Sand Village was severely cut by the daimyo of Wind Country, so that it was almost out of the ranks of the 5 major ninja villages. Now there are also signs of this. It may be that the sudden death of Raza, the Wind Shadow, gave the daimyo of Wind Country an opportunity to seize power, so he wanted to put pressure on the newly appointed Yekeng to surrender by cutting military expenditure. Neither Yekeng nor Naraku could accept this approach. Especially Naraku. In order to completely control the entire Bear Country, he directly asked Yu and Lang to use illusion to control the daimyo of Bear Country. There is no taboo for daimyo in his eyes. When he learned that the daimyo of Wind Country wanted to do something, he immediately decided to go to the capital of Wind Country and use illusion to turn the other party into his tool. Luo Sha died suddenly, and Ye King took over. The changes in Sand Village could not be hidden from the eyes of various forces. Especially the other 4 parties, which are also the 5 major ninja villages, learned the news at the first time. Even based on the information they obtained, various forces suspected that Luo Sha's death was not caused by outsiders at all, but most likely by the newly promoted Ye King. There is no way, people from other forces are not as convinced of Zhou and Ebizo as the people of Sand Village, and they will naturally analyze more rationally. The Sand Village has been hit by many disasters. The 3rd Kazekage is missing, and now the 4th Kazekage who just took office has died suddenly. I don't know how long this new 5th Kazekage can last. The 5 great ninja villages are not static. Now the Sand Village is in turmoil. It may be the first to fall from the ranks of the 5 great ninja villages. Is it true? The Sand Village has also formed an alliance with the Star Village? Doesn't this mean that the Star Village has already formed an alliance with 2 large ninja villages? All parties are talking about the turmoil in the Sand Village, and there is also talk about the alliance between the Sand Village and the Star Village. You should know that the Star Village had already formed an alliance with the Cloud Village, and even after the alliance, they cooperated tacitly to fight against the Land of Earth. Now when they learned that the Star Village had formed an alliance with the Sand Village after the Cloud Village, many people were amazed for a while. There is no other reason. With the series of developments in the Star Ninja Village, anyone who is a little smart can undoubtedly see that the rise of the Star Ninja Village is unstoppable. Especially when many people think of the man who is in charge of the Star Ninja Village, they can't help but feel awe. Like in the Gold Exchange. Since Naraku assassinated Sarutobi Hiruzen, many bounty hunters in the Gold Exchange even regard Naraku as the king of assassins in the ninja world. Iwagakure Village. Rosa is a waste. In the office of the Tsuchikage building, even the guards guarding the door can clearly hear Onoki's curse. It hurts. Or too angry, Onoki, who was sitting on the chair, suddenly changed his face and covered his lower back in pain. After a while, Onoki finally recovered from the pain in his lower back with a breathless breath. Then he showed anger again. There was no way, this matter was too irritating. After Carrie and others who were sent by Iwagakure village to meet were killed by Naraku, Onoki, who had not waited for news for a long time, naturally sent people to investigate. Unfortunately, in order not to expose himself, Naraku deliberately dealt with the bodies on both sides before leaving. This made Onoki have no discovery at all, and he could only list Carrie and others as missing. But even so, the disappearance of Carrie and others, and the failure to find Ye Kang's body, still gave Onoki a bad premonition. But even so, Onoki did not expect the subsequent development to turn into what it is now. Rosa, who wanted to plot against Ye Kang, was killed instead, and on the contrary, Ye Kang, who was plotted, replaced Rosa as the Kazekage of Sand Village. Especially after Ye Kang became the Wind Shadow, he actually formed an alliance with the Star Ninja Village. You know, Onoki's original plan was to unite with the Sand Village to suppress the development of the Star Ninja Village. Now that the Sand Village and the Star Ninja Village are cooperating, not to mention that the plan of joint suppression has failed, the Star Ninja Village may use the alliance with the Sand Village to achieve faster development. How can Onoki not be angry with such a result? No, I can't just give up. I must think of other ways to suppress the Star Ninja Village. Although the failure of the plan made Onoki angry, he did not let it make him decadent. His face changed constantly, Onoki thought quickly, and finally thought of Naraku's origin. Konoha. Onoki slowly uttered 2 words. Bang! The door was kicked open, and then a figure who looked down on the women walked into the office forcefully. Denso, the Star Ninja Village has now formed an alliance with the Sand Village after the Cloud Village. How long do you have to wait to avenge the old man? The person who broke into the office was Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha. She scolded Danzo, who was sitting behind the desk without any hesitation. He was wearing a divine robe representing the Hokage, and there was a brand new Hokage hat on the side of the table. Danzo, who had ascended to the position of Hokage as he wished, looked up at Tsunade, who had intruded, and said with an unchanged expression, I have already said that the most important thing now is the war. We can deal with Hiruzen's matter after the war is over. As he spoke, Danzo paused slightly, stared at Tsunade, and said in a heavier tone, also, I am now the Hokage, and I can completely charge you with the crime of disrespecting the Hokage for your current behavior. Stop talking nonsense, don't think that you can suppress me just because you became the Hokage by dirty means. You are the Hokage if I give you face, and you are nothing if I don't give you face. Tsunade was not frightened by Danzo's words at all, but instead pushed back extremely strongly. However, Tsunade does have the qualifications to be strong. Not to mention her own value to Konoha, the power she now holds is enough to make her fearless of Danzo. After Sarutobi Hiruzen's death, after a series of open and secret struggles, although Danzo successfully ascended to the position of Hokage, in fact, the power of Hokage he took over was only a small part. Most of the power actually fell into Tsunade's hands. The reason for this situation is that Tsunade got the support of Jiraiya. Tsunade and Jiraiya are both direct disciples of Sarutobi Hiruzen. In addition to their own prestige, it is not difficult for them to inherit Sarutobi Hiruzen's legacy. Especially with the support of Danzo. Compared with Danzo, Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first-generation Hokage, the direct disciple of the third-generation Hokage, and the medical master of the ninja world, is definitely more supported by civilians and ninjas. That is, Tsunade gave up the fight for Hokage because of her hemophobia, and she did not expect that Orochimaru, who was favored by her and Jiraiya, would give up in the end, otherwise he would not be able to take the position of Hokage by Danzo. Tsunade's strong confrontation made Danzo's eyes appear hazy. Chapter 119, Sweet Confidence. It's like this again. It's not the first time that the other party contradicts him like this. If he was just the leader of the root organization, it would be fine, but he is now the Hokage. Before he became the Hokage, he was contradicted by others. After he became the Hokage, he was still contradicted by others. What's the point of him becoming the Hokage? If possible, Danzo really wants to turn against this stinky woman in front of him and teach her a lesson. Even if the other party is the granddaughter of the first-generation Hokage, he will let her know what it means that the Hokage cannot be insulted. But unfortunately, he can't. Take a look at this document first. Danzo suppressed his anger and threw the document he was looking at to the other party. Tsunade raised her hand to catch the document and said sarcastically, "Why, don't you want to monopolize the power? Why did you let me get involved in the affairs of the village this time?" Although she joined forces with Jiraiya to intercept most of the rights of the Hokage, Danzo was the Hokage after all. It was difficult for her to interfere in the management of the village. Similarly, after becoming Hokage, Danzo also held on to the power he had acquired tightly, not giving Tsunade any chance to reach out. "Stop talking nonsense, you'll understand when you read it," Danzo said dissatisfiedly. Tsunade snorted, then lowered her head to look at the documents in her hand. Although she didn't know why Danzo gave her the opportunity to get involved in village affairs this time, since the other party gave her the opportunity, she naturally wouldn't missed. When Tsunade saw the contents recorded in the document, her eyes quickly flashed. The document came from the Hidden Rock Village, written by Onoki himself, and actually proposed to cease fire with Konoha, and even to form an alliance with Konoha. Especially one of the purposes of the alliance was to clearly express the desire to unite with Konoha to suppress the development of the Star Ninja Village. "Are you interested?" After reading the document, Tsunade looked up at Danzo opposite her. "There is this intention." Danzo nodded slightly. Tsunade was thoughtful. She had always been paying attention to Nariku's movements, so she naturally knew about the previous actions of the Star Ninja Village and the Hidden Cloud Village to plunder the land of Earth. Now that Onoki proposed an alliance and wanted to join forces to suppress the development of the Star Ninja Village, she was surprised but not too surprised. "Then agree to the alliance," Tsunade said quickly and firmly. Although she did not directly attack Nariku, she was very happy to be able to suppress the opponent's power. In addition, a ceasefire with the Uegakure village is also beneficial to the village, which can reduce the pressure on the front battlefield. After all, in addition to fighting with the Uegakure village, Konoha has never really stopped fighting with the Sand Village and the Cloud Village. 1 against 3, even though Konoha has a deep foundation and still withstands the pressure after losing Sarutobi Hiruzen, this pressure is undoubtedly very great. Well, it's not that I don't want to avenge Hiruzen, but the pressure of war and the danger of Nariku will always make me disagree with your actions, but like now, I also support the cooperation with the Uegakure village to suppress the Star Ninja Village," Danzo said earnestly. However, these words did not arouse Tsunade's approval, but were met with a sneer. Tsunade looked at Danzo, and her inner attitude was just like the sneer. However, she didn't know the real reason why the other party had been preventing her from taking revenge. The pressure of war and the danger of Naraku are only secondary. The real reason is that they are afraid that her prestige will increase after she successfully avenges the old man, thus threatening the other party's position of Hokage. Tsunade's sneer was selectively ignored by Danzo. He continued to say with a normal expression, "In addition, I have decided to increase troops in the river country and launch a full-scale attack on the sand village." Hearing this, Tsunade frowned. "What do you mean?" Since the other party also accepts the alliance with the rock village, then instead of taking advantage of the reduced pressure of war to rest the troops, instead of increasing troops in other battlefields, wouldn't this increase the pressure of war again? Danzo said clearly, "You said before that the Star Ninja Village has now formed an alliance with the Sand Village after the Cloud Village. Our ultimate goal is Naraku, so we naturally cannot let the other party continue to develop. Now that the Sand Village is in internal turmoil, we can take this opportunity to put pressure on the other party and force the Sand Village to terminate the alliance with the Star Ninja Village." Tsunade fell into deep thought. It is indeed feasible to use war to force the Sand Village to terminate its alliance with the Star Village. After all, the alliance is just a piece of paper. As long as the Sand Village can't withstand the pressure of war, it will naturally not care about the Star Village. But is Danzo really so kind? Does the other party really want to increase troops to attack the Sand Village just to suppress the development of the Star Village? Tsunade doesn't believe it. She knows Danzo too well. This person certainly has Konoha in his eyes, but the premise is that this Konoha must belong to the other party. In other words, what the other party really wants is the power of Hokage. If you increase troops in the river country with the Hokage's order and succeed in winning the war with the Sand Village, then the prestige of Danzo who issued this order will inevitably be improved. Thinking quickly, Tsunade gradually understood Danzo's real purpose. "So that's it, you are the Hokage, then do as you say." Tsunade took a deep look at the other party, and then said calmly. She already understood the other party's intention, which was to use the victory of the war to improve his prestige and then seize more power. But preventing the alliance between Sand Village and Star Village would also help him to avenge the old man in the future, so giving the other party a little sweetness would not be a bad idea. Moreover, that man is not a good person. Danzo wants to use the war to improve his prestige, but once Sand Village really can't stand it and terminates the alliance with Star Village, how can that man remain indifferent? Tsunade thought silently in her heart. Sometimes the enemy is the one who knows you best. Although Tsunade was very dissatisfied with some of her teacher's behaviors in the past, she even thought about leaving Konoha. But with the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the past mistakes were naturally replaced by the kindness of the master and apprentice. Therefore, in order to avenge Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade has studied Naraku's information. This also gave her a deep understanding of Naraku. It was not mentioned that putting pressure on Sand Village might lead to Naraku's counterattack. Tsunade pretended not to know Danzo's true intention and responded to him, then left the office naturally. Did Danzo not know that putting pressure on Sand Village might lead to Naraku's counterattack? The answer is obviously not. He just chose to ignore it subconsciously, or he was confident enough. Even though Naraku had many amazing achievements, and even showed a terrifying assassination ability that was enough to assassinate Sarutobi Hiruzen silently in Konoha. But Danzo was still not afraid. He always had a kind of honey juice as confident. Just as he has always believed that Konoha is the strongest, as long as he is at the helm, he can dominate the world and look down on the entire ninja world. The same is true of his attitude towards Naraku. Of course, his confidence is also supported by a certain amount of support. For example, he believes that Sarutobi Hiruzen will be assassinated by Naraku because he is too lax. For this reason, he now has a large number of people guarding him at all times. Even through the legacy of the Uzumaki clan, he has found a barrier that can isolate time and space ninjutsu, which is specially set up in the Hokage building and the root organization base. This makes him not afraid that Naraku will use time and space ninjutsu to sneak into Konoha to assassinate him, whether he is working during the day or resting at night. Chapter 120 Decapitation Operation. Danzo is happy that he can use the war to improve his prestige next. On the other hand, Tsunade, who left the Hokage building and returned to her residence, also continued to treat herself. In the room, Tsunade stared at the blood in the glass container. Not only her face turned pale quickly, but also she couldn't stop trembling while holding her shoulders. "There's nothing to be afraid of, it's just some blood. I'm a doctor." I've been in contact with blood before. I have to overcome it. Forcing herself not to look away, Tsunade stared at the blood and kept muttering to herself, using it as encouragement to prevent herself from avoiding the blood because of fear. The reason why Tsunade gave up the fight for the position of Hokage was that she didn't have much thought of becoming Hokage at that time, but more of it came from hemophobia. But now, whether it is to avenge her teacher or to drive Danzo, who accidentally took the position, off the stage, Tsunade is obviously trying to treat her hemophobia. Hemophobia is a psychological disease. Even Tsunade, who is known as a medical saint, can only rely on her own will to overcome the fear in her heart if she wants to cure hemophobia. Danzo's actions are very fast. Or in order to expand his power as the Hokage, he was eager to win a war. After reaching an alliance with the Uegakure village and a ceasefire, he immediately drew troops from this battlefield and sent reinforcements to the river country battlefield where he was fighting with the Sand Village. On the Sand Village side, with the rise of Yekang, Cho, who had handled the affairs, had already returned to the front line of the battlefield. When Konoha's reinforcements came, the two sides immediately launched a more intense confrontation. Swish, swish, swish. In the desolate desert, a series of figures rushed past. Stop! After walking an unknown distance, the leader suddenly raised his hand and shouted. All of a sudden, including the leader, the dozen people who were traveling together stopped immediately. Abarame Ryoma looked at the vague outline of the sand village in the distance, and his eyes showed solemnity. He knew that the next step would be the real problem. Abarame Ryoma was Danzo's right-hand man. The dozen people who came with him were also the elites of the root organization. Just as Abarame Ryoma was looking at the sand village from afar. The purpose of their coming was to assassinate Yekang, who had just taken office as the 5th Kazekage, under the order of Danzo. That's right. In addition to increasing troops on the battlefield, Danzo's actions against the sand village also included a decapitation operation to assassinate Yekang. Well, it can't be said that the decapitation operation was a wrong approach, but it can only be said that Danzo was really confident. Maybe he was encouraged by Nariku's assassination of Sarutobi Hiruzen, or maybe he had lived in the darkness of the root of Konoha for too long. In short, although Danzo became Hokage, his style of doing things still maintained his previous habits. Just like now, in order to increase his chances of winning, he thought of assassinating Yekang. If it can really succeed, it will naturally be effective. The Sand Village has just experienced the death of a Kazekage. If Yekang, who has just taken office, is assassinated again, this will not only cause the Sand Village to lose a top fighter, but it will also be a heavy blow to the overall morale of the Sand Village. But the premise is that it must be successful. To assassinate the shadow of the 5 major ninja villages, and in the opponent's village. It can only be said that those who dare to have such an idea are either too strong or have a brain missing. At that time, Nariku proved that he belonged to the former with the result. As for the present, when Abarame Ryoma looked at the sand village in the distance, neither he nor other members of the root organization who were traveling with him noticed that there were several scorpions staring at them in the nearby sand. But this is normal, after all, scorpions are extremely common in the desert. But Abarame Ryoma and others did not know that the scorpions staring at them at this moment were called death scorpions. War is a gold-eating beast. Although the war with the Cloud Village that Luasha had formulated was interrupted by Yekang as Yekang took office, the current war with Konoha alone has caused caravans to enter and exit the Sand Village every day. These caravans were transporting all kinds of supplies needed for the war. Hurry up, speed up. It's so hot, the weather in the wind country is really terrible. Stop complaining, it's not like you haven't been paid, hurry up and work. This was a small caravan consisting of 20 to 30 people and a dozen camels, slowly moving forward in the desert, approaching the Sand Village. Nirvana Jingshi technique. Suddenly, just as the caravan boss was dissatisfied and scolded the workers for their complaints, a large number of feathers were falling from the sky above the caravan. Everyone in the caravan was stunned when they saw the feathers falling, and then, including the hired guards, everyone felt a strong sense of sleepiness. Plop! Everyone in the caravan fell to the ground in a deep sleep. This sudden change made the camels in the caravan panic. Stop! A low shout sounded. At the moment when everyone in the caravan fell asleep, a figure jumped out of the sand nearby and bound all the panicked camels in place with the immobilization technique. Swish! Figures jumped out one after another from the nearby sand, and the leader was Ryoma Abarame. Looking at the caravan members who had fallen asleep, Ryoma Abarame waved his hand, and immediately, everyone in the root organization came forward and woke up the caravan members one by one, and then hypnotized them with illusions and interrogated everyone about their basic intelligence. If you want to assassinate Yakang, the first thing to do is to sneak into the sand village. The method chosen by Aberme Ryoma is to occupy the nest of the magpie, disguised as a caravan transporting supplies to sneak into the sand village. My lord, it's done. After all, the people of the root organization are elites. It's just basic intelligence, so the speed of interrogation is very fast. After a while, the interrogation of intelligence was over, and then someone came back to Aberme Ryoma, knelt on one knee, and reported respectfully. Well, then Aberme Ryoma nodded slightly, and then opened his mouth to prepare to let his men clear out the people in the caravan. Boom boom boom. An unexpected situation suddenly appeared. Just halfway through Aberme Ryoma's words, sand pillars exploded in the area where the root organization was. Ah! A shrill scream sounded. Huge purple pincers appeared in the exploded sand pillars, which caught several root organization members off guard and cut them off. The broken body did not kill these root members immediately, but instead they felt boundless pain. Damn it, get out of the way. The sudden change made Aberme Ryoma's face change drastically. As he hurriedly retreated, he also shouted to remind others. The remaining root members also reacted quickly. They were shocked and angry and hurriedly distanced themselves to avoid the strange pincers emerging from the sand. Hiss hiss hiss. The sound of tentacles crawling appeared. As the root members retreated, the owners of those strange pincers emerged from the sand one after another. They were scorpions as big as houses. The barely detectable purple aura floated in the air. The root members reacted quickly, but some of them were not fast enough. When they saw the huge scorpions emerging from the sand, many of them suddenly knelt on the ground one by one without any response. It's poisonous, the air is poisonous. The kneeling root members had distorted faces with foam coming out of their mouths under their masks. Some of them shouted to warn them despite the pain. Chapter 121, The Four-Symbol Seal. Wind escape, big breakthrough. The faces of the remaining personnel who had avoided the poisonous gas in time, including Aberme Ryoma, changed drastically. Some of them who were good at wind escape quickly formed seals and sprayed strong winds to disperse the poisonous gas flowing in the air. Secret technique, insect tornado. Aberme Ryoma looked at the scorpions in shock and anger, and raised his hand to release a large number of parasitic insects, which were shaped like a tornado, trying to kill them. Boom! Sand rushed into the sky. A huge scorpion, much larger than the previous scorpions and as big as a hill, suddenly appeared from behind Aberme Ryoma. Fire style, explosive flame bomb. The moment the giant scorpion appeared, it immediately spewed out a huge flame bomb from its mouth. Boom! The flame bomb not only engulfed Aberme Ryoma, but also produced a violent bombardment, causing the sand to collapse into a huge pit, forming a sea of fire inside. Swish, swish, swish. Unlike the previous scorpion, there were dozens of figures standing on the body of the giant scorpion that spewed flames. All of these figures were wearing the forehead protectors of the sand village. Go! Yakura, standing on the head of the giant scorpion, glanced coldly at the root members present. At a command, dozens of sand ninjas immediately attacked the rest of the people with murderous intent. The parasitic bugs gathered beside the sea of fire and quickly recondensed the figure of Aberme Ryoma. Are you from the Konoha Aberme clan? You were able to dodge the attack just now. It seems that you are not an unknown person in Konoha. Yakang looked down at Aberme Ryoma as she gathered her body. She spoke coldly, and a series of burning fireballs ignited behind her. Aberme Ryoma remained silent, just staring at Yakang on top of the giant scorpion's head. The situation at this time was already very clear. Before they sneaked into the sand village, the other party had already discovered them in advance. Looking at Yakang in front of him and the dozens of sand ninjas besieging them, Aberme Ryoma immediately knew that he could be lucky to leave alive, let alone assassinate Yakang. Kill. As a member of the root organization and an elite jonin, Aberme Ryoma did not panic even though he was in danger, and even decisively attacked Yakang. A large number of parasites poured out of his body. Parasitic insect hurricane. A parasitic insect tornado that was even bigger than the scorpions that were about to be destroyed appeared, and it seemed to want to engulf Yakang and the commander-level Death Scorpion under her feet. Inside the Death Scorpion group, with Ye as the leader. And below Ye is the commander level. At the moment, The huge death scorpion summoned by Yeking is one of the commander-level death scorpions that was once taught a lesson by Naraku. Facing the parasitic insect tornado, the commander-level death scorpion was not afraid and instantly spewed out flames again. Unlike the previous flame bombs, the flames spewed out by the commander-level death scorpion this time turned into a huge flame wall. When the parasitic insect tornado hit, the collision between the two immediately caused the parasitic insects to be burned to ashes. However, the Aberame clan can become one of the major clans of Konoha, and its inherited secret techniques are naturally unique. When the parasitic insects are constantly burned, the flames derived from chakra are also constantly eaten by the parasitic insects. Swish! The figure turned into a phantom. Although the flames of the commander-level death scorpion were eaten by the parasite, Aberame Ryoma had to face more than just the death scorpion at this time. Burst out at an extremely fast speed, Yeking instantly left the commander-level death scorpion, and in the blink of an eye, he had bypassed the parasite and appeared on the side of Aberame Ryoma. The burning fireball flew out. When he reacted, Aberame Ryoma saw that the burning fireball was coming, his face changed drastically, and he hurriedly dodged. Since he came to assassinate Yeking, he naturally had a detailed understanding of Yeking's ability. The opponent's burning escape was absolutely extremely dangerous. Once touched, even if the parasite defended, he would be burned. One by one, the burning fireballs shuttled quickly. Aberame Ryoma, who had just dodged a burning fireball, had no time to counterattack, and more burning fireballs had already followed. In terms of strength, although Aberame Ryoma is better than Yamanaka Hayabusa, who was killed by Naraku, and is an elite jonin, there is still a clear gap compared to Yeking, who has the second stage of elite jonin. After all, starting from the second stage of elite jonin, it is the top combat power of the ninja world that has truly stepped into. Controlling the scorching fireball, Yeking easily suppressed Aberame Ryoma, making him tired of dodging and unable to even make a decent counterattack. When Yeking fought with Aberame Ryoma, the Sand Ninjas and other Root Organization members were also in a fight. The Root Organization members are elite. But not to mention the previous successive casualties, the Sand Ninjas led by Yeking personally at this moment are also the elite of the Sand Village. Since Yeking signed a spiritual contract with the Death Scorpion, he has also learned from Naraku and deployed many Death Scorpions near the Sand Village as spies. The main thing is that whether it is her, Cho, or Ebizo, the three of them knew that with the death of Luo Shat, the outside world would inevitably covet the Sand Village, so they had already secretly strengthened the village's vigilance. According to the news from the Death Scorpion, Yeking, who wanted to establish his prestige, not only led the team himself, but also gathered the elites in the village. In the fight, the members of the Root Organization, who already had a number gap, were quickly suppressed by the Sand Ninjas. Soon, one by one, the members of the Root Organization were killed or captured by the Sand Ninjas. A scream rang out. If you defend for a long time, you will lose. Although Aberame Ryoma tried his best to dodge, he still couldn't hold on for too long under Yeking's continuous attack and was hit on his right arm by a burning fireball. High temperature burning. Aberame Ryoma's right arm quickly turned into a dry state, and the dryness spread to the shoulder, trying to turn Aberame Ryoma into a mummy. Such a situation made Aberame Ryoma furious, and he hurriedly took out a kunao and cut off his right arm from the shoulder. Although he saved his life, the loss of his right arm and the loss of blood still made Aberame Ryoma gasp for air with a pale face. Looking at Yeking on the opposite side and the scorching fireball that attacked again. Under the mask, Aberame Ryoma showed a miserable smile on his face. Even if I die, I will complete the order of the adults. Aberame Ryoma was determined. Not only did she burst out all the parasites and madly wrapped the fireball to delay Yeking's attack, but she also rushed towards Yeking ferociously. Something is wrong. Yeking was definitely a veteran. Even if he had the upper hand in the battle, he never relaxed. Looking at Aberame Ryoma rushing towards her, Yeking immediately noticed something unusual. She was very alert and did not meet the opponent, but decisively retreated. Damn it! Seeing that Yeking did not meet her, but retreated rapidly to the back, Aberame Ryoma was shocked and angry, knowing that she could only shorten the distance. Inside the four-symbol seal. Without any other hope, Aberame Ryoma, who could only fight to the death, immediately erupted a large amount of blood from his body. The blood sprayed far away, and then gathered in a pattern similar to the 8 diagrams on the sand, until it expanded into a huge black sphere. Buzz! When the black sphere expanded to its limit, it instantly shrank back, and a huge bowl-shaped deep pit was immediately formed in the sand, with only Aberme-Ryoma's body left inside. Although Aberme-Ryoma had fought to the death, the black sphere formed was ultimately unable to touch Yekeng, who retreated in time. Chapter 122. The intensity of the war increased. Sure enough, this guy from the Aberme clan actually mastered such a powerful sealing technique. If I hadn't retreated in time, I'm afraid it would be dangerous. The black sphere disappeared, and Yekeng stopped and stepped forward vigilantly, coming to the huge deep pit. Looking down at the corpses in the pit, Yekeng's eyes were solemn. Konoha is indeed the strongest of the 5 major ninja villages. This strength is not only due to the large number of masters, but also due to the deep foundation. For example, the inner 4-symbol seal is a sealing technique that is completely unheard of in the Sand Village. Even the sealing of the tailed beasts is the worst in the Sand Village. No way. In the War of Annihilation against the Whirlpool country, the Sand Village did not participate in it, which prevented the Sand Village from supplementing the inheritance of sealing techniques like the Rock Village, the Cloud Village, and the Mist Village. Lord Kazekage, these people seem to have been cursed, and we can't get any information from them. After the battle, when Yekeng released the summons of the Death Scorpion, other Sand Ninjas also escorted several captured Root Organization members to report. Yekeng glanced at several members of the Root Organization, take them back and let the analysis team see if they can read their memories. Yes. The Sand Ninjas respectfully accepted the order and followed Yekeng back to the Sand Village. Under the restrictions of the Tongue Trouble Root Seal, even if the memory is forcibly read, no information can be obtained. Instead, the curse seal will be triggered and the brain will be actively destroyed. Therefore, even if Yekeng returned to the village and asked the analysis team to take action, he did not get any information about the Root Organization in the end. But this is just the Root Organization, not Konoha. The parasitic bug of Aberme-Ryoma is enough to prove his origin. Bang! Konoha is getting more and more arrogant. Ebizo, who was sitting at the desk, slapped the table with an angry face. Although he failed to interrogate specific information, it was not difficult to see from the enemy's actions to control the caravan that the enemy wanted to use the caravan to sneak into the Sand Village. In addition, the enemy was obviously a group of dead men, which made Ebizo judge that the other party was very likely to want to assassinate. Assassinate me, or assassinate Yekeng. No matter who is assassinated, Konoha's actions are definitely a provocation to their Sand Village, and can even be said to be a contemptuous attitude. I'm going to the front battlefield immediately. Yekeng, who was sitting behind his desk with his arms crossed, suddenly said. Ebizo looked at him in surprise, but after thinking about it, he quickly nodded and said, "That's good. I was thinking about waiting for the village to be more stable before you go to the battlefield. Now it seems necessary to let you go to the battlefield in advance." Whether it is Yekeng himself, Cho and Ebizo, both sides have already reached a conclusion on Yekeng's going to the front battlefield. Yekeng is like Luo Xia at the beginning. He wants to use war to consolidate his authority as the Kazekage. Cho and Ebizo want to use war to divert the contradictions within the village. Not to mention the fertile land of fire, which is the fat meat that the Sand Village has always been eager to plunder. By the way, what did the guy from the Star Ninja Village say? Are you willing to help us fight Konoha together? After expressing his support for Yekeng's going to the frontline battlefield, Ebizo asked again as if he didn't care. Yekeng glanced at him and said lightly, "Of course, after all, we are allies now." "That's good, that's good." Hearing this, Ebizo felt relieved. The alliance between the Sand Village and the Star Ninja Village was forced by Yekeng with the order of the Wind Shadow. At that time, Cho and Ebizo were actually dissatisfied. After all, the Wind Country and the Bear Country are adjacent, and both of them don't want to see the Star Ninja Village develop into the Second Rain Ninja Village. But now it seems that this alliance is not all bad. Although the military strength of the Star Ninja Village has never been revealed much, if only Naraku is willing to give them support, it will be enough to match thousands of troops. Like Danzo, Yekeng's actions are also very fast. After deciding to increase the troops on the front battlefield, the next day, Yekeng led the assembled troops to the battlefield. At this time, Danzo had learned of the death of Aberme-Ryoma and others through the induction of the Tongue Trouble Root Seal. The assassination failed, which made him unwilling, and he could only focus on the victory of the war on the battlefield. Both sides increased their troops. When the support led by Yekeng arrived at the battlefield, the intensity of the war between Sand Village and Konoha immediately increased again, and more intense fighting broke out. The intensity of the war between Sand Village and Konoha increased. This change seemed to have triggered a chain reaction. Just a few days later, the Cloud Village suddenly increased its troops to the battlefield of Yujiguo, led by the Ab combination, and also increased the intensity of the war with Konoha. The increase of troops in the Sand Village one after another can be said to have directly smoothed out the war pressure relieved by the truce between Konoha and Uegakuer. The sudden increase of troops in the Cloud Village was not contacted by Naraku, but the independent behavior of the Third Reikage. In the cooperation with Naraku, after getting 50% of the profits, the hidden Cloud Village was very happy. But this obviously did not satisfy the Third Reikage, but gave rise to greater ambitions. This time, the troops were sent to the battlefield of the Land of Hot Springs. The Third Reikage was not only to repay Konoha for helping the hidden Rock Village to siege him, but also to bite off another piece of fat from the fertile Land of Fire. The hidden Sand Village is led by Yekeng and Cho. The hidden Cloud Village is led by the Ab combination. The tacit offensive of both sides was undoubtedly very shocking and angry. But just when Danzo mobilized more Konoha troops to deal with the war with increased intensity, there was a person in Konoha who had never been transferred to the battlefield by Danzo. Uchiha Fugaku, what did you come to see me for? Coming out of the secret room, when she came to the living room, Tsunade looked at the figure who had been waiting here, sat on the sofa casually and asked. Of course, she asked, but in fact, Tsunade had guessed the other party's intention. Tsunade-sama, I am here on behalf of the Uchiha clan to ask you to ask the Hokage-sama to let our clan participate in the war. Uchiha Fugaku said politely. While speaking, Uchiha Fugaku keenly noticed that Tsunade's hands were stained with blood. But he didn't think much about it. After all, the other party's medical ninjutsu is the best in the ninja world. Maybe he was studying some medical ninjutsu just now and accidentally stained with blood. Tsunade was also sharp. She noticed that Uchiha Fugaku noticed the blood on her hands, and immediately took a tissue to wipe it carelessly. When wiping the blood on her hands, Tsunade's eyes did not fluctuate at all. But unfortunately, Danzo is the Hokage, and he won't listen to me, not to mention that it involves your clan. Tsunade wiped off the blood and looked up at Uchiha Fugaku. Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku's heart sank. Could it be that their clan will really be suppressed to the bottom, and even lose the qualification to enter the battlefield? When he thought of this, Uchiha Fugaku felt melancholy, and began to miss the days when Sarutobi Hiruzen was in power. At the beginning, although Sarutobi Hiruzen also suppressed their clan openly or secretly, he still had some sense of propriety, at least not as naked as now. That's right. Since Danzo successfully ascended the throne of Hokage, he began to suppress the Uchiha clan nakedly. First, he drastically cut the funding of the police department, and now he has always suppressed the Uchiha clan in the village and prevented them from entering the battlefield. You should know that with the strength of the Uchiha clan, it is definitely an important force. But whether it is out of self-confidence or to prevent the Uchiha clan from making meritorious deeds, Danzo has always suppressed the Uchiha clan in the village and has not given anyone from the clan the opportunity to enter the battlefield. Chapter 123 Breakthrough, 6th Level of Chi Training. The Uchiha clan is proud, but this clan is also warlike. The village is obviously in the war, but they are suppressed in the village. For many people in the Uchiha clan, it is not a sense of stability, but aggrieved. For this reason, this aggrieved pressure naturally focused on Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader. At the beginning, Uchiha Fugaku still had hope to fight for it, but all he got was Danzo's repeated rejections and reprimands. With repeated rejections and reprimands, coupled with the suffocating suppression, Uchiha Fugaku finally found Tsunade in order to seek a breakthrough. Many people in Konoha, including Uchiha Fugaku, actually saw the open and covert struggle between Tsunade and Danzo. If possible, Uchiha Fugaku would naturally like to avoid the struggle between the two sides like most people, but the pressure from the clan members forced him to make a choice. Tsunade-sama, I believe you should also be able to see the situation of our clan. I wonder if you are willing to accept our clan. Uchiha Fugaku took a deep breath and looked at Tsunade with sincerity. Since it is impossible to be neutral, then between Danzo and Tsunade, you can only choose a relatively reliable person. Obviously, compared with Danzo, who blatantly suppressed his own clan when he came to power, Uchiha Fugaku is more inclined to Tsunade. Even though the Senju clan and their Uchiha clan had many conflicts in the past, at this juncture, this old rival is more reliable. I am not Danzo. Just like my grandfather, I will regard anyone who joins the village as a companion since the establishment of the village. Tsunade happily chose to accept Uchiha Fugaku's surrender. This was what she wanted. Since she decided to overthrow Danzo, she would naturally gather as many forces as possible. Even if it was the Uchiha clan, as long as they were willing to obey, she would not mind giving them a chance. Especially now that she has successfully overcome her hemophobia, she only needs to wait for Danzo to reveal a flaw before she can take action. Star Ninja Village. The outside world is turbulent, but the Star Ninja Village is peaceful. Especially after welcoming the first batch of new generation forces, the development of Star Ninja Village has become more prosperous. At the entrance bridge, there are constant caravans coming in and out, transporting various supplies. The streets are crowded with people, and various shops are almost one after another. In the training grounds, young Star Ninjas can often be seen practicing various techniques. If we want to describe the current state of development of the Star Ninja Village, we can completely compare it with Konoha when it was just established. Everything seems so prosperous. 8th floor of the Star Shadow Building. As the Star Ninja Village develops in an orderly manner, Naraku's cultivation is also about to usher in new progress. Surrounded by a large number of true energy shadow clones, Naraku, who was sitting cross-legged in the center, swallowed and refined one spiritual medicine after another. The true energy in the body slowly increased, and soon it filled the last gap and reached the perfection of the 5th level of Chi training. Hu! After a breath of turbid air, Naraku opened his eyes. Finally perfect. Feeling the true energy filled in the Danshin, Naraku couldn't help but smile. The higher the cultivation, the more difficult it is to improve. After practicing hard for a long time, he finally reached perfection again, and he was naturally happy. But perfection is just the beginning, and the next breakthrough is the main thing play. Naraku quickly counted the number of remaining spiritual medicines. After making sure that there were still enough spiritual medicines, he arranged for the Chi Shadow clone to start breathing in and out the spiritual energy. There was no other way. The higher the realm, the more difficult it was to break through. With the concentration of spiritual energy in the ninja world, if you want to ensure a successful breakthrough, you must make sufficient preparations. Until the Chi Shadow clone breathed in and out the spiritual energy to the limit, Naraku began to break through. He operated the nameless technique and continuously compressed the Chi into the Danshin. As time passed, the Chi was quickly compressed to the extreme. Boom! Without hesitation, Naraku decisively released the suppressed Chi. In an instant, the surging Chi immediately launched the first wave of attack on the invisible shackles. The sitting figure trembled slightly, and the surging Chi faintly leaked out of the body, causing the air around Naraku to distort. Even at the end, Naraku slowly soared into the air, suspended 1 foot above the ground. After an unknown amount of time, Naraku suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the spiritual medicine he had prepared in advance. He opened his mouth and inhaled, and the spiritual medicines placed in front of him immediately entered Naraku's mouth like swallows returning to their nests. The spiritual medicine entered his stomach, immediately injecting new power into the surging true energy, generating a stronger force, and once again attacking the invisible shackles. Bang bang bang! The spiritual medicine was quickly exhausted, and then one by one, the true energy shadow clones that had reached the limit of spiritual energy breathing turned into smoke and dissipated. Crack! After the spiritual medicine, the spiritual energy that was boosted again finally allowed the surging true energy to break the invisible shackles. Buzz! At this moment, Naraku once again entered the state of unity between heaven and man, and attracted the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to flow back into his body. Above the Xingyiing building, a vortex of spiritual energy took shape and turned into a howling whirlwind. Such a scene immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the Xingyiing village. Just like before, although the newcomers were surprised, they soon showed envy and amazement at the whirlwind that appeared above the Xingyiing building after the explanation of the old people. A steady stream of spiritual energy poured into the body. This allowed Naraku, who had successfully broken through, to usher in a new round of transformation. The 5 senses and physical realms continued to improve and strengthen, and the true energy also rose with the tide. It lasted for 2 days before the transformation came to an end. When he opened his eyes, a nearly tangible divine light flowed from his eyes. The next second, Naraku disappeared from the training room in a flash. Swish! Using shrinking the earth into an inch, Naraku had left the Xingning village and came to a lake more than 10 kilometers away in a few flashes. Slight waves rippled. Naraku, who flashed in, stepped steadily on the lake. The divine consciousness was activated. In an instant, Everything within a radius of 200 feet was reflected in his mind. Raised his hand and struck out. Boom! A huge palm print formed by pure true energy rushed straight to dozens of steps away, causing the lake surface to collapse suddenly, and then exploded into a sky-high water column. The splashing lake water fell back like a drizzle. But when it splashed to Naraku, the lake water was only 3 feet away from Naraku and was already shaken into mist by the invisible body protecting true energy. 6th level of Qi training, only one step away to enter the late stage of Qi training. After a simple test of the strength increase brought by the breakthrough in cultivation, Naraku smiled. The 6th level of Qi training is already the peak of the middle stage of Qi training. If he makes another breakthrough, he will be able to step into the 7th level of Qi training, which belongs to the late stage of Qi training. In other words, he is now only 3 levels away from the perfection of Qi training. When Naraku thought about the breakthrough to the foundation building stage after Qi training is complete, he could transform the true Qi into more powerful mana, and he was looking forward to it. Just like when describing a cultivator as powerful, people often use the term boundless mana. Mana is the real core strength of a cultivator. The true Qi condensed in the Qi training stage is actually just a substitute for mana, or the youth version of mana. Now that his cultivation has made another breakthrough, Naraku is not only happy about the improvement of his strength, but also happy that he is one step closer to the foundation building stage. To celebrate his inner happiness. When Naraku returned to the Star Ninja village after testing the improvement brought by the 6th level of Qi training, he brought Nono and Xiaorixing together that night. Chapter 124 Immortal Seal. Chapter 124 Immortal Seal. The next afternoon. Immortal Seal. After a night of tossing and turning, Nono and Xiaorixing, who finally recovered in the afternoon, looked at Naraku in surprise. Naraku looked at the two women who had just taken a bath and were simply wrapped in bath towels with interest, and couldn't help but open his hands. Nono and Xiaorixing saw Naraku's actions and immediately understood what he meant. The two of them were not embarrassed at all, and they came forward naturally, sitting on Naraku's legs on the left and right. "You haven't told me about the fairy seal yet." Feeling the hand that was playing tricks on her, Nono quickly pressed it down. She had just gotten up not long ago. If she was tossed around again, she would probably have to rest until tomorrow. On the other side, Xiaorixing's face was red, but she didn't stop the hand that was also playing tricks on her. Instead, she took the initiative to lean against Naraku's chest. Compared to Nono, who was busy with affairs, although she was appointed as the minister of the military department, she was much freer than Nono. After all, after the plunder of the land of Earth, Liang Shanbo's actions were much less. This made Xiaorixing spend most of her time in cultivation. So even if she was tossed around again, as long as her body could take it, she was actually very happy. Immortal Seal is the inheritance of immortal arts that I developed. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, the 3 Konoha Sunin, know that their summoned beasts are from the so-called 3 holy places, and these 3 summoned beast tribes each have immortal arts inheritance. Although Naraku's hands were playing tricks, he did not forget to explain the matter of Immortal Seal to the two women. When Naraku signed the contract with the Death Scorpion, he thought of the inheritance of immortal arts because of the situation of the Death Scorpion. For this reason, when he returned to the Star Ninja village, he began to arrange a lot of true energy shadow clones to be responsible for the development of immortal arts inheritance. To this day, the development of this immortal arts inheritance has ushered in results. It is the Immortal Seal we are talking about now. Immortal Seal, as the name suggests, its inspiration comes from the Yin Seal. This is also the fact. Naraku had many ideas in the process of developing the inheritance of immortal arts, but he finally chose to learn from the principle of Yin Seal. The most typical representative of Yin Seal is Tsunade. This seal can store the chakra accumulated in daily life, and then release it when needed. The same is true for Xian Seal. But compared with Yin Seal, Xian Seal has more functions. In addition to storing the chakra accumulated in daily life, Xian Seal can also absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth autonomously, and then automatically merge the absorbed spiritual energy and stored chakra into immortal chakra. That's right. The Xian Seal developed by Naraku is a very foolproof inheritance of immortal arts. Or to be more precise, he put all the difficulty on the setting of Xian Seal, leaving only very simple operations for the user. Basically, as long as he sets up the Xian Seal, the user only needs to inject chakra into it, and then wait for enough spiritual energy to be absorbed, then the two will merge into immortal chakra, allowing the user to enter the immortal mode freely. In terms of inheritance, the setting of the immortal seal that concentrates all the difficulties is naturally not something that ordinary people can learn, and even only Naraku, a cultivator of immortals, can master it. But in terms of use, the operation of the immortal seal is definitely much safer and simpler than the immortal arts inheritance circulated in the ninja world. This is exactly what Naraku wants. He developed the immortal arts inheritance just to improve the strength of the Death Scorpion clan and Nono and others, not really to add an immortal arts inheritance to the ninja world. Naturally, the safer and simpler the operation, the better. After listening to Naraku's explanation of the immortal seal, Nono and Xiaorixing were very surprised. The main reason is that the two had never heard of the immortal arts inheritance system before. In Naraku's explanation, the immortal arts inheritance is obviously higher than ordinary inheritances such as ninja body gen, and can even be regarded as a powerful blood limit. Then let me try to see how powerful this immortal arts inheritance is. Nono was very proactive. After learning about the power of the immortal seal, he immediately turned his eyes and enthusiastically hugged Naraku's neck and gave him a hot kiss. I want it too. Xiaorixing was not to be outdone. As soon as the two separated, she immediately offered herself. Don't worry, the immortal seal was originally prepared for you. After tasting the two different flavors, Naraku smiled and patted the two women's perky buttocks, asking them to put on their clothes. In anticipation of the immortal seal, Nono and Xiaorixing moved quickly changing their clothes, and then Naraku hugged the two women's flexible waists and activated shrinking the earth into an inch to leave the room. Swish! In the flash, when Naraku and the other two appeared again, they had already arrived at the exclusive training ground. Nono, you go first. Naraku let go of the two women's waists and let Nono sit cross-legged on the grass. After Nono sat down obediently, Naraku also sat cross-legged opposite, raised his index finger, and tapped the other's forehead. The true energy fell on Nono's forehead along the fingertips, like threading a needle, and began to weave the extremely complex structure of the immortal seal. After a full quarter of an hour, when Naraku retracted his fingers, a little more vermilion appeared on Nono's forehead. Naraku said to Nono, originally, if you want to enter the sage mode at a normal speed, you need to absorb the spiritual energy for at least several days. However, in order to let Mangrenti use the twin fans of the four swords, I will actively guide the spiritual energy into the immortal seal next, and you only need to inject your own chakra into the immortal seal as well. Understood? Nono nodded. Next, Naraku pointed at the vermilion manifested by the immortal seal again, guiding the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into it. Nono followed Naraku's instructions and continuously injected the chakra he extracted into the immortal seal. During this process, Xiaorixing, who was standing by, watched very seriously. After all, after Nono's experience, it will be her turn next. When Naraku guided the spiritual energy into the sage seal, his consciousness could clearly sense that the spiritual energy entering the sage seal and the chakra injected by Nono quickly merged. After a while, Naraku retracted his fingers. Okay, next you just need to unlock the sage seal to enter the sage mode. Naraku looked at Nono with a smile. I'll try. Nono stopped refining chakra and began to operate with anticipation. It was easy to unlock the Sen seal, just like an automatic switch, triggering the core node with chakra. Boom! When Nono successfully unlocked the Sen seal, the red dot on her forehead instantly blossomed into a red lotus. Correspondingly, the Senjutsu chakra formed by the fusion of aura and chakra quickly emerged from the Sen seal and swept through Nono's limbs. After all, it was the first attempt, and Nono did not control the sudden emergence of Senjutsu chakra very well, so that the power leaked out, causing the place where she sat to shatter and spread spider-web-like cracks. Chapter 125, Inheritance of the Senjutsu. What an amazing chakra! Nono's beautiful eyes widened, marveling at the Senjutsu chakra that flowed into her body. Swish! She exerted force with her legs. Nono turned into a shadow in an instant, and appeared 100 meters away in a quick swoop. Her speed was much faster than before. Boom! Nono was excited when she realized that her speed had increased greatly, and she couldn't help but test her strange power. When she punched the ground under her feet, the ground with a radius of more than 100 meters was hit hard, shattered and collapsed, forming a huge deep pit like a meteorite impact. So powerful! The vibration of the earth collapse and the impact swept to Naraku and Xiaorixing. Xiaorixing raised her hand to cover, burst chakra to resist the impact, until the impact was reduced. When she looked forward again, her mouth suddenly opened wide, revealing a shocked expression. Of course, she was not unfamiliar with Nono's strange power. However, compared with Nono's previous strange power, looking at the huge deep pit in front of her with a diameter of more than 100 meters and a depth of more than 10 meters, how could Xia Rixing not see that Nono's strange power at this time had increased by leaps and bounds compared to the past? Compared to Xia Rixing's shock, Naraku was much calmer. He was the developer of Sen Seal, so he was naturally most clear about the enhancements brought by Sen Seal. The Sage mode of Sen Seal has similar effects to the Sage mode of Myaboku Mountain, which can greatly improve the power of one's own ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. Of course, the Sage mode of Sen Seal is more perfect than the Sage mode of Myaboku Mountain. Except that the red on the forehead will turn into a lotus, there will be no physical changes. Nono was shocked by the huge pit she punched. But then, she was pleasantly surprised and continued to test. In the test, Nono, who is good at close combat, could be said to have a mighty force that would cause mountains to collapse and the earth to split when punching and kicking. Although Naraku helped Nono mainly guide the aura into Sen Seal, the time was short after all, so this first Sage mode only lasted a few minutes before it ended. When the last ray of chakra was consumed, Nono immediately exited the Sage mode. The lotus on the forehead also shrank back to a little scarlet. Although the Sage mode has been exited. But after some tests, Nono is still very excited. Just because the power of the Sage mode is more powerful than she expected. Naraku, this Sage Seal you developed is really great. Nono, who ran back, threw herself into Naraku's arms excitedly, and even subconsciously wrapped her legs around Naraku's waist, kissing Naraku like a chicken pecking at rice. Afraid that the other party would fall, Naraku reached out and held the other party's butt very considerately. Like it. After being kissed many times in a row, Naraku looked at Nono, who had a little scarlet on his forehead and looked more charming, and couldn't help but smile and kissed back. I like it too much. Nono nodded repeatedly, and couldn't help but kiss Naraku again happily. When will it be my turn? Looking at the two people kissing each other, Xia Rixing on the side showed an envious look. Hearing Xia Rixing's words, Nono realized that there was another person waiting next to her. She immediately got off Naraku's body a little embarrassed, and then restored her old big sister attitude, and gave up her seat with dignity. Come on. Naraku smiled and stretched out his hand to signal Xia Rixing. Xia Rixing hurried forward. Just like Nono, when Xia Rixing sat cross-legged, Naraku began to set up the immortal seal on the other's forehead, and helped the other to guide the spiritual energy, and experience the power of the Sage mode first. Naraku's arrangement of the immortal seal was not only for Nono and Xia Rixing. But there were also Death Scorpion, Yu, and Yakang. Death Scorpion needs no introduction. The idea of developing the inheritance of immortal arts came from them. Compared with the three holy places, the Death Scorpion tribe lacks only the inheritance of immortal arts. Now that Naraku has successfully developed the immortal seal, he will naturally not hesitate to help them make up for this immortal art inheritance. As for Yu, it is the same as the 3 Megatama Sharingan he gave to him at the beginning. As an early elder. Unlike the wolves who have withdrawn from the front line of the battle and turned to logistics construction, Yu is still a frontline combatant. In this regard, Naraku will not hesitate to help him become stronger. As for Scorpion, one of the top combat forces in the village. This guy transformed himself into a human puppet, and his body is different. Naraku is not idle enough to tailor a immortal seal for him. When Yu was set up with the immortal seal by Naraku and experienced the power of the Sage mode, naturally, she was as excited as Nono and Xia Rixing. That is to say, she knew that her beauty was not good enough, otherwise she would have offered herself to Naraku. The same was true for the Death Scorpion. The Death Scorpion clan, which had a long tradition, was not unaware of the inheritance of immortal arts, but they just had no way to enter. Therefore, when Naraku took out the immortal seal, Ye, as the leader, excitedly led all the commander-level Death Scorpions on the spot to swear that the entire clan would be loyal to Naraku and Naraku's descendants forever in the future. Finally, it was Yakang. She was also his woman, and now she was fighting on the battlefield again, so Naraku would certainly not forget her. Finding an opportunity, Naraku used the Flying Thunder God technique that he had set on Yakang and went directly there. However, unlike Xia Rixing and the others, in order not to expose the true relationship between the two sides, Naraku did not set the immortal seal on Yakang between the eyebrows, but on the hidden heart. Not to mention, this position is quite strange. When Yakang experienced the Sage mode, the lifelike red lotus made Naraku linger, and he even stayed in the room in the Yekeng camp for a night before returning to the Star Ninja village. The development of the inheritance of the immortal arts has been completed, and the development of the pupil arts can be put on the agenda next. After arranging the immortal seal, Naraku, who entered the 9th floor of the Star Shadow building, began to make new arrangements for the next training project. For example, the pupil arts. This inspiration, which was once inspired by the Sharingan, is now time to implement it. After assigning the development of the pupil arts to some of the true energy shadow clones, Naraku resumed his normal training again. Strange, why is the weather so abnormal these days? It's been almost a month, and it rains every few days. Hey? How long have you not been out? How come you don't even know this? What do you mean? Is there something special about the rain these days? Of course, the rain during this period is a gift from Lord Naraku with his great power. It is said that it can not only improve the ecological environment in the country, but also has the effect of nourishing the body. Haven't you noticed that the air has become particularly fresh recently and your body is particularly comfortable? Ah! It turns out that that's right. I was wondering why my leg healed so quickly. It turned out to be a gift from Lord Naraku. Leg? What happened to you? I'm from the construction team. I accidentally broke my leg before. The doctor said I would need at least a few months to recover, but it's almost healed in less than a month. No wonder you don't know anything about the outside world. You were recovering at home. It was drizzling, but such weather did not bring trouble to the Star Ninja village. Instead, people could be seen everywhere gathering under the eaves to chat. Even when watching the drizzle outside, people were very happy and expectant. Chapter 126 Changes in the Ecological Environment. Star Shadow Building. After nearly a month of cultivation, the rice planted in the fields opened for the experiment has fully matured. In addition, the personnel who went to various parts of the country to survey have also returned successfully, all of which show that the domestic ecological environment has undergone a leap-forward improvement. The quality of its ecological environment is not inferior to that of the Fire Country. In the office, Nono held a thick document in his hand and reported to Naraku what had happened during this period. Waiting for Nono to finish his report, Naraku, who was leaning on the chair behind the desk, smiled and said, "Yes, it seems that the hard work during this period has not been in vain." Nono laughed and sighed, "Not only has it not been in vain, it is an unimaginable harvest." Speaking of this, Nono looked at Naraku with more tenderness, "You are getting better and better. This time you really brought me another surprise. I didn't expect that even the ecological environment can be improved, and the effect is so exaggerated. This is just the beginning. There will be more surprises waiting for you in the future." Naraku said leisurely. The method he used to improve the ecological environment of the Bear Country came from the Tianyi divine water. Like shrinking the earth into an inch, with the water power provided by the sea, the progress of practicing Tianyi divine water is very smooth. Especially with Naraku's current comprehension. Breaking through the 6th level of Qi training, the comprehension blessing brought by the nameless technique is naturally significantly improved again. Although comprehension is invisible and intangible, its role is not inferior to the importance of spiritual roots. Just like the practice of 5 elements art. The power of the 5 elements is certainly the foundation of practicing 5 elements art, but the comprehension of 5 elements art is also crucial. The deeper the comprehension of the supernatural power, the faster the absorption of the power of the 5 elements. This is the case with Naraku. With his constantly improving comprehension, his practice of 5 elements art is also accelerating. Tianyi divine water is a good example. Just a few months ago, he successfully got started with it and started to use this supernatural power. Using the True Qi Shadow Clone, Naraku sent the True Qi Shadow Clone to travel around the Bear Country, casting the Tianyi divine water to bring down the sweet rain, which brought about earth-shaking changes in the ecological environment of the Bear Country. And this is just the beginning. Next, Naraku only needs to continue to use the Tianyi divine water to bring down the sweet rain, and then the ecological environment of the Bear Country will continue to improve. With such development, it is entirely foreseeable that in the future, the Bear Country will leap from a barren land to a fertile land that surpasses the Fire Country. Since there is no problem with the cultivation of food, then let's start to promote it comprehensively and strive to solve the domestic food problem this year. Naraku told Nono. No problem. Nono said confidently. Of course she is confident, after all, the effect of Tianyi divine water is really good. Just like the fields used for experiments, when irrigated with Tianyi divine water, not only do they not need to consider the season, but the rice planted will also mature in less than a month. With such a growth rate, it can be said that as long as Tianyi divine water is not interrupted, the food problem will inevitably be eliminated from the bear country. No. Not only do they no longer need to worry about food shortages, but the bear country will even develop into the largest food country in the ninja world and become the food supplier in the ninja world in the future. Thinking of the beautiful future, Nono hurriedly said goodbye to Naraku and prepared to plan the field development plan as soon as possible. When Nono left, Naraku did not stay in the office, but activated shrinking the earth into an inch and disappeared from the office in an instant. Swish! When Naraku appeared again, he had come to a field blocked by barbed wire. And around the field, you can see 10 of Naraku's true chi shadow clones sitting and guarding. Naraku's sudden appearance made the true chi shadow clones who closed their eyes and rested their spirits open their eyes and look. When they saw that it was the real body, the true chi shadow clones nodded and then closed their eyes and rested their spirits again. No. Not all of the true chi shadow clones closed their eyes and rested their spirits, but one of them nodded to Naraku and looked at the field. Drip drip drip. With a wave of his hand, this true chi shadow clone condensed rain above the field, causing the rain to fall evenly on the field. It can be seen that the fields are not empty, but a large number of medicinal herbs such as ginseng and ganoderma are planted. With the rain, these medicinal herbs suddenly glow with stronger vitality. Even about 1/3 of the medicinal herbs are absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. After calling for rain, the true chi shadow clone closed his eyes and rested like other true chi shadow clone. The number of spiritual medicines has increased a lot. The true chi shadow clone's behavior did not surprise Naraku, because this was originally the job he arranged. Looking at the medicinal herbs in the fields, Naraku couldn't help but smile. The field in front of him was the medicinal field he opened up. These days, with the introduction of Tianyi divine water, Naraku not only improved the ecological environment of the bear country, but also opened up medicinal fields at the first time and tried to cultivate spiritual medicines. The rain that the true chi shadow clone just called was actually Tianyi divine water. Although it was just an introduction, the effect of Tianyi divine water was already very significant. In less than a month, 1/3 of the medicinal materials transplanted by Naraku in the medicinal field have successfully transformed into spiritual medicines under the nourishment of Tianyi divine water. The most important thing is that the spiritual medicines that are cultivated quickly have spiritual energy that is almost 1 year old. In 1 month, spiritual medicines of 1 year can be cultivated. Such efficiency is enough to prove that Tianyi divine water is not only suitable for the cultivation of spiritual medicines, but also has amazing effects. With the current progress, it is only a matter of time to cultivate all the medicinal materials into spiritual medicines, and when Tianyi divine water continues to be refined, the cultivation effect of spiritual medicines will be enhanced. After confirming the cultivation progress of spiritual medicines, Naraku suddenly felt confident about his future practice. After breaking through the 6th level of Qi training, his strength has indeed been significantly improved again, but relatively speaking, it has also put his practice into a dilemma. The reason is that the demand for spiritual energy has increased again. After the 6th level of Qi training, the help brought by ordinary spiritual medicines in practice is not even comparable to the breathing of the true Qi shadow clone. This naturally led to a significant slowdown in the progress of cultivation. For this reason, Naraku naturally hoped that Tianyi divine water could cultivate spiritual medicines of higher years for him. The current progress is very smooth. The Tianyi divine water that has just been introduced can make the cultivation speed of spiritual medicines 1 month faster than 1 year. In the future, when Tianyi divine water becomes more and more profound, this cultivation speed will undoubtedly become faster. Buzz. Just when Naraku was satisfied with the successful cultivation of spiritual medicines, suddenly, a burst of telepathic induction came. Naraku's heart moved. Without hesitation, he immediately summoned the death scorpion that sent the induction. Chapter 127 Joint Chunin Exam? Bang! Like last time, the death scorpion that came with the induction opened its mouth and spit out a scroll. Naraku leaned over to pick it up, opened the scroll and read it. Seeing the content on the scroll, Naraku raised his eyebrows and made a sound of task. Konoha is Konoha. Even though so many things have happened, it is still so difficult to deal with. The scroll still came from Yekang, and it was Yekang who sent him a request for help. In theory, the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, not to mention the loss of combat power, the chaos of upper-level power and the blow to morale alone are enough to greatly affect Konoha's combat capability. But the facts have proved that Konoha's foundation is really too deep. Even if it suffered a heavy setback, facing the war, Konoha still broke out with amazing the energy of people. Fighting on two fronts, even though the Sand Village and the Cloud Village tacitly increased their offensive, they were still firmly blocked by Konoha outside the Land of Fire. Even as the battle continued, the Sand Village seemed to be the first to be unable to hold on. Of course, there was the impact of the Sand Village losing 2 cages in succession, but it was enough to prove that among the 5 major ninja villages, Konoha was more profound than the other 4. Naraku pondered. If Yaking asked him for help, he would certainly give support. But this support also had its own requirements. He wanted more than just helping the Sand Village win the war. Joint Chunin exam. In the meeting room of Konoha, including Tsunade, all the senior executives were surprised when they heard the topic raised by Danzo. Yes, not long ago, the Sand Village and the Cloud Village sent people to propose to conduct a joint Chunin exam with our village. Danzo looked around at everyone and said with a deep face. Many people in the conference room frowned unconsciously. Joint Chunin exam, especially with Sand Village and Kumo Village who were fighting fiercely with them, this didn't look like a simple Chunin exam. Did Sand Village and Kumo Village really reach some kind of cooperation? Someone said solemnly. This is very possible. After all, not long after the Sand Village increased its troops, the Cloud Village also increased its troops. If you say this is a coincidence, it's too much of a coincidence, right? That's not necessarily true. You have to know that when the Rock Village surrounded and killed the Third Raikage, we delayed the Cloud Village's troops. The increase in troops may not be a revenge after the other party calmed down. Naive, how can things be so simple? You may have forgotten that there is the Star Ninja Village between the Sand Village and the Cloud Village. Both are allies of the Star Ninja Village. I fully suspect that the Star Ninja Village is the bridge between the 2 major ninja villages. Now is not the time to discuss these things, Hokage-sama, I think we should refuse. After all, the joint Chunin exam proposed by the Sand Village and the Cloud Village reveals a conspiracy no matter how you look at it. The high-level officials of Konoha talked about it, and even associated the Star Ninja Village with the Sand Village and the Cloud Village. As for the joint Chunin exam, it was even more suspected by many people, and they told Danzo that it should be rejected. Tsunade did not join the discussion, but leaned back in her chair after hearing what Danzo said, with her arms folded across her chest and her head bowed in thought. Danzo looked around at everyone, and did not comment on those who raised objections. He said calmly, the Sand Village and the Cloud Village proposed a joint Chunin exam at this time, naturally with some purpose, but in my opinion, it is probably more of a sign of surrender. He said confidently, although they are collectively called the 5 great ninja villages, there is no doubt that there is a world of difference between the Sand Village and the Cloud Village compared to us. I have sent people to investigate the logistics of the Sand Village and the Cloud Village. Although the Cloud Village is okay, the Sand Village is definitely at the end of its strength. It can be said that as long as there is no accident, the defeat of the Sand Village is only a matter of time. Now that the other party proposed a joint Chunin exam, it is probably just a sign that they can't bear the pressure of war and are ready to surrender to us. Danzo's words immediately made the high-level officials of Konoha think about it. Danzo's speculation is indeed convincing. For example, Sand Village. In the eyes of Konoha's high-level officials, Sand Village has always been the poorest of the 5 major ninja villages in terms of logistics. If the other party really can't bear the logistical pressure of the war, then it is a very normal operation to choose to surrender. Danzo, do you really think Sand Village and Cloud Village will surrender so easily? Suddenly, Tsunade, who was in deep thought, looked up and stared at Danzo. Tsunade, please pay attention to your address, and, if there is a problem with my speculation, you can put forward your opinion. Danzo also stared at Tsunade and rebuked with an unhappy face. The other party really didn't take him, the Hokage, seriously at all. It's okay in private, but now in public, he actually called his name directly. This made Danzo look at Tsunade with murderous intent in his eyes. Whether it is to defend his dignity or to truly grasp the power of Hokage, it is necessary to eliminate the woman in front of him as soon as possible. Of course your speculation is wrong. If the Sand Village and the Cloud Village surrendered so easily, how could they have fought us for so long? I think this so-called joint Chunin exam is simply a conspiracy set up by both sides to disintegrate our strength from within. Tsunade questioned bluntly. What a joke! Danzo sneered when he heard Tsunade's words. He said contemptuously, Tsunade, I think your hemophobia is getting worse and worse. It's not just a fear of blood, but even the basic courage has been lost. Hemophobia. As soon as Danzo's words came out, many of the senior executives present were stunned, and then they all hurriedly focused their attention on Tsunade. Tsunade's face immediately became gloomy. She stared at Danzo. She had never thought that the other party would be so crazy to seize power from her. You should know that her hemophobia is a top secret. The reason is to allow her to continue to maintain her external deterrence. After all, besides being the top fighter in the village, she also possesses the best medical ninjutsu in the ninja world. Once she reveals her hemophobia, this undoubtedly means that the village will lose a top combat force, and will no longer be able to treat others. Especially for the latter, medical care is a key to logistical support. Fighting on the front battlefield, injuries are inevitable. And Konoha has her in charge of medical care. Even if she doesn't go to the front line, it is enough to give the frontline personnel more confidence. The same is true in reverse. Now that she has hemophobia and is revealed by Danzo, once it spreads to the front line, it will inevitably have a serious impact on the morale of the frontline battlefield personnel. The Konoha high-level officials are so anxious to look at Tsunade, and this is the reason. Everyone knows the importance of Tsunade, so they want to know whether Tsunade really has hemophobia. If Danzo hadn't revealed it, Tsunade was ready to use the fact that she had cured her hemophobia as a trump card to overthrow Danzo in the future. But now it's not possible. She is not Danzo, and it is impossible for her to ignore the front line for the struggle for power. Chapter 128 The 5 Major Ninja Villages Gather. Hemophobia, I've already cured it. Retracting her gaze from Danzo, Tsunade tried to keep herself calm. She looked around at the people who were looking at her nervously, raised her left hand, and then gathered the chakra scalpel in her right hand, and directly cut a wound on her left arm. Blood flowed out, and Tsunade showed her calm attitude towards blood in front of others. It's okay, I was really scared just now. I said, Master Tsunade, you are a medical expert, how can you be stumped by a little hemophobia? It's okay. In the conference room, a sigh of relief sounded. With Tsunade's on-the-spot demonstration, the nervous hearts of the Konoha high-level officials were immediately relieved. Among them, Uchiha Fugako looked at Tsunade deeply. If he remembered correctly, when he went to surrender, the other party's hands were stained with blood. Now it seems that the other party is not experimenting with any medical ninjutsu, but treating hemophobia. If it weren't for Danzo's revelation at this moment, Tsunade might have planned to hide the fact that she could cure hemophobia. Uchiha Fugako thought silently. It was not just Uchiha Fugako who thought so. When many people present relaxed, they also reacted quickly. For a while, many people looked at Danzo with scrutiny in their eyes. The power struggle between Danzo and Tsunade was not a secret among the top leaders. Similarly, the top leaders who were able to attend the meeting, whether they were representatives of the ninja clan or civilian ninjas, not only had the strength of a jonin or above, but also had wisdom. From Danzo's sudden revelation of hemophobia to Tsunade's on-the-spot demonstration, there were many problems revealed. It was okay for Tsunade to hide her hemophobia, but what Danzo did was very problematic. Hokage, please be more careful about what you say in the future. There are some things that cannot be said casually. Someone said to Danzo in a serious tone. That's right. Fortunately, Tsunade-sama has recovered. Otherwise, the morale of the frontline battlefield alone would be severely hit if the hemophobia was exposed. Hokage-sama, you are already the cage of a village. No matter what you do, please put the interests of the village first. As people spoke, more and more people soon expressed dissatisfaction and accusations to Danzo. Just as Tsunade can occupy most of the power of the Hokage. Even if Danzo became the Hokage as he wished, only a small number of senior officials truly believed in him. He was already seriously lacking in prestige, and now he did something that almost seriously damaged the village, which naturally made the senior officials even more uncomfortable. This time it was Danzo's turn to look gloomy. His eyes were also fixed on Tsunade. He obviously didn't expect that Tsunade had secretly cured her hemophobia. Now, not only did he fail to suppress the other party with his hemophobia, but he also triggered a strong backlash. Sorry, I just said something wrong. Now let's continue the discussion of the joint chunin. Danzo suppressed his anger, mentioned the mistake just now, and then immediately changed the topic. In Danzo's view, it was enough for him to mention the mistake. After all, he was the Hokage, so how could he apologize solemnly? But in the eyes of the Konoha high-level officials, Danzo's attitude was obviously very problematic, which made many people frown unconsciously. Such a perfunctory apology made people unable to trust it at all. Not to mention people like Uchiha Fugaku who originally rejected Danzo, even many neutral people began to doubt whether Danzo was really qualified to sit on the position of Hokage. Regarding the joint Chunin exam, although some people think it is a conspiracy of Sand Village and Cloud Village, in my opinion, this is a good opportunity. No matter what the purpose of Sand Village and Cloud Village is, the location of the exam is here after all, so we have the absolute initiative. With the help of this exam, we can test the specific attitudes of Sand Village and Cloud Village on the one hand, and show the strength of our village to the outside world on the other hand. Danzo said eloquently. That's right, if we refuse, not to mention that we may miss the opportunity to ease the war, it may even make the outside world think that we are afraid of Sand Village and Cloud Village, so I support the proposal of Hokage. Second, I also think that we should take on this joint Chunin exam, and even use this exam as a platform for our village to showcase the prosperity of the new generation of the village. I agree too. Some people reject Danzo, and naturally there are people who support Danzo, otherwise Danzo would not be able to sit on the position of Hokage. As Danzo expressed his position, Danzo's supporters immediately expressed their support. Similarly, Danzo's words also make sense. This made the neutral people who were originally dissatisfied with Danzo feel relieved a lot, and they thought that Danzo still had some merits. Danzo is the Hokage, even if Tsunade has taken away most of his power, but in terms of justice, he still has the upper hand. Therefore, with Danzo's expression, the matter of the joint Chunin exam was finally passed according to Danzo's wishes. That day, Danzo sent people to the Sand Village and the Cloud Village. They learned that the joint Chunin exam was successful. The Sand Village and the Cloud Village seemed to really want to use the joint Chunin exam to ease the pressure of the war. They all withdrew their troops and stopped fighting with Konoha. In this situation, Danzo naturally had more confidence. When both sides of the joint Chunin exam reached a consensus, Danzo immediately had someone issue a notice in the village, announcing the joint Chunin exam. The three major ninja villages held the Chunin exam together. This naturally caused the surprise and attention of Konoha's personnel. At the same time, it was not only Konoha's people who paid attention, but also other ninja villages. For example, Iwagakure and Kirigakure. Iwagakure has been recuperating since it reached an alliance with Konoha. But as soon as the joint Chunin exam came out, Onoki immediately sent people to Konoha to express that Iwagakure is willing to join the joint Chunin exam. The same is true for Kirigakure. When the war started, Kirigakure did not take any action, but it was obviously paying attention to the war. Facing the joint Chunin exam suddenly held by Konoha, Sand Village, and Cloud Village, Kirigakure and Iwagakure were afraid that they would miss some key information, so they immediately sent people to Konoha to express want to participate. The arrival of Iwagakure and Kirigakure was something Konoha had never expected. But Danzo accepted all the visitors and directly accepted the participation of Iwagakure and Kirigakure in the name of Hokage. In his opinion, the participation of Iwagakure and Kirigakure would only make the stage more grand. The grander the stage, the better it would show the outside world that Konoha would develop better than Sarutobi Hiruzen after he took charge. With Danzo's confidence, an unprecedented joint Chunin exam that brought together the 5 major ninja villages kicked off. Chapter 129 Konoha Collapse Plan. The River Country, the camp where the Sand Village is stationed. Although it is a war camp, as a ninja, the camp is naturally not just a simple tent, but a military fortress built by Earth Escape. At this time, in a room in the Sand Village camp, Yakang, who replaced Cho as the head coach of the Sand Village, frowned and asked, "Will the joining of the Rock Village and the Mist Village affect our plan?" "It will definitely have an impact, but I believe that when the people on both sides see the Konoha collapse plan we implemented, they will at most sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight, and will never help Konoha." Sitting in the seat that originally belonged to Yakang, Naraku crossed his arms and said calmly. He knew too well that the major ninja villages were jealous of the Fire Country, and he was also very clear about how much Konoha was hated. Therefore, as long as he took action, even the Iwagakure village, which had already formed an alliance with Konoha, would not really help Konoha because of the alliance. He even suspected that when he took action against Konoha, the old guy Onoki would most likely tear up the alliance immediately and join the invasion of the Fire Country. After all, the Land Country suffered heavy losses in his plunder, and the easiest way to make up for this loss was to plunder in the same way. There is no better place to plunder than the Fire Country. As for the Kirigakure village, Although it is impossible to determine whether the third Mizu cage is controlled by Uchiha Madara at this time, as long as the people of the Kirigakure village have ambitions, they will not let go of the fertile fire country. Konoha collapse plan. It seems that you really can't stand Konoha, sir. Yekeng agreed with Naraku's statement, and she also looked at Naraku with interest. She knew that Naraku was born in Konoha. But now, Naraku, who was born in Konoha, has joined forces with her in the Hidden Cloud village to formulate a plan to collapse Konoha. If the plan succeeds, Konoha will be severely damaged, if not defeated in one fell swoop. Such a contrast can undoubtedly prove Naraku's attitude towards Konoha. I really can't stand it. After all, it left me with very bad memories. Naraku glanced at the other party. It is true that he grew up in Konoha. But unfortunately, without mentioning the hatred of his parents, the experience of the root organization alone made it difficult for him to have a good impression of Konoha. A life and death experience. He was able to grow up alive in Konoha, not relying on Konoha's gift, but his own tenacity. It can even be said that the many life and death missions he completed in the root organization have long repaid the favor of growing up in Konoha. In his eyes, the current Konoha is no different from other ninja villages, and it is also a piece of fat meat that must be won. Looking at Yekeng's interested appearance, Naraku felt that he should educate him well. What does it mean to be superior and inferior to each other? I'm very angry now. Naraku said stiffly, hooking his finger and looking at Yekeng. I know, I'll help you calm down. Yekeng, who has grown from a girl to a young woman, rolled her eyes charmingly. Swaying her graceful figure, Yekeng stepped forward. The 5 major ninja villages jointly held the Chunin exam. The emergence of this event undoubtedly attracted close attention from the entire ninja world. Especially Konoha, the organizer. Under Danzo's operation, he even sent out invitations to many wealthy people and nobles in the Land of Fire to watch. It must be mentioned that the joint Chunin exam of the 5 major ninja villages is indeed very interesting. Many wealthy people and nobles who received the invitation are very interested. Such a development undoubtedly makes Konoha busy and more lively. Almost every day, a large number of outsiders come in and out. Name: Po-jun. Are you a samurai from the Iron Country? No, I'm just a wandering little samurai. With so many outsiders coming in and out, Konoha naturally couldn't ignore them, but arranged inspectors at the door. There were even people from the Hyuga clan secretly observing them with their eyes. At this time, a man with ordinary appearance was undergoing the inspection of the Konoha ninja. This man was about 30 years old, with long black hair casually draped behind him, a long sword with a purple scabbard on his waist, and a black tights. After a simple inspection, the Konoha ninja let him go. The main reason was that the Hyuga clan members who were secretly observing him didn't give a secret signal, which meant that there was no problem with this wandering samurai named Po-jun. After passing through the gate, Po-jun, no, it should be said that Naraku, who was disguised by the transformation technique, entered Konoha smoothly like everyone else. The transformation technique is just one of the 3 basic body techniques. Generally speaking, not to mention the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, even ordinary Chunins can see through it. But the technique also depends on who is using it. For example, Naraku. His transformation technique is flawless. Not to mention the people who are checking at the door, even if Tsunade comes, she will still be allowed to pass. In addition to his transformation technique, Naraku's posture after entering Konoha is also completely in line with the character of a wandering samurai. From time to time, he looked around curiously and showed surprise from time to time. He even bought a string of 3-color meatballs halfway and ate them while walking with relish. As for the real situation, loose outside and tight inside, an old-fashioned but very practical defense method. It seems to be a leisurely stroll, but in fact Naraku is exploring with his spiritual sense. For this joint Chunin exam, Konoha has obviously raised its alert level to the maximum, and it is far from being as relaxed as it seems on the surface. Revisiting the old place. Wandering in Konoha like a leisurely stroll, while exploring, Naraku was not filled with thousands of emotions, but with familiar strangeness. The familiarity is needless to say. The strangeness is because he had no chance to stroll leisurely in his previous life in Konoha. Minato, hurry up. Suddenly, Naraku, who was walking on the street, was attracted by a shout and looked over. In front of a barbecue restaurant not far away, a woman with long red hair was lively greeting a helpless blonde man. This pair of men and women can be called handsome men and beautiful women. The identities of the two are Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato. Soon, following Uzumaki Kushina's greeting, Namikaze Minato trotted over, and finally the two entered the barbecue restaurant with laughter. Has Namikaze Minato been transferred back from the battlefield? It seems that the Konoha collapse plan has another character worth paying attention to. Naraku withdrew his gaze as usual, and did not go to the barbecue restaurant to further explore, but continued to wander around. In the original plot, Minato Namikaze should have earned the name of Golden Flash in the war with Uegaku during the Third Ninja World War. But now, perhaps because of the changes brought about by Naraku, the name of Golden Flash has not appeared. However, people with strength will still stand out when it is time. Although Golden Flash did not appear, Minato Namikaze still made a great reputation in the Third Ninja World War. For example, some time ago, Minato Namikaze, as the main player, and his teacher Jiraiya, sat in the war between Konoha and Kumigakure, and fought against the combination of Kumigakure many times without losing the upper hand. He was even called the second fastest in the ninja world by some gossipers. Well, the first fastest in the ninja world is Naraku. The title of the first fastest in the ninja world was actually obtained by someone a long time ago, and that was Tobirama Senju, the developer of the Flying Thunder God technique. As for now, I don't know if it is to flatter Naraku. Like Silver Flash, Naraku's title of the first fastest in the ninja world also comes from Uegaku. However, no matter what the purpose of the Uegaku village is, the fact that Naraku replaced Tobirama Senju to become the new fastest man in the ninja world has been recognized by many people. For example, Minato Namikaze. Even though he showed amazing speed with the Flying Thunder God technique in the war with the Hidden Cloud village, he only got the title of the second fastest man in the ninja world. This is the result of Konoha's secret promotion to boost morale, otherwise Minato Namikaze might not even get the title of the second fastest man. After all, the Raikage is not dead. The sky gradually darkened. When it was evening, Naraku, who had thoroughly explored Konoha inside and out, found a random hotel to stay. Of course, this was just the surface. Secretly, after entering the hotel room, Naraku directly separated a real shadow clone to replace himself, and then left Konoha with the Flying Thunder God technique. Chapter 130 Arrogance from Prosperity to Decline. Yanjian Village? I have an impression of this ninja village. I didn't expect that the other party would leave such an amazing hand after losing to Konoha. This is really luck on our side. In the camp of Sand Village, Naraku, who left Konoha, met Yaking again. When Naraku talked about his exploration of Konoha, Yaking was surprised at first, and then full of emotion. This is actually the result of arrogance. With Konoha's power, the detonating tags set up by Keijiro village should have been discovered long ago. Naraku understood Yaking's feelings very well, because he was the same. During the Second Shinobi World War, there was a ninja village called Keijiro village in the deep mountains of the mountain country. At its peak, this ninja village was even stronger than the current Rain village. However, it may also be because of its strength that Keijiro village fought with Konoha during the Second Shinobi World War. During the battle, Keijiro village was able to compete with Konoha village for a time. However, compared with Konoha, Keijiro village's foundation was obviously much worse, so after the main force was sent to the battlefield, the rear was attacked by Konoha, so that its strength was greatly reduced in the end. However, the defeated Keijiro village was obviously very unwilling, so after signing a ceasefire agreement with Konoha, it secretly sent a trap ninja named Xianwang to lurk in Konoha and set up a large number of detonating tags everywhere in Konoha. According to Naraku's memories of his previous life, these detonating tags were not discovered until the original plot began. In other words, many buildings in Konoha were secretly equipped with detonating tags. Once detonated, not to mention the casualties to Konoha personnel, the buildings alone would be enough to cause serious damage. In fact, Naraku had discovered these detonating tags with his spiritual sense before he left Konoha. This time, he conducted a more detailed investigation and prepared to use them as one of the Konoha collapse plans. As Naraku said, if Konoha had been cautious enough, the detonating tags arranged by Xianwang should have been discovered long ago. Even if Xianwang arranged it very cleverly, hiding the detonating tags in the mezzanine of the building, it could still be discovered as long as a careful investigation was carried out, just like the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. The reason why Konoha had never discovered such a hidden danger in its village was entirely due to arrogance. And arrogance is often a manifestation of decline from prosperity. Are your people ready? Naraku asked Yaking. Yaking nodded and said, almost, now we only need to deal with Fanfu. The power of the one tail is crucial, but the other party may not act according to our plan. Maybe he will turn against us after being released. Leave the matter of the one tail to me. When Fanfu comes, you arrange for me to meet him. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Naraku and Yeking talked about the detailed arrangement of Konoha's collapse plan. In addition to the arrangement of the one tail, Naraku also pointed out to Yeking the people who need special attention in the plan. For example, Minato Namikaze. For example, Uzumaki Kushina, the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. For example, Tsunade, etc. Time passed quietly. A few days later, Yeking set out directly from the camp of Sand Village. In order not to arouse Konoha's vigilance, Yeking did not bring many people, only 3 teams of guards. Of course, Yeking is the Kazekage of Sand Village after all. Although the guards are only 3 teams, all of them are jonin. One of them is even disguised as the one-tailed Jinchuriki of Banfuku. After all, it is a war period, so Yeking had sent people to contact the Konoha side before leaving. For Yeking's coming, the Konoha side naturally made some arrangements, not only allowing Yeking to enter the land of fire without obstacles, but also arranging many Konoha ninjas to escort him on the way. Well, this escort can actually be understood as surveillance. Lord Kazekage, welcome to our Konoha. I am Kento Shimura, the patriarch of the Shimura clan. After arriving in Konoha smoothly, when Yeking entered the guest house under the arrangement of Konoha staff, someone had been waiting here for a long time. Looking at the smiling man opposite, Yeking did not wait for him to continue, but interrupted him directly and asked with a frown. The man named Shimura Kento's smile froze, and then he slowly said, "The Hokage is busy, so I will be responsible for receiving the Kazekage." Busy? So your Hokage is so busy that he doesn't even have basic etiquette? Yeking sneered. As the cage of the 5 major ninja villages, Yeking, as the Kazekage, came to Konoha this time. It stands to reason that Danzo, as the Hokage, should personally receive him. But Danzo did not show up at all, and only sent his own clansmen. Such a style and attitude clearly revealed that he was condescending to Yeking. If there was no plan to collapse Konoha in secret, it would be reasonable for Yeking to turn around and leave with Danzo's contemptuous attitude. Kazekage, please be careful with your words. Shimura Kento as the head of the Shimura clan, Kento Shimura is naturally the confidant of Shimura Danzo. Similarly, with Danzo as his backer, this person is also extremely arrogant. In response to Yeking's retort, he not only did not feel guilty, but instead accused him with dissatisfaction. Yeking looked at him deeply, and was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, so he turned around and went to his room. Humph! Seeing Yeking's attitude, Kento Shimura snorted coldly, ignored him, and turned away. What the hell is Danzo doing? When everyone left, Tsunade walked out of a hidden corner slowly. She glanced at the direction where Kento Shimura left and rubbed her temples with a headache. She was extremely vigilant about this joint Chunin exam. For this reason, after learning that Yeking was coming, she came to check the situation. What she didn't expect was that Yeking hadn't found any problems yet, but her side had problems first. Tsunade really didn't expect Danzo to do things so badly. Even if it was just for show, Yeking came as the Kazekage, Danzo should have shown his face. But Danzo didn't even show his face, and even the people he sent had a bad attitude. With such a bad attitude, even if the Sand Village didn't want to make trouble, they might want to make trouble. Forget it, let Danzo be arrogant for a while. Tsunade sighed and turned to leave the guest house. If possible, she would naturally want to remind Danzo, but unfortunately, she knew that even if she did, she would only be squeezed by Danzo. Maybe the other party would throw the sentence "I am the Hokage" that he often said to her. Rather than looking for trouble, she might as well turn a blind eye. What's going on in Konoha? I'm here on behalf of the village this time. Even if the Hokage doesn't show up, the reception should at least be someone of sufficient weight. Shimura Kento? I haven't heard of him. Where's your Hokage? Why didn't he come? Do they look down on our Kumagakuer? Too arrogant, Lord Yagura. Konoha is too arrogant. They don't take our village seriously at all. It turns out that Danzo's arrogance is not only directed at Yagura, but at everyone. After Yagura arrived in Konoha, representatives from Kumagakuer, Iwagakuer, and Kirigakuer also arrived in succession in the next few days. The representatives of these 3 parties are not the cages of their respective ninja villages. The representative of Iwagakure is Huang-tu. The representative of Kumagakure is the Ab combination. The representative of Kirigakure is Yagura of Gaji. In terms of status, although the representatives of these three parties are all very important in their respective villages, they are obviously not comparable to Yagura, who has become the Kazekage. Therefore, the arrival of these three parties was even less cared by Danzo. The result was obvious. Danzo did not show his face, but arranged an unknown person to receive him. The three parties were very dissatisfied. Especially the people from Iwagakure and Kirigakure. As a member of Konoha's collapse plan, Kumagakure would restrain itself for the next plan even if it was dissatisfied. It was different for Iwagakure and Kirigakure. You should know that Iwagakure and Kirigakure are allies now. As allies, Danzo's arrogant treatment made the people of Iwagakure, including Huang-tu, feel the contempt of Konoha for them. The same was true for Kirigakure. At this time, Kirigakure had already implemented the blood mist policy, which made most of the people in Kirigakure extremely cruel. Faced with Danzo's arrogance, the people of Kirigakure almost clashed with the people of Konoha in the guest house. Although the conflict was suppressed by Yagura Kyujitaki in the end, whether it was Yagura Kyujitaki or Huang-tu. As if to express their dissatisfaction, Huang-tu and Kyujiya Yagura did not go out in the following days until the start of the Chunin exam. Chapter 131 Kill Without Mercy. It's too chaotic, Tsunade-sama, are we really not going to intervene? How can we intervene? Danzo is so high-spirited now because of the joint Chunin exam. If we intervene, we will only make outsiders laugh at us. Okay. What happened in the guest house was seen by many people in Konoha. Among them, Danzo's arrogance towards the other four major ninja villages was almost naked. The reactions to such actions varied. Doves like Tsunade believed that Danzo was too arrogant and could easily aggravate the conflict with the other four parties. And hawks like those who supported Danzo's promotion were very supportive of Danzo's actions. The hawks also believed that Konoha was the strongest and should have been condescending to other ninja villages, instead of just seeking peace like during the Sarutobi Hiruzen period. In fact, as Danzo came to power, the power of the hawk faction was also rising. This is also the reason why Danzo could still barely suppress Tsunade when Tsunade took away most of the power of Hokage. With the arrival of personnel from the other four major ninja villages, the date of the joint Chunin exam is getting closer and closer. It is worth mentioning that in order to better demonstrate the strength of Konoha, Danzo not only invited the rich and nobles of the Land of Fire, but also the small ninja villages affiliated with Konoha. This means that in addition to the genin from the 5 major ninja villages, there are also many genin from small ninja villages participating in this joint Chunin exam. This joint Chunin exam is divided into 3 rounds. In addition to the written test in the first round, the next 2 rounds will be inseparable from fighting. I have communicated with the people below in the guest house. If you meet someone from Konoha in the exam, kill them without mercy. In the room of the guest house, Yaking, sitting on the sofa, talked to Nariku about his arrangements for the exam. When it comes to killing without mercy, Yakang's eyes reveal murderous intent without any concealment. Even if there is no Konoha collapse plan, she will not easily forgive Danzo's arrogant attitude. Nariku chuckled and said, "The people in the Hidden Cloud Village are just like you, preparing to attack Konoha's people in the exam. I guess the other Hidden Rock Village and the Hidden Mist Village are similar." Naturally, he also communicated with the Hidden Cloud Village on the Konoha collapse plan. For example, before he came to Yaking this time, he went to see the son of the Raikage first. It is obvious that the son of the Raikage is extremely unhappy with Danzo's arrogant attitude. If this is the case, it can only be said that Konoha is asking for it. Yaking sneered with his hands folded on his chest when he heard Nariku's words. Have the people been arranged? In the Hokage's office, Danzo stood in front of the window with his hands behind his back, admiring the scenery of Konoha outside. He had been looking forward to this scene for a long time, and now the beauty of the scene completely met his expectations. The whole Konoha must obey his will. Reporting to the Lord, the personnel participating in the Chunin exam have been arranged. In addition to those genin who signed up voluntarily, the members of the training class have also been arranged. And the subordinates have already instructed the members of the training class according to the Lord's instructions that if they encounter people from the 4 major ninja villages during the exam, they must kill them without mercy. Behind Danzo was a member of the root organization kneeling on one knee. When he heard Danzo's question, the root organization member immediately reported respectfully. Very good. After hearing the report from the root members, Danzo reluctantly withdrew from the scene outside the window. He turned to look at the root members with a satisfied smile on his face. Remember, this is not just a simple Chunin exam, but a stage for Konoha to become strong after I take charge. There must not be any mistakes. Danzo said with high spirits. Yes. As if sensing the high spirits of their master, the root members also showed enthusiasm. A few days passed in a flash. On this day, the joint Chunin exam finally arrived. According to the time, the exam should have started. On the Hokage rock, Naraku rested his hands on the fence and looked down at the entire Konoha with interest. He actually didn't care much about the exam, because for them, it was just an appetizer before the start of Konoha's collapse plan. After looking down for a long time, Naraku left leisurely. Although Naraku didn't care much about the exam, he couldn't stand Yekang's initiative to tell him. The main thing is that what happened in the exam made Yekang want to share. Although the real purpose of the Sand Village and the Cloud Village was the Konoha collapse plan, they did not ignore the quality of the examinees. Like the Rock Village and the Mist Village, the genin sent by the Sand Village and the Cloud Village were also the new generation of elites in the village. Therefore, in the written test of the first exam, except for some genin from small ninja villages who were eliminated, the genin from the 5 major ninja villages passed easily. And when it came to the second exam, the highlight began. The content of the second exam was almost exactly the same as the Chunin exam jointly held by the Sand Village and Konoha in the original plot. Both were held in the Death Forest and competed for the Scroll of Heaven and Earth. The process of the exam can only be described as dramatic. In order to ensure that the last public exam could show the invited rich and nobles that Konoha became more prosperous after he took over, Danzo arranged all the members of the root organization's training class to take the exam. This undoubtedly made Konoha's genin, in addition to being the largest in number among many ninja villages, extremely powerful. However, Danzo obviously did not expect that his arrogance would lead to a strong backlash. Not only the genin of Sand Village and Cloud Village, but also the genin of Rock Village and Mist Village, all tacitly launched revenge against Konoha at the beginning of the second round. This directly led to a fierce fight at the beginning of the second exam. The genin of the 4 villages would kill Konoha's genin without mercy whenever they met him. That's right. The members of the training class of the root organization did have the strength to surpass their peers under the brutal training, but the new generation of elites of the 4 villages was no exception. At the beginning, Konoha could still rely on numbers to gain a certain advantage, but as they found that Konoha was difficult to deal with, the genin of the 4 villages were not lacking in smart people, and gradually evolved into a tacit alliance and began to suppress Konoha's genin together. The result was that when the second exam ended, Konoha's genin suffered tragic casualties. Only 2 people passed the second exam. On the other hand, even with the limit on the number of scrolls of heaven and earth, any of the 4 villages is above Konoha. It's what they deserve. Now I want to see how Konoha will show itself to the rich nobles of the Land of Fire in the next public exam. After actively explaining the situation of the first 2 exams to Naraku, Yekang couldn't help but show a gloating expression. The purpose of Konoha inviting many rich people and nobles from the Land of Fire to watch the exam is completely clear. Now Konoha's genin only has 2 people squeezed into the last exam. Compared with the other 4 parties, just from the number of PEOP gap is enough to make Konoha lose face and give the outside world the impression that Konoha is just so-so. In this situation, Konoha can't take the opportunity to show off its strength to the outside world. It is lucky that it can avoid being completely trampled under the feet of the 4 villages. Danzo is best at making some conspiracies that are not presentable. I guess he will definitely not sit and wait for death next. Naraku said with a playful look. Yekang said unexpectedly, it shouldn't be the case. There is already a result. What else can the other party do? It's not like they will squeeze some more people from Konoha in, right? Who knows? It's best if there is none. If there is, then I will let the other party know that Konoha is not as high and mighty as they think. Without waiting for Naraku to continue, Yekang made a strong statement. Chapter 132 Danzo's Brain Circuit. Facts have proved that Danzo did not sit and wait for death. The next day. Preliminary? Impossible. We refuse the so-called preliminaries. If you insist on doing so, we will directly announce our withdrawal from this joint Chunin exam. What a joke, you say at it, then what are we? Get out of here. I refuse. The rules of this joint Chunin exam have long been set, and no one is allowed to change it at will. Is this how you do things in Konoha? It's ridiculous. Early in the morning, there were shouts of rebuke in the guest house. The reason was that Danzo sent someone to find Kamayagura, the son of the Reikage, Huangtu, and Yagura, and proposed to add a preliminaries before the third exam. The reason given was that too many people passed the second exam, and in order to facilitate the final third exam, some people needed to be eliminated in advance. It was obvious that the 4 people of Yekura did not accept it at all. Everyone is not an idiot, so how can they not see that the so-called preliminaries really want to eliminate the people of their 4 villages? In fact, it is true. Just as Naraku said, Danzo is the best at making some unpresentable conspiracies. When he found that the progress of the exam was completely opposite to what he expected, Danzo did not directly force people in, but tried to save face by reducing the number of people from the other 4 villages. This can only be said that Danzo's attitude towards the other 4 major ninja villages is not just arrogant, but has reached the point of being unscrupulous. Damn, these guys simply don't take me seriously. The proposal for the preliminaries was rejected, and even threatened to withdraw from the joint Chunin exam. Danzo's face became very ugly after getting this result. He didn't think he did anything wrong, but thought that the 4 major ninja villages were too arrogant and didn't give him, the Hokage, any face. Danzo was angry. There were also people watching the show. In the clan territory of the Senju clan, Danzo really shot himself in the foot this time. Although such a result will make the village lose some face, it at least creates an opportunity for me. Tsunade found some fine wine and tasted it happily. After taking a sip of fine wine, a faint blush appeared on her pretty face, making her already beautiful face even more beautiful. Tsunade lazily lay on the sofa with a wine glass in her hand. After curing her hemophobia, she has actually been waiting for the right time to pull Danzo down from the position of Hokage. Now, with the emergence of the joint Chunin exam, this opportunity has already begun to appear, and it was even released by Danzo himself. In Tsunade's view, in fact, with the power of the new generation of Konoha, it may not be as bad as it is now. For example, the Uchiha clan. In addition to Uchiha Shisui, this clan also has many outstanding geniuses. But unfortunately, Danzo did not even give the Uchiha clan a chance to enter the battlefield, so how could he give the Uchiha clan a chance to show up in this Chunin exam? This resulted in no Uchiha clan members among Konoha's candidates, and also caused Konoha's genin to lose an important force. After this matter is over, we can start to act. Tsunade drank the wine in the cup in one gulp, and the coldness in her beautiful eyes was not drunkenness. She would never allow the foundation left by her grandfather to be trampled by others. Even if this person is nominally the Hokage of the village. Danzo is arrogant, but other people in Konoha do not have the courage. Not to mention the doves and neutrals, even the hawks dare not force it in the face of strong opposition from the 4 major ninja villages. In the end, the preliminaries failed to be implemented as Danzo wished. A week later, the joint Chunin exam ushered in the last round. Is this the Chunin exam jointly held by the 5 major ninja villages? It looks so lively. Who said it wasn't? This is the first time the 5 major ninja villages have joined together. In my opinion, this exam can be seen as the first competition among the new generation of the 5 major ninja villages, and also a display of the future potential of the 5 major ninja villages. In the huge venue that looks like a gladiatorial arena. As the entrance began, the audience seats in the venue were soon filled. Those who came to watch the personnel included not only the wealthy and nobles of the Land of Fire who were invited, but also many tourists who came here because of their reputation, as well as people from the main village of Konoha. Especially the latter. If you observe carefully, you will find that among the people from the main village of Konoha, there are many Konoha ninja clan leaders, such as Uchiha, Hyuga, Inoshikacho, etc. I really don't want to come. Who said it wasn't? This time I came here to embarrass myself. Don't complain. Although there is a high probability that I will embarrass myself later, it is more important to ensure safety than to embarrass myself. If my sister pried into the Urobukimiji disaster school, will the other 4 villages really cause trouble? Who knows, but I support what Tsunade-sama said. For example, the Sand Village and the Cloud Village are indeed very suspicious. These 2 sides will not propose a joint Chunin exam for no reason, and it is even more impossible for them to give in easily. Some of the Konoha ninja clan leaders who came sat alone, but some of them sat together in groups of 2 or 3. Waiting for the exam to begin, the ninja clan leaders sitting together were talking in low voices, and their eyes were occasionally scanning the high platform on one side of the venue. On the high platform overlooking the entire venue, Danzo, Yekage, Reikage's son, Huangtu, and Kyujo Yagura were sitting. Well, if it were just this, it would be nothing. The key is that the high platform is divided into 2 levels. The upper level is where Danzo sits alone. The lower level is where Yekage, Raikage's son, Hoangtu, and Kyujo Yagura sit. One high and one low. This seating arrangement undoubtedly reveals a certain flavor. What's going on? Are the 4 villages of Sand Village, Cloud Village, Rock Village, and Mist Village ready to surrender to Konoha? Strange, forget about the Cloud Village, Rock Village, and Mist Village. After all, they are just representatives of each village. It's understandable that they would arrange seats at the next level, but what's the situation with Sand Village? This is the Kazekage of Sand Village. Logically, she should sit in the same row with the Hokage of Konoha. Interesting, it seems that this new Hokage is very courageous. He actually suppressed the other 4 in such a public occasion. In addition to the clan leaders of each ninja clan occasionally looking at the platform, many people in the audience were actually attracted by the situation on the platform. There was a lot of discussion. The seating arrangement on the platform obviously caused a lot of discussion. The main reason was that Danzo sat alone on the upper level, and Yekang and the other 4 sat below. This seating arrangement was really imaginative. Especially when some sharp-minded people noticed that Yekang, the only one of the 4 people sitting below who was the shadow of a village, had his eyes closed expressionlessly from beginning to end. They could not help but make all kinds of speculations. Tsunade-sama, is this seating arrangement not good? In a corner of the audience, Minato Namikaze looked at the situation on the podium and couldn't help but said to Tsunade sitting next to him. With her hands folded across her chest, Tsunade, who had originally closed her eyes to rest, slowly opened her eyes. She glanced at the podium and said lightly, "Some people insist on doing this. What can we do? After all, the other party is the Hokage. Minato, don't worry about it. Anyway, if something really happens, it will be Danzo's responsibility." Kushina, who was sitting on the other side of Minato Namikaze, said carelessly. While speaking, Kushina looked at Danzo on the podium with a high-spirited attitude, and her beautiful eyes couldn't help showing disgust. She couldn't help but feel disgusted. After all, the other party sent people to capture her as soon as he ascended to the position of Hokage. If Tsunade-sama hadn't shown up in time, she might have been convicted of treason by the other party for resisting. Yakura looks very angry. Also in a corner of the audience, Naraku, disguised as a wandering samurai, glanced at Yakura on the podium. When he saw the expressionless face of the other party, he knew that if it weren't for the next plan, Yakura would have been furious. In fact, even Naraku himself didn't expect Danzo to be so mean. He actually did such a small trick in such an occasion. Sometimes Naraku was very curious about Danzo's brain circuit. Couldn't the other party really think that doing these small tricks can show off his strength to the outside world? Especially in the current situation. You have to know the situation of Konoha's genin entering the last exam. Compared with the other 4 major ninja villages, the number of people alone is enough to make Konoha lose face in the next exam. In such a situation, Danzo still did some unpresentable tricks. This didn't look like a way to save face, but more like a circus clown. Well, not necessarily. Maybe in Danzo's cognition, these little tricks can really save face. Noticing Danzo sitting alone on the upper level of the high platform with a high-spirited attitude, Naraku touched his chin. Chapter 133 Feel the Pain. Everyone. The figure came in a flash. A Konoha ninja wearing a green vest appeared in the open space in the center of the venue with the instant body technique. This person looked around the audience in the venue and announced the start of the last exam. As soon as these words came out, the audience in the venue immediately burst into cheers. It started. Yakura, sitting expressionlessly on the stone chair, slowly opened his eyes, and his beautiful eyes were filled with coldness. It started. In the audience, Naraku, like other tourists, raised his lips. It started. The campsite of Sand Village in the river country. The 2,000 sand ninjas who had already gathered and the 200 star ninjas headed by Xiaorixing and Yu looked at the Naraku who was sitting cross-legged in front of them and suddenly opened his eyes. They all felt a chill in their hearts and exuded a strong murderous aura. It started. The camp of the Cloud Village in the land of hot springs. The 2,000 cloud ninjas who had gathered also exuded a murderous aura when they saw the Naraku who was sitting cross-legged in front of them suddenly open his eyes. It started. The Hokage Rock of Konoha. Looking at the direction of the Chunin exam venue, Naraku could completely perceive the situation in the exam venue as if he saw it with his eyes. The start of the exam made Naraku retract his hands that were supporting on the railing, and then he spread his arms wildly. "Come on, everyone in Konoha, feel the pain." Amidst the laughter, the true energy flowed along Naraku's feet into the Hokage rock below, until it reached the detonating talismans hidden in the Hokage rock. Boom boom boom. As if responding to Naraku's laughter, the crazy explosion instantly started from the Hokage rock and swept across the entire Konoha. The deafening roar continued. At this moment, Naraku ignited the hatred of Cage Village against Konoha. The rolling dust was stirred up, almost covering the entire Konoha, and the earthquake-like vibration further destroyed Konoha. In just a few breaths, the crazy explosion caused by countless detonating tags directly turned more than one-third of Konoha's buildings into ruins. Similarly, in such a crazy explosion, countless people were buried. Ah! Damn, why did such an explosion happen? What happened? Help me, my leg is broken. The sudden arrival of the disaster, just as Naraku declared, made the people of Konoha feel unbearable pain. The sounds of screaming, exclamation, and help echoed throughout Konoha. In the explosion, not only civilians were injured or killed, but also many weak ninjas who were unable to react. Not to mention the dead, the survivors were not doing well either, all of them were in shock and panic, causing the entire Konoha to fall into chaos. Swish! Before the Hokage rock was blown up by the detonating talisman, Naraku, who had brought pain to Konoha, had already left first. As Konoha fell into chaos, in the two training grounds located in the east and west of Konoha, two inconspicuous flying thunder god techniques suddenly spread to all directions, forming a large range of technique patterns. Swish! As the two flying thunder god technique patterns unfolded, the next second, dense figures descended. Kill! The armies gathered from the hidden cloud village, the hidden sand village, and the star ninja village descended on the two training grounds. The flying thunder god technique was launched by the Naraku on both sides. Teleporting from the camp to Konoha in an instant, the three parties were not panicked by the change of scene, but immediately roared and rushed into Konoha from the east and west ends. Ah! Enemy attack! Enemies invaded the village. It's the people of the hidden cloud village. Why are there so many cloud ninjas in the village? Damn, the other party is from the hidden sand village and the star ninja village. Don't kill me! Before they could recover from the crazy explosion, the people of Konoha immediately faced a wolf-like army raid. Caught off guard, many Konoha ninjas were quickly submerged by the torrent of the army formed by the cloud ninjas, sand ninjas, and star ninjas, leaving corpses all over the ground. Screaming, fighting, and roaring filled the entire Konoha. Even when the Konoha ninjas reacted and quickly resisted the invasion of the cloud ninjas, sand ninjas, and star ninjas, Konoha fell into greater chaos. Examination venue. When the crazy explosion occurred, strong vibrations were also transmitted. What happened? Oh no, something happened in the village. Damn, such a shocking movement is not a trivial matter. It's an earthquake, protect me and leave. Help, don't step on me. The strong vibration and the shocking explosion that also came made the entire venue fall into chaos. The ninjas of Konoha got up in a hurry in shock and anger, or jumped onto the wall to explore the source of the explosion, or hurriedly blocked people's hands and escorted the audience in the venue to evacuate. It's just that the disaster came too suddenly, and it was unrealistic to complete the evacuation at once, especially with the chaos. The venue also changed. Roar! On the high platform. A wild roar came from one of the guards behind Yekang. A large amount of yellow sand gushed out, and the one-tailed Jinchuriki Bunfuku, who was disguised as a guard, suddenly unlocked the seal of the tailed beast. In an instant, a giant beast descended on the platform, and its heavy body even crushed the platform directly. The figure rushed. When the giant beast descended, not only Yekang and another guard left with the instant body technique, but the others on the platform also hurriedly dodged. One tail. Damn, this is the tailed beast of the Sand Village. What does the Sand Village want to do? The appearance of the giant beast immediately attracted everyone in the venue, many of whom recognized the origin of the giant beast, and their faces changed drastically. Especially the people of Konoha. What is a tailed beast? It is a war weapon. The appearance of the one tail is like, however, he had already told the people of Konoha what would happen next. Wind style, air training bullet. His pupils showed the three Magatama Sharingan. The Shikaku that crushed the platform and fell into the venue did not stop at all. Its abdomen immediately bulged high, and it continuously sprayed huge and violent wind bombs towards the audience. Boom! 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 The people who were shocked by the sudden appearance of the Shikaku had no time to react. In an instant, the audience seats were bombed, and huge gaps were blown out by the violent wind bombs. Similarly, the audience in these areas were also turned into minced meat and blood mist in the bombing. Stop it! The bombing of the wind bombs suddenly woke up the people of Konoha. When they saw the tragic casualties, the people of Konoha were even more horrified. You should know that among the people who came to watch this time, there were many wealthy people and nobles from the Land of Fire. These people were important financial backers of Konoha. Now that they died here, Konoha would definitely suffer unimaginable adverse effects. Chapter 134 8-Tail vs 9-Tail. Swoosh! A kunao flew towards the one tail that was spewing wind bullets. The kunao was not aimed at the one tail, but flew towards the top of the one tail. Just as the kunao passed over the top of the one tail, two figures flashed over in the next second. Kushina. The two figures that appeared above the head of a person were Minato Namikaze and Kushina. Minato Namikaze, who teleported with the Flying Thunder God technique and landed on the head of the one tail, immediately shouted to Kushina. Understood. Kushina did not hesitate and immediately performed the Vajra lock, extending golden chains from her back, wrapping around the one-tail Shikaku below. Blue lightning struck. Minato Namikaze brought Kushina to the top of the one tail. Although the purpose was to use Kushina's Vajra lock to restrain the one tail, he did not ignore the surroundings. Sharply perceived the blue lightning strike. Namikaze Minato's face changed, and without hesitation, he immediately grabbed Kushina's shoulder and launched the Flying Thunder God technique again. Swish! Blue lightning flew over the head of the one tail and hit the towering wall on the other side of the venue. Stones flew, and a dent was smashed into the towering wall. In the dent, the son of the Raikage showed his bravery, waved his hand to disperse the dust, and scanned with his tiger eyes, immediately looking for the figure of Namikaze Minato. In addition to the Sand Village, the Cloud Village is also problematic. Using the Flying Thunder God technique to avoid the attack of the son of the Raikage, Namikaze Minato moved back to the original audience seat, while releasing his right hand that was holding Kushina's shoulder, and frowning at the son of the Raikage on the towering wall. The appearance of the one tail is enough to prove the intention of the Sand Village. Now that the son of the Raikage stopped him from sealing the one tail, it is also enough to prove that the Cloud Village and the Sand Village are together. Both of them wanted to attack the village from the inside under the pretext of the joint Chunin exam. Yo-yo, today is the day when the 8 tails and the 9 tails will face off again, but this time, the 8 tails will defeat the 9 tails and become the new strongest tailed beast. A burst of rap came, and both Minato Namikaze and Kushina beside him looked over. In their sight, it was Killer Bee from the UB group who was walking towards them. While Killer Bee was rapping in a frivolous way, he held 2 long swords in both hands, and even 8 octopus tentacles extended from his back. Swish! Blue lightning flashed over. As the ground cracked, the son of the Raikage landed next to Killer Bee, and also looked at Minato Namikaze and Kushina on the opposite side. Minato Namikaze, let's completely decide the winner today. While scanning, the son of the Raikage's sight finally focused on Minato Namikaze's face. He clasped his hands together, his finger bones groaned, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit as he looked at Minato Namikaze. Kushina, I'll hold these 2 back, and you find a way to seal the one tail. Minato Namikaze stared closely at the Raikage's son and Killer Bee, and said to Kushina beside him in a deep voice. Okay. Kushina actually wanted to stay and fight with Minato. After all, one of the opponents was the Raikage's son, and the other was the 8 tails Jinchuriki, and she was worried that Minato would be in danger. But thinking of Minato's character, she finally chose to obey. Turning around, Kushina was ready to go to the one tail. But as soon as she moved, the Raikage's son and Killer Bee on the opposite side also moved together. Minato Namikaze had a good idea, and wanted to hold the Raikage's son and Killer Bee alone. But the problem is that the Raikage's son and Killer Bee will never do as he wishes. According to the Konoha collapse plan formulated by Naraku, the two have the task of delaying Konoha's top combat power. Minato Namikaze and Kushina are obviously in this category. Yilei Shenfu Lei Axe. The son of the Raikage, who used the lightning chakra mode and turned into blue lightning again, appeared above Minato Namikaze as if teleporting. Boom! The violent battle axe-style split leg heavily trampled on the audience seats. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the audience seats collapsed, forming a huge pit. The figure flew. Minato Namikaze, who was the target of the Raikage attack, not only dodged the attack in time, but also flew behind the Raikage attack at a rapid speed. The high-intensity wind chakra wrapped around the flying thunder god Kunao, forming a terrible edge. The moment he approached, Minato Namikaze mercilessly cut towards the flying thunder god Kunao the back of the Raikage sun's neck. Turning around and kicking. Minato Namikaze was very fast, but the Raikage sun was no worse. Kuai and whip kick flew towards each other at the same time after being keenly aware of the attack from behind. Based on the speed of both sides, if they did not change, it would be a lose-lose situation. Minato Namikaze's face darkened, and he immediately activated the Flying Thunder God technique to move away. The air exploded. The Raikage sun's mist whip kick caused the air to explode and ripple. The next second, before the Raikage sun could retract his legs, dozens of Flying Thunder God Kunao shot from not far away. Some aimed directly at the Raikage sun, while others landed nearby. The Raikage, who had fought with Minato Namikaze many times on the battlefield, released lightning without hesitation as soon as he saw the Flying Thunder God Kunao coming. Crack! The violent lightning swept out, knocking all the Flying Thunder God Kunao away. Swish! While scanning his eyes to prevent the Flying Thunder God Kunao from getting close to him, the Raikage sun quickly caught the figure of Minato Namikaze. When he caught Minato Namikaze not far away, the Raikage sun turned into blue lightning again and attacked him. Facing the attack of the Raikage sun, Minato Namikaze looked solemn and did not dare to be careless. He immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to fight with the opponent at a high speed. Minato Namikaze is a very ninja-like person. Even if it was just a suspicion, before the start of this exam, in order to deal with possible crises, he secretly set up a lot of Flying Thunder God techniques in the venue. At this time, these Flying Thunder God techniques were successfully played out, allowing Minato Namikaze to use the Flying Thunder God technique to fight well even if he could not get close to the Raikage sun with the Flying Thunder God Kunao. The Raikage sun and Minato Namikaze are fighting. The same is true for Killer Bee and Kushina. Minato Namikaze wanted to hold back the son of the Raikage and Killer Bee to create a chance for Kushina to leave, but the result was not as he expected. Instead, he was held back by the son of the Raikage, which allowed Killer Bee to stop Kushina in the first place. When Kushina tried to leave, a long sword wrapped in lightning shot towards her quickly. Kushina stopped and dodged after seeing the attack. And after the long sword passed, Killer Bee quickly attacked and slashed at Kushina. The golden chain blocked the long sword wrapped in lightning. Don't underestimate me. Kushina, who originally wanted to leave, immediately changed her mind when she encountered Killer Bee's attack. The long red hair fluttered under the huge chakra, and Kushina shouted strongly, controlling the golden chain behind her to counterattack Killer Bee. Bye, these chains have strong sealing ability, don't resist. Facing the attack of the golden chains, Killer Bee was originally prepared to fight with the octopus tentacles extending from his back, but at this moment, the eight-tailed cow demon in his body immediately reminded him. Kirabe was shocked and quickly stepped back to avoid the golden chains. The opponent is from the Uzumaki clan. The sealing technique they master is very restraining to our tailed beasts. Bye, try to use long-range attacks. While Killer Bee was dodging, the eight-tailed cow demon in his body continued to remind him. Understood. Kirabe decisively pulled away for a distance and entered the tailed beast chakra mode, with a huge amount of scarlet chakra emerging from his body. Boom! Just as Killer Bee was about to launch a long-range attack, suddenly, his eyes condensed. On the opposite side, when Kushina saw Killer Bee enter the tailed beast chakra mode, a huge amount of scarlet chakra emerged from her body. Nine tails swaying. Kushina surprisingly also entered the nine tails tailed beast chakra mode, and the tailed beast chakra that emerged from her body was even more massive than that of Killer Bee. Obviously, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, Kushina and the Nine Tails did not have mutual recognition like Killer Bee and the Eight Tails Jayaki, but with the powerful sealing technique, she could also easily extract the Nine Tails chakra. Boom! After a brief confrontation, two huge scarlet chakra claws extended from the hands of Kushina and Killer Bee and collided fiercely. A deafening roar echoed. During the collision, the surrounding air was squeezed into a shock wave visible to the naked eye, causing the audience seats to shake and collapse. Chapter 135 Yekeng vs Tsunade. Scorch Release, Oversteaming Kill. When the one-tailed Shikaku descended and crushed the high platform, Danzo and the others hurriedly dodged. Just as he landed, a scorching fireball came at him. Be careful, sir. The two captains of the root organization were guarding Danzo. The two were originally attracted by the one-tailed Shikaku, but when they found the scorching fireball coming, they hurriedly stood in front of Danzo. Although Naraku killed many people from the root organization when he left. But with Danzo becoming the Hokage, the members of the root organization have not only been supplemented, but the organization has also been greatly expanded. At this time, the two captains of the root organization who were guarding Danzo were both Jonin-level masters, and their reactions were quite fast. But unfortunately, the fireballs were even faster. The two captains of the root organization stood in front of Danzo, and were hit by fireballs before they could make more responses. Ah! With a shrill scream, the two captains of the root organization were quickly burned into dry and charred corpses by the high temperature contained in the fireballs. There were even many during the period. The fireball passed over the two people and hit Danzo, who was in the back. Danzo's strength was naturally superior to that of a Jonin. But just like Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other two who were assassinated by Naraku. After years of pampering, Danzo's reaction awareness was not much higher than that of a Jonin. Unexpectedly, even with the protection of two captains of the root organization, Danzo still failed to completely dodge and was quickly hit on the right arm by one of the fireballs. Dried and charred. As soon as the fireball with terrible high temperature touched Danzo's right arm was severely burned, and the burning quickly spread to the shoulder, intending to burn Danzo's entire body dry. Clang! The hand knife wrapped with wind escape chakra cut off the right arm from the shoulder. The owner of the hand knife was Danzo. Although his reaction awareness declined, Danzo still retained some of the decisiveness that a top-level combat force should have. In order to save his life, he cut off his right arm in a hurry when his right arm was burned. Blood spurted out from the broken shoulder. Danzo covered the broken shoulder with his left hand and hurriedly retreated again. Swish, swish, swish. As his home court, Danzo obviously did not just arrange two captains of the root organization as guards. Near the high platform, many members of the root organization were also arranged. As Danzo was attacked, a member of the root organization hiding around finally reacted and rushed out to block Danzo and Yakang. That's right. The scorching fireball came from Yakang. Scorch release, continuous bullet. Seeing Danzo's broken arm to survive, Yakang did not hesitate and immediately condensed more scorch release fireballs and shot them at the opponent. Danzo's repeated tricks had already made Yakang want to kill him as soon as possible. At this time, the plan to collapse Konoha was launched, so she would naturally not be polite. Water escape, water wall. When the dozen or so root members who came to protect saw the fireball coming, those who were good at water escape immediately joined forces to defend and raised a thick water wall in front of them. Swish, swish, swish. The scorching escape fireball crashed into the water wall, and a thick fog spread under the burning. Just when the fog was spreading, the scorching escape fireball also penetrated the water wall with great force and attacked the root members. Amid screams, several root members failed to avoid the scorching escape fireball and were burned into dry charred corpses. As for the rest, they took advantage of the fog to counterattack Yakang one by one. Tear off the Kazekage god robe he was wearing. Yakang, dressed in combat gear, took out two kunai from his ninja bag, flew quickly, and met the attacking root members with murderous intent. Blood splattered. Fireball shuttled. Although the members of the root organization are elite, there is obviously a huge gap in strength compared to Yakang. While moving, one by one, the members of the root organization were quickly killed by Yakang. Escaped. While killing, Yakang's eyes kept scanning. When she found that Danzo's figure had disappeared without a trace as he retreated, her brows could not help but frown slightly. This shouldn't be the case. The other party is the cage of a village after all. Even if she had lost an arm, in the current situation, at least he should organize people to fight back. Escape? This is definitely not what the cage of a village should do. To be honest, when Yakang found that Danzo might have escaped, he was quite puzzled about how the other party became the Hokage. Boom boom boom. Minato Namikaze and Kushina were forced by the son of the Raikage to leave from the top of Shikaku, the one-tailed beast. Just like the three Megatama in the pupils of the one-tailed Shikaku, although it was released by the Fuku, its consciousness was not controlled by itself, but by someone else. There was no pause at all. The one-tailed Shikaku did not pay any attention to what was happening above its head. From the moment it appeared, it had been continuously spraying fierce wind bombs at various places in the venue. Under such unscrupulous attacks, the entire venue was not only in a mess, but also wailing. Not to mention the audience, even many Konoha ninjas died tragically under the attack of the one-tailed Shikaku. Super strength painful sky kick. After Minato Namikaze and Kushina, another figure jumped high from a distance and appeared above the head of the one-tailed Shikaku. The right leg was raised high, and then it chopped down brazenly. Boom! In the roar of the explosion, the head of the one-tailed Shikaku hit the ground below fiercely, and even a large amount of sand splashed on the head, forming a deep pit. Everyone, listen up, follow me to destroy the enemy. Falling on the head of the one-tailed Shikaku, Tsunade, with a frosty face, looked around at the Konoha people in the venue and shouted loudly with amazing momentum. It's Tsunade-sama. Don't panic, with Tsunade-sama here, we will definitely defeat the enemy. The tailed beast was knocked down by Tsunade-sama. Quickly, everyone, follow me to destroy other enemies. The Konoha people in the venue were attracted by Tsunade's shouting. When they saw the one-tailed Shikaku being knocked to the ground by Tsunade, the Konoha people were immediately encouraged, and they recovered from the panic one by one with high spirits. Swish, swish, swish. The fireball attacked. Just when the morale of the Konoha people was greatly boosted by Tsunade, Tsunade was immediately attacked. Seeing the fireball coming, Tsunade's face changed slightly, and she immediately left from the top of the one-tailed Shikaku to avoid the attack of the fireball. Swish, just as Tsunade landed on the ground not far away, a figure came at high speed, holding a huge fireball in his hand, and smashed it hard at Tsunade. Tsunade's eyes were sharp, and she did not dodge again, but used her strange strength, shouting and punching the huge fireball head-on. Boom! The fire flowed wildly, and when it scattered on the surrounding ground, the ground quickly dried and charred. In the turbulent impact, both Tsunade and the attacker were shocked and moved back. Didn't you say hemophobia? Why doesn't it look like it at all, or has the other party cured hemophobia in secret? Stabilizing his body, Yaking looked at Tsunade opposite with some surprise. The one-tailed Shikaku is an important war weapon in Konoha's collapse plan this time, and Yaking will naturally not allow anyone to stop it. Therefore, when Yaking, who was originally fighting with the root organization, found that Tsunade was suppressing the one-tailed Shikaku, she abandoned the root organization without hesitation and attacked Tsunade instead. Regarding the top combat power that Konoha needs to pay attention to, Naraku had communicated with Yaking, Xiaorixing, and others in advance. This includes Tsunade's situation. According to Naraku's description, Tsunade suffers from hemophobia, which makes it difficult for her to perform in battle. But now, facing Tsunade who blew up her scorch release with an extremely strong punch, Yaking clearly felt that the information given by Naraku seemed to be wrong. Chapter 136 Stepping on Shikaku, the one-tailed one. Although the information was wrong, Yaking obviously would not retreat because of it. When she was surprised, she attacked again without hesitation. Scorch release, continuous bullet. Fireballs condensed out one by one, and with Yaking's control, they flew towards Tsunade at a very fast speed. Tsunade used her super strength to blast the huge scorch release fireball condensed by Yaking with one punch, which certainly showed an extremely strong posture, but it was not without cost. Even with the maximum degree of chakra entanglement protection, Tsunade's right hand was still burned to a certain extent. Yin Seal Release. Creation Regeneration 100 Healings Technique. The purple diamond mark on the forehead extended lines. Seeing the incoming fireballs, Tsunade did not retreat, but attacked them again. At the same time, a large amount of chakra flowed out from the released Yin Seal, turning into an amazing regenerative force, allowing the burns on her right hand to heal quickly. Until she met the fireball, the burns on Tsunade's right hand had healed. Bang bang bang! Waving fists. Tsunade approached Yaking while blasting the incoming fireballs. Between the collision of fists and fire fists, burns and healing continued. Interesting, let's see who is better, you or me. Seeing Tsunade's strong response to her own burning escape, especially when she saw the continuous healing of the other party's fists, Yaking raised his eyebrows, and the fighting spirit was revealed in his beautiful eyes. As both are rare female warriors, the competition between the two sides is naturally not less. Sage Seal Release. Boom! The scarlet hidden in the heart bloomed into a strange lotus. Not only Tsunade is strong, Yaking is also so. Instantly entering the sage mode, the sage chakra that swept through his body made Yaking burst out with amazing momentum. What a powerful chakra fluctuation, what's wrong with this guy? Tsunade keenly perceived the changes in Yaking. The sage chakra fluctuation from Yekeng made her pupils shrink and shocked. Swish! The figure rushed. After releasing the sage seal and entering the sage mode, Yekeng immediately burst out with a speed far superior to before. As if flashing, Yekeng had already rushed to Tsunade's side in a flash. With a stabbing hand knife, Yekeng's attack was fierce. The moment he got close, he raised his hand and attacked Tsunade's throat. So fast! Tsunade's face changed in shock, and she dodged quickly. But she was caught off guard, and one side of her neck was still scratched by Yekeng's knife, which immediately tore a deep wound. If it were an ordinary person, such an injury would inevitably cause a large amount of blood loss, or even directly lose the ability to fight. But the regeneration ability of the 100 Healings technique made the wound on Tsunade's neck heal immediately after only a little blood flowed out. Ha! When the wound healed, Tsunade, who had reacted, launched a counterattack without hesitation. Using the strange power technique, she shouted angrily and punched Yekeng in the face. Hands crossed. Sage mode also brought Yekeng a faster reaction speed. Facing Tsunade's counterattack, she immediately raised her arms to block. Bang! The overwhelming strange power vented from Tsunade's fist and pressed on Yekeng's arms. In the visible air wavering, Yekeng's feet sank into the ground, sliding backwards like a plow, dragging out 2 gullies extending for more than 10 meters. Yekeng put down her arms with a normal look, and there was no scar on her arms except for the damage to the purple sleeves. Such a result is undoubtedly sufficient proof that Yekeng resisted Tsunade's strange power. Swish! 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 Tsunade was shocked and angry that her strange power was resisted by Yekeng, but before she could make the next move, the two sides had already attacked again with burning fireballs. Senjutsu Senjutsu Oversteaming Kill. Unlike the previous burning fireballs, this time the burning fireballs cast by the Senjutsu chakra, whether both the temperature and speed were greatly increased. When Tsunade sensed the coming of the scorching release fireball, she had no time to dodge and was immediately hit hard by the scorching release fireballs. The heat was rolling. The terrible high temperature caused the air in the surrounding area to distort, and at the same time, it continued to gather, quickly condensing a stream of fire that soared into the sky where Tsunade was. Just the next second after the formation of the fire stream, a figure rushed out from it. The fire stream that was enough to burn a person to ashes, under the regeneration ability of the 100 Healings technique, only made Tsunade's body slightly red. Even her clothes were not too seriously damaged under the protection of the abundant chakra. Rushing out of the fire stream, Tsunade rushed directly to Yekeng and launched a fierce attack with the strange power technique. Faced with such an attack, Yekeng was not afraid at all. He condensed 2 fairy magic scorching release fireballs with his hands and directly faced them head-on. Boom boom boom! A fierce confrontation broke out. Tsunade and Yekeng constantly switched between attack and defense. Sometimes Tsunade used her super strength to force Yekeng back, and sometimes Yekeng used her fairy technique to force Tsunade, forcing her to increase her chakra consumption to heal her injuries. You are all very capable, but I can't let you continue to be so presumptuous. When Yekeng and Tsunade were fighting, as Tsunade left the top of the one-tailed Shikaku, a figure quickly took over and landed on the head of the one-tailed Shikaku. Hands crossed. This time, the person who took over was no longer a Konoha person, but Naraku, who had already released the transformation technique. After glancing at the battle between Yekeng and the son of the Raikage, Naraku quickly looked down at the Konoha personnel who were attacking him. Swish! 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 Dense kunao and shurikens passed through the air, and many of the kunao carried detonating tags at the end. The 3 megatama with double pupils rotated. There was no need for Naraku to do anything. The Shikaku under his feet got up again, roaring and sweeping out a huge wave of sand. Boom boom boom! The detonating talismans carried by the kunao exploded one after another, blasting pits into the intercepted sand waves. 8 trigrams, empty wall palm. A fierce chakra shock wave followed and slammed into the sand waves, and the powerful force penetrated the sand waves to create a huge hole. Looking at the location where the chakra shock wave appeared, the 2 brothers Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hayashi stood side by side on the left and right and slapped together. Fire style, great fire extinction. As soon as the huge hole appeared, someone immediately took up the attack and spewed out a huge fireball like a meteorite. The huge fireball not only expanded the whole of the sand wave again, but also formed a cluster of flames, blasting towards Naraku, who was on the Shikaku. The sand was flying wildly. A large amount of gravel appeared again from the head of the Shikaku under Naraku's feet, forming a second layer of sand wall, which firmly blocked the incoming clustered flames. Super Fang Wolf Fang! A tornado that madly tore the surrounding air quickly bypassed the sand waves, then bounced off the side of the ground and hit Naraku fiercely. Boom! The tornado hit the sand wall that protected Naraku, and in an instant, gravel flew and tore through the sand wall. Thunder method Thunder Finger! The sword finger pointed out. Just as the tornado penetrated the sand wall and was about to continue to hit Naraku, Naraku arrived first and calmly shot out brilliant thunder from his sword finger. Puff! The thunder forcefully broke through the tornado and hit the head of the Inyazuka clan leader who was spinning at high speed. The rotation stopped abruptly. The corpse with a hole in its head fell on the head of the one-tailed Shikaku like a bird with broken wings, and then slid down and fell at the feet of the one-tailed Shikaku. Ninjutsu, Heart-Turning Technique. Secret Technique, Insect Tornado. An invisible mental attack came and invaded the mind of Naraku. At the same time, a large cloud of insects appeared, passing over the sand waves, turning into a black tornado, swooping down and sweeping towards Naraku. Thunder Method, Thunderstorm Flow. Naraku seemed to ignore the invasion of mental attacks, and violent lightning burst out from his whole body in an instant, swallowing and tearing up the attacking black tornado. Ah! A shrill scream sounded. The head of the Yamanaka clan who launched a mental attack on Naraku fell to the ground with his eyes rolled back and drooling. He had become an idiot under the mental backlash. Chapter 137 Nine-Tailed Beast Rampage. Buzz. Red and blue chakra gathered in his mouth. One-tailed Shikaku opened his mouth and condensed a dark purple energy ball. In the battle, Naraku did not just passively defend. Just as he successively resolved the attacks of multiple ninja clan leaders, the one-tailed Shikaku under his feet also launched a counterattack. Oh no, it's the tailed beast ball. Stop it. Damn it. The Konoha ninja clan leaders who were about to continue attacking Naraku bypassed the sand waves and saw the tailed beast ball condensed in the mouth of the one-tailed Shikaku. All of them changed their faces. Shadow Control Technique. Nara Keikuhito, the current Nara clan leader, hurriedly performed the Shadow Secret Technique. The shadow under Nara Kakuhito's feet quickly extended to the bottom of the one-tailed Shikaku. When the two shadows connected, under the control of Nara Kajin, the one-tailed Shikaku's body stiffened, and he was about to raise his head and shoot the tailed beast ball into the sky. The Naraku on the crane's head glanced at Nara Kajin with indifference. The body stiffened. Nara Kajin's pupils became dilated. Shadow Seam Technique, Black Higanbana. The shadow that was originally connected to the one-tailed Shikaku was disconnected. The next second, Nara Kajin's shadow immediately split into dozens of shadows and stretched out rapidly towards other ninja clan leaders. People with keen insight quickly dodged in confusion when they found the shadows coming. But more people were controlled by the extended shadows without warning. Shadow Secret Technique? Chief Kajin, what are you doing? Let me go quickly, the tailed beast ball is coming. It's an illusion. Chief Kajin is controlled by the enemy with an illusion. In the sudden situation, no matter whether it was the people who were controlled by the shadows or the people who dodged in time, they all looked at Nara Kajin in shock and anger. Among them, Uchiha Fugaku was even more shocked when he came into contact with Nara Kajin's distracted eyes, and hurriedly reminded everyone. Ah! Before everyone could respond, the people controlled by the shadow screamed. After controlling these people's bodies, the shadow actually penetrated into their bodies and destroyed them from the inside. Some people vomited blood and were injured, and some died tragically on the spot. The chaotic situation made it impossible for the ninja clan leaders to take care of the one-tailed Shikaku for a while. The tailed beast jade condensed, and after a short delay, the one-tailed Shikaku suddenly stuck his head out and swallowed the tailed beast jade into his mouth. The next second, the fan-shaped energy cannon erupted from the mouth of the one-tailed Shikaku with terrifying power. Boom! Looking down from a high place, a constantly growing energy cannon penetrated a wall on one side of the venue of the Chunin exam, and then rushed straight into Konoha, frantically destroying everything that blocked the way. The deafening roar resounded throughout Konoha. The earth shook violently. The dust was rolling. When the energy cannon dissipated, nearly half of the venue had disappeared, and a huge fan-shaped pit appeared on the ground, which spread to the interior of Konoha. Such an astonishing destruction not only caused further damage to Konoha's buildings, but also took away countless people. Among them were the patriarchs of the Konoha ninja clan. They were baptized by the tailed beast cannon at close range. Except for a few people with strong strength such as Uchiha Fugaku and the two Hyuga brothers, most of the patriarchs of the Konoha ninja clan, including Narakajin who was controlled by illusion, were buried under the tailed beast cannon. Naraku. The roar resounded throughout the ruined venue. It was Tsunade. She, who fought with Yakang, also failed to prevent the appearance of the tailed beast cannon. Now, with the tragic casualties, Tsunade fell into great anger, and even ignored Yakang's attack and rushed towards Naraku in anger. With one foot, Tsunade, who was rushing towards him, broke the ground and leaped high. With anger, she punched at the Naraku on the head of the one-tailed Shikaku. Swish! A kunao flew from the other side and passed behind Naraku. In an instant, as if cooperating with Tsunade's attack, Minato Namikaze flashed over with the Flying Thunder God technique, grabbed the Flying Thunder God kunao, and also condensed the wind escape chakra with anger in his eyes, slashing at the back of Naraku's neck. Buzz! Ripples were rippling. Naraku, with his hands on his chest, looked at Tsunade indifferently. The opponent's fist stopped 3 feet away from him. The same thing happened to Minato Namikaze from behind. The Flying Thunder God kunao, which condensed high-density wind escape chakra, also encountered an invisible barrier when it was 3 feet away from Naraku, and it was difficult to move forward. Protective Chi. Although the Naraku sitting here in the venue is just a shadow clone of the true Chi, the energy it possesses is still very amazing. Boom! When the protective true Chi blocked the attacks of Tsunade and Minato Namikaze, it also produced a strong recoil. The flesh of the fist exploded. The Flying Thunder God kunao broke. Whether it was Tsunade or Minato Namikaze, they were irresistibly thrown backwards in the recoil of the protective true Chi. And as the two were flying backwards, someone soon gave them a warm welcome. Senjutsu Scorching Release Shiranui. The fire guns formed by the two Senjutsu burning releases penetrated Tsunade's body, taking her from the air to the ground not far away, until she was nailed to the ground. Heavy flow. The blue lightning flew through the air, and the fierce elbow hit Minato Namikaze's waist hard, turning him into a cannonball, falling to the ground, stirring up a large amount of dust. Landed on the ground below. Whether it was the son of the Raikage or Yakang, when they looked at their respective opponents, their eyes were very cold. Now it was a war, and the opponent actually had the mind to pay attention to other things when facing him, which was simply courting death. Minato. The Nine Tails was indeed superior to other tailed beasts, especially now that the Nine Tails was sealed in Kushina's body was a complete Nine Tails. Even though Kushina had never experienced a decent battle and was seriously lacking in combat experience. Even though she only relied on the sealing technique to forcibly extract the Nine Tails chakra, she was not a perfect Jinchuriki. But even so, in the confrontation between Kushina and Killer Bee, Kushina still easily gained the upper hand, making Killer Bee very embarrassed. At this time, when Kushina saw that Minato Namikaze was hit by the son of the Raikage, she immediately anxiously left Killer Bee in the battle and rushed to where Minato Namikaze was. Even in this process, because of the excitement of her emotions, she lost control of the Nine Tails chakra. Signs. The eyes quietly turned into vertical pupils, and sharp animal teeth emerged from the mouth. The huge Nine Tails chakra made Kushina extremely conspicuous in the perception of Naraku. Now with Kushina's rush towards Minato Namikaze, this attracted the attention of Naraku even more. The keen perception immediately allowed Naraku to see the signs that Kushina had lost control of the Nine Tails chakra. Nine Tails, let me help you again. With a flash of his eyes, Naraku suddenly disappeared above the head of the one-tailed Shikaku, and then flashed in front of Kushina. The sudden appearance of Naraku was something Kushina had never expected, and at the same time, she was about to hit Naraku before she could react. Just when she was about to hit, Naraku moved faster and hit the opponent's abdomen with a palm. Bang! Kushina's body shook, and she flew backwards uncontrollably. If it was just that, it would be fine, but the problem was that as she flew backwards, a stronger Nine Tails chakra immediately emerged from Kushina's body. Roar! The tailed beast chakra mode exited, and was replaced by tailed beast transformation. Falling on the ground not far away, flesh-like chakra covered Kushina's body. Not only did 7 tails extend from her back at once, but also exoskeleton material condensed on her body. Boom! She let out a beast-like roar from her mouth, and the terrifying scarlet chakra rose into the sky like a wolf smoke. The violent wind-like impact swept in all directions with Kushina as the center, rolling up a large amount of dust. The white eyes briefly contacted the opposite Naraku, and the next second, Kushina turned into a shadow and moved. Swish! Kushina didn't go to Naraku, but to one side of the venue, and actually rushed straight into Konoha through the gap created by the previous tailed beast cannon. Boom boom boom. Buildings were pierced and smashed. Kushina rushed into the Konoha residential area and constantly destroyed everything that blocked her way, including the Konoha ninjas and villagers she met. Chapter 138 Killing Through the Hokage Building. It's quite obedient, but the nine-tailed beast is indeed qualitatively different from other tailed beasts. If you want to truly control the opponent with illusions, I'm afraid even the main body will have to rely on the Sharingan. Watching Kushina, who had transformed into a tailed beast, leave, Naraku smiled slightly, and then flashed back to the top of the one-tailed Shikaku again. The state of the tailed beast transformed into 7 tails is enough to prove how the nine-tailed beast has eroded Kushina's consciousness. It was the work of Naraku that prompted this situation. Just now, he knocked Kushina away with a palm, which not only unlocked part of the seal of the 9 tails, but also met the 9 tails in the form of a conscious body. Although the 9 tails behaved quite unruly, under the guidance of Naraku with illusion, the two sides still reached a certain tacit understanding. This is why the tailed beast Kushina did not find him, but went to the interior of Konoha to destroy and vent. Kushina. After suffering the blow from the son of the Raikage, Minato Namikaze was seriously injured. However, when he stood up and saw Kushina transforming into a tailed beast and even heading towards the interior of the village, his face changed immediately. Regardless of the pain, Minato Namikaze hurriedly activated the Flying Thunder God technique to chase after her. Given the importance of Kushina as the 9 tails Jinchuriki, Minato Namikaze naturally set up the Flying Thunder God technique on Kushina. Asshole, where is the person? Blue lightning struck. The son of the Raikage, who originally wanted to take advantage of the victory to kill Minato Namikaze, fell to the open ground with one blow. When the ground collapsed, the son of the Raikage was furious when he found that Minato Namikaze was missing. Looking around, he still couldn't see Minato Namikaze, so he immediately killed other people in Konoha as if to vent his anger. Yo, the scary woman is gone, now it's the turn of Uncle Killer Bee to perform. Controlling the octopus tentacles to strangle the nearby Konoha ninjas, Killer Bee rapped and vented his frustration just now. Jihoki, you are so bad. Didn't you lose to the 9 tails last time just because you were careless? How come this time? Shut up, it's obviously your own fault. If I hadn't used the sealing technique of others, I wouldn't have lost to that bastard 9 tails. During the killing, Killer Bee was still arguing with the 8 tails Jihoki in his body, trying to push the embarrassing scene of being suppressed by Uzumaki Kushina just now to the other party. Above the head of the 1 tails Shikaku, the returning Naraku overlooked the remaining Uchiha Fugaku and others, and immediately controlled the 1 tails Shikaku to continue attacking. The task assigned to him by the main body was to assist Yekang, the son of the Raikage and others to delay the top combat power of Konoha at the venue as much as possible, and he would naturally obey it very well. As expected of me, I can actually think of developing the 9 tails Jinchuriki into our helper. In the Hokage building, Naraku, who had just thrown away a corpse, sensed Kushina who was madly killing Konoha ninjas, and immediately made a sound of tut. Although he was also responsible for the task, he did not ignore the situation of others. Therefore, he always relied on his super perception ability to understand the movements of the entire Konoha. For example, at the examination venue, the real Chi Shadow clone unlocked part of the seal of the 9 tails, so that Kushina's rampage operation was completely caught by Naraku's attention. For the real Chi Shadow clone's operation, Naraku was very satisfied with the work. After all, it was his clone, and it was comfortable to do it. After praising his own excellence, Naraku continued to do his own thing. Walking forward, Naraku headed towards the entrance to the Anbu base below. At the same time, you can see corpses everywhere in the corridor behind Naraku. These corpses are the Konoha ninjas guarding the Hokage building. After the shocking explosion of the detonating talisman on the Hokage rock, the departing Naraku directly came to the Hokage building with shrinking the earth into an inch. Then naturally there was a bloody massacre. As the administrative center of Konoha, the Hokage building is still heavily guarded even with the attraction of the joint Chunin exam. But even so, facing Naraku's intrusion, the Konoha ninjas guarding this place couldn't even slow down Naraku's pace. At this time, Naraku had already killed through the Hokage building and was about to enter the Anbu base hidden underground. Soon, Naraku came to the entrance to the Anbu base. A light curtain blocked the entrance. Even in Naraku's perception, the light curtain not only blocked the entrance, but also covered the entire Anbu base. The light curtain is a barrier. The people in the Anbia base naturally could not have failed to notice the fight in the Hokage building. So before Naraku arrived, the people in the base had already activated the barrier and blocked the base. Looking at the blocked barrier, Naraku looked at it with interest. He naturally knew that the Anbia base had a barrier. It's just that the barrier in front of him was obviously improved. In the keen insight of his spiritual consciousness, the barrier in front of him was not only stronger than what he knew before, but also had the function of isolating time and space ninjutsu. It should be because I came to take away the seal book last time, so the people of Konoha strengthened the barrier here. If it was just the improvement of the barrier's strength, it wouldn't be a big deal. The key is that there is also the isolation of time and space ninjutsu. Like everyone else, the people of Konoha didn't know about shrinking the earth into an inch, but just regarded it as a time and space ninjutsu. The barrier of the Anbia base is now guarding against Naraku's re-entry. Well, the other party's preparation is quite right, because Naraku is really here again. Swish! A flash of his body. Naraku, who was originally outside the barrier, suddenly appeared inside the barrier. Shrinking the earth into an inch is not a space-time ninjutsu. With the barrier strength of the Anbia base, the entry-level shrinking the earth into an inch may still be blocked, but facing the current small successful stage shrinking the earth into an inch, it obviously does not constitute an obstacle. Not good. Go, stop him. We must not let the other party do whatever they want. Inside the barrier is the Anbia base. Many of the Anbia members who stayed in the base were guarding the entrance. Originally, these people thought that the barrier could stop Naraku, giving them more time to wait for support. But when Naraku appeared in the barrier in a flash, these people were shocked and rushed to attack. Thunderbolt. Swords pointed continuously. As soon as the Anbia members showed up, Naraku seemed to have expected it, and he raised his hand to shoot thunderbolts. Thunderbolts like silver beams penetrated the crowd. Naraku walked leisurely among the corpses on the ground. Revisiting the old place. Naraku came to the Anbia base, just like returning to his home. While he dealt with the Anbia members who blocked him along the way, he headed towards the destination of this trip. Finally, he came to a big iron gate deep in the base. The guards in front of the iron gate were easily dealt with by Naraku. He stopped and looked at the iron gate covered with curses and spells in front of him, and a slight smile rose at the corner of Naraku's mouth. This is it, Konoha's largest treasury. Why did he come to the Anbia base? His purpose was to plunder the wealth accumulated by Konoha for many years. Just as the Hokage building is the core of Konoha, the largest treasury for Konoha to store wealth is also located in the Anbia base below the Konoha building. In fact, during the exploration a few days ago, Naraku thought that the location of the treasury would be moved after he seized the Book of Seals last time. But it turns out that Konoha is much braver than he thought. In addition to strengthening the guards and barriers, the layout of the Anbia base has not changed much, including the location of the treasury. Chapter 139 Manjiki Sharingan. The fun is over, and it's time to get down to business. Naraku stepped forward again and immediately performed shrinking the earth into an inch, directly passing over the iron door with the curse seal and spell, and entering the treasury. That's right. In fact, if Naraku wanted to, with shrinking the earth into an inch at the minor stage, he could directly enter the treasury in the Anbia base after triggering the detonating tag. Breaking into the Hokage building was actually just a little fun for him. The vault inside the iron gate was very large. When Naraku flashed over, he could immediately see that the fully metal enclosed vault was divided into several areas. For example, some areas were stacked with suitcases full of cash. Some areas were stacked with gold bars like a mountain. In other areas, hard currency materials such as chakram metal were neatly arranged. Scanning each area in addition, it can be said that the items placed in each area are enough to bring unimaginable wealth. Naraku had already understood the situation in the vault through his divine sense. After a casual glance, he stomped his foot. Flying Thunder God, Lightning Guide. At the moment of stomping the ground, the ultra-large-scale Flying Thunder God technique immediately extended from Naraku's feet and spread to every corner of the vault. Swish! In a flash, all the items in the vault disappeared, and all were transferred by Naraku to the warehouse that had been prepared in the Star Ninja village. After dealing with the wealth in the vault, Naraku did not leave immediately, but used shrinking the earth into an inch again and began to shuttle through various areas of the Anbia base. Even the vault was set up in the Anbia base, which was enough to prove that the importance of the Anbia base was far from arranging Anbia members. In fact, starting from Senju Tobirama, all research and experiments in Konoha were carried out in the Anbu base. In other words, the Anbu base not only stores a lot of Konoha's confidential information, but also a large amount of experimental data and experimental items. Relying on the advanced exploration of the divine consciousness, Naraku seized very quickly. After a while, a large amount of experimental data such as would release research data, Sharingan research data, Byakugan research data, etc. were found from the Anbu base. Even among the experimental items, there are the original cells of Senju Hashirama and a pair of Mangeki Sharingan. I'm afraid the Uchiha clan themselves don't know about this pair of Sharingan, otherwise they would never put it here. In a secret room, Naraku looked at the two Mangeki Sharingan stored in a glass container in front of him. Next to the pair of Mangeki Sharingan, there are relevant experimental data recorded, including the origin. The owner of the eyes is Uchiha Kagami. At the beginning, Senju Tobirama accepted many disciples. Uchiha Kagami is one of them. This person can be regarded as a brother relationship with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, and others. However, compared with Sarutobi Hiruzen and his men, Uchiha Kagami was treated much worse. During the First Ninja World War, with the death of Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Kagami also died on the battlefield. Well, this is the information on the surface. The secret. Looking at the intact Mangeki Sharingan in front of him, Naraku felt that Uchiha Kagami's death was very intriguing. Unless the Uchiha who awakened the Mangeki Sharingan had a congenital disease, his strength was enough to reach the second stage of elite Jonin. Naraku didn't believe that Uchiha Kagami, who had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, would die casually on the battlefield. Not to mention that the remaining pair of Sharingans did not fall into the hands of the Uchiha clan, but appeared in the laboratory of the Anbu base. Forget it, it's none of my business anyway. After a little thought, Naraku soon stopped thinking deeply. No matter how Uchiha Kagami died, the pair of Mangeki Sharingan finally became his trophy. Next are the remaining secondary vaults. After sending the captured materials including the Mangeki Sharingan to the Star Ninja village, Naraku did not stop and immediately left the Anbu base with shrinking the earth into an inch. However, leaving the Anbu base does not mean that the treasure hunt is over. It is a common practice that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. The vault in the Anbu base is not the only vault in Konoha. In other places in Konoha, even in the outside world, there are still a large number of secondary vaults hidden. Although the wealth collected in these secondary vaults cannot be compared with the main vault in the Anbu base, the wealth collected is still very huge. Not to mention the small ninja villages, even if they are the same as the 5 major ninja villages, the wealth collected in these secondary vaults is enough to make the other 4 major ninja villages salivate. Naraku doesn't know where the hidden vaults outside Konoha are. But the secondary vaults in Konoha, his previous days were not in vain, he already had a thorough understanding of Konoha. Killing through the Hokage building and the Anbu base has given Naraku enough fun, so he didn't waste any more time on the secondary vaults in Konoha, and directly used shrinking the earth into an inch to quickly plunder. Kill. Go, kill all the invaders. Don't let anyone go. The clan land of the Hyuga clan. Konoha was in chaos, and fierce fighting was also taking place here. Boom. Large tracts of houses, along with the Hyuga ninjas in the area, were overturned by force. The injured Hyuga ninjas screamed. Looking at the source of this attack, it was the huge death scorpion Ye. You dare to resist? If it weren't for Lord Naraku's order, all of you humans would have died. Ye looked down at the screaming Hyuga ninja with cold eyes, and continued to swing the huge pincers to advance. Not only Ye, if you look down from a high place, you can see that there are 4 huge death scorpions outside the entire Hyuga clan territory. These 4 huge death scorpions are Ye as the leader and 3 commander-level death scorpions. Like Ye, the other 3 commander-level death scorpions are all repelling the resisting Hyuga ninjas while advancing, constantly compressing the blockade. Look at the inside of the Hyuga clan territory. A star ninja is fighting with the Hyuga clan ninjas. Peacock magic. Soft fist. No matter whether it is a star ninja or a Hyuga ninja, both sides are using their own tricks and trying their best to defeat each other. Similarly, the people in the battle also including Xia Rixing and Yu who led the star ninjas. Even the 2 of them were fighting one against many, holding back most of the Hyuga high-level combat power. Peacock magic eagle claw. The materialized chakra turned into armor covering the whole body. Xia Rixing attacked fiercely and condensed chakra claws, waving the claws to blow away a Hyuga upper ninja who was besieging him. Ah! The Haiga upper ninja screamed and flew backwards, and the chakra claws tore his chest with bloody claw marks. 8 trigrams empty palm. A chakra's shock wave like a cannonball came and hit Xiao Rixing. The 3 Megatama Sharingan above the vermilion on his forehead rotated. Xiao Rixing keenly perceived the attack and dispersed the chakra shock wave with a punch. Damn it! The Haiga upper ninja who launched the empty palm was shocked and angry to see that his attack was so easily resolved by the opponent, and was palpitating. The woman on the other side did not know where she came from. Not only did she lead people to attack the clan land, but she was also extremely powerful. Don't stop, keep attacking. Come on, kill this woman for me. When Xiao Rixing was besieged by many Haiga ninjas, there were 2 old men guarded by many Haiga ninjas not far away. The 2 old men were dressed in gorgeous clothes and kept ordering the Haiga ninjas who besieged Xiao Rixing. Even when someone wanted to find a suitable opportunity to attack again, they would be scolded by the 2 old men and had to attack in a hurry. Chapter 140 Success is due to the bird in the cage, and failure is also due to the bird in the cage. Peacock Magic Flying Wing Slash. During the battle, in addition to the chakra claws condensed in Xiao Rixing's hands, gorgeous wings were derived from his back. The wings danced, sometimes turning into a shield to block the attack, and sometimes turning into a blade to cut the enemy away. Although it seemed that they were under siege, in fact, Xiao Rixing was firmly in the upper hand in the battle with the star ninjas. After fighting for a long time, there was no injury. On the other hand, on the Haiga side, there were already 20 to 30 people who fell in Xiao Rixing's hands. Many of them were senior ninjas of the Haiga clan. While the Haiga ninjas were constantly dealing with the siege, Xiao Rixing glanced at the 2 old men who were bossing them around, but didn't pay much attention to them. Anyway, as long as the 2 elders of the Haiga clan didn't leave, then if she made the intention to attack the 2 men, it would only better contain more people of the Haiga clan. Yu also had the same idea. Not far away, Yu was also facing the siege of more than a dozen Haiga ninjas alone. And on the side, there was also an old man guarded by many Haiga ninjas. This old man, like the 2 old men on Xiao Rixing's side, was an elder of the Haiga clan. The strength of the Haiga clan is lower than expected. During the battle, Xiao Rixing was very calm, and even had extra energy to pay attention to the surrounding battle situation. Not to mention Yu, Xiao Rixing found that the other people on his side were fighting with the Haiga ninjas, and the battle situation was better than he had expected. In this situation, Xiao Rixing fought more easily. As long as the casualties did not exceed the red line, then this battle with the Haiga clan would be a good training for the new generation of the village. Different from the armies of Sand Village and Cloud Village. Although the 200 star ninjas led by Xiao Rixing and Yu were teleported to Konoha together with Sand Village by Nariku's true energy shadow clone with the Flying Thunder God technique. But Xiao Rixing and Yu did not immediately engage in the destruction and killing of Konoha like Sand Village, but had other goals. This goal was the Haiga clan. The purpose was very simple, that was for the Byakugan. Just as the Haiga clan set up a caged bird for the branch family members to prevent the Byakugan from being taken away. Although the Byakugan is not as powerful as the Sharingan in combat, its strategic significance is even higher than the Sharingan. Especially, the transplantation of the Byakugan is not as burdensome as the Sharingan, so this makes all the major ninja villages salivate over the Byakugan. Now the star ninjas are attacking the Haiga clan, naturally because Nariku has set his eyes on the Byakugan, a strategic resource. Of course, under the restrictions of the caged bird, except for the people of the Haiga main family, the Byakugan of the Haiga branch family members cannot be obtained by simply digging out their eyes. Therefore, Nariku's approach is very simple, that is, to capture people alive, and then bring them back to the Star Ninja village, and let him study the caged bird. The clan rules of the Haiga clan are very strict and conservative. Even if Konoha was in chaos and attacks, the Haiga clan members did not go out, but gathered back to the clan. Therefore, when Xiao Rixing and Yu led the Star Ninja troops to come, more than 300 combatants with the Byakugan already gathered in the Haiga clan. This number is not all the combat forces of the Haiga clan with the Byakugan. After all, on the battlefields of Konoha, Sand Village, and Cloud Village, the Haiga clan was not suppressed in the village by Denzo like the Uchiha clan, but dispatched a lot of combat forces on both sides of the battlefield. Similarly, although there were only more than 300 combatants of the Haiga clan gathered in the clan at this time, in terms of numbers, they still had the upper hand compared to the 200 star ninja led by Xiao Rixing and Yu. However, the number is the number, not the strength. The Hyuga clan is not as good as the Uchiha clan. In addition to the fact that the Byakugan is not as good as the Sharingan in combat, the existence of the bird in the cage also makes the Hyuga clan the overall strength is far inferior to that of the Uchiha clan. As the saying goes, success is a bird in a cage, and failure is also a bird in a cage. The bird in a cage prevents the Hyuga clan from losing the Byakugan to the greatest extent, but it also makes the clan like a self-mutilation. This self-mutilation is not only because the bird in a cage will create a blind spot for the Byakugan, but also because of the personnel system of the Hyuga clan. Compared with the number of members of the branch family, the religion of the Hyuga clan has only a few branches. In other words, the main family is the minority of the Hyuga clan. However, with the development of time, the bird in a cage is no longer just a measure to protect the Byakugan, but has evolved into a means for the main family to control the branch family. For example, the people of the Hyuga main family rarely participate in the battle in person on the grounds of protecting the Byakugan. They basically stay in the clan land, and the people of the branch family fight outside. Such an approach will undoubtedly cause the people of the Hyuga main family to lack combat training, and it is difficult to grow well. If it is just like this, it is actually nothing. After all, the talents of the Hyuga branch family are the majority. The key is that the people of the Hyuga main family do not participate in the battle, but in order to better control the branch family, they even restrict the inheritance within the family. This makes most of the people of the Hyuga branch family only learn the 32 palms of the signature Bagua palm. As for high-level soft fists such as Kaishin, they can't even touch them. Such inheritance restrictions have undoubtedly further compressed the growth space of the members of the Hyuga branch family. To this day, although the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan are both the two major families in Konoha on the surface, in fact, the strength of the two sides has long been far apart. For example, the more than 300 Hyuga clan ninjas gathered in the Hyuga clan now. Most of these people are actually just members of the Hyuga branch family who master basic soft fists. Most of them are Genin and Chunin. As for Jonin and Elite Jonin, it's not that there are none. But with the battlefield scattered in two places, the number of Jonin and Elite Jonin left in Konoha is undoubtedly very limited. There are only about 20 Jonins in total. There are only 3 Elite Jonins. And these 3 Elite Jonins are not only at the first stage of Elite Jonin, but also relatively old. That's right. These 3 Elite Jonins are the 3 elders of the Hyuga clan. On the other hand, let's look at the Star Ninja village. Even if Yae and the 3 commander-level Death Scorpions are not counted, they are just the Star Ninjas. Although most of the Star Ninjas who came this time are only new generation, under the inheritance of the Peacock magic and the open techniques, many new generation Star Ninjas have quickly grown into Chunin. And in terms of actual combat ability, they are not inferior to the Hyuga ninjas of the same level. Not to mention the leading Natsuisa and Yu. Like Yu, the sufficient nourishment of Tiger Wolf Pill, and the continuous chakra condensation brought by Star Yu, who has been constantly improving, has been firmly at the level of Elite Jonin once he uses 3 Megatama Sharingan. If she adds the Sen Seal, she can even enter the second stage of Elite Jonin in a short time. This is especially true for Xiaorixing. As the Four Tails Jinchuriki, she is already firmly in the second stage of Elite Jonin under normal circumstances. If she adds the Sen Seal, she can exert the strength of the third stage of Elite Jonin. In fact, it is precisely because Xiaorixing and Yu are good enough that Naraku arranged the 2 women to lead the Star Ninja troops to attack the Hyuga clan. Yae and the 3 commander-level Death Scorpions were all summoned by Xiaorixing. Under the huge chakra of the tailed beasts, the chakra consumption brought by the summoning of Yae and them did not have much impact on Xiaorixing. The various uses of the Peacock magic were constantly at hand. In the battle, it was better to say that Xiaorixing surrounded the Hyuga ninjas rather than being besieged. Almost done. After another long battle, Xiaorixing, who had caused the number of Hyuga ninjas lying around to increase several times, suddenly became fierce when she found that her own casualties were approaching the red line. Boom! The huge-tailed beast chakra suddenly emerged from Xiaorixing's body, and even merged with the peacock magic, making the peacock armor covering her body attached with flaming chakra flames. The wings extended and expanded. When the tailed beast chakra mode was used, Xiaorixing's abilities in all aspects were greatly improved immediately. She imitated the Hyuga clan's Kaiden and suddenly spun at high speed on the spot. Along with the rotation, the rapidly enlarged chakra wings also formed a tornado that soared into the sky, sweeping the surrounding Hyuga ninjas into it. Chapter 141 Hyuga's Tragic Defeat. Ah! With shrill screams, the Hyga ninjas caught in the tornado not only completely lost control of their bodies, but were also cut into pieces. When Xiaorixing stopped spinning, the bloody Hyga ninjas flew around in a panic and fell heavily on the ground in the distance, exerting force under his feet. With the sudden burst, Xiaorixing did not pause, but rushed towards the two Hyga clan elders not far away the moment he stopped spinning. Not good, stop her. Protect the elders. Go, go. The sudden appearance of the tornado and the involvement of many Hyga ninjas have actually made the two Hyga clan elders and their guards were horrified. At this time, when Xiaorixing attacked, these people's faces changed drastically. But even with the insight of the Byakugan, it was difficult for the Hyga ninjas to catch Xiaorixing's speed at this time. The wings swept across. The Xiaorixing attacked in the blink of an eye and controlled the wings to attack. 8 trigrams palm, return to heaven. The two Hyga elders of the main family sensed the danger and ignored the Hyga ninjas who were guarding them, and hurriedly defended. The high-speed rotation turned the erupting chakra into an expanding sphere. The return to heaven performed by the two Hyga elders of the main family had not collided with Xiaorixing's wings, but had already taken the lead in knocking away and severely injuring the Hyga branch members who were guarding them. Boom! In the chaos, the chakra wings slashed at the two chakra spheres, and the violent collision stirred up a wave of air visible to the naked eye. Ah! After a brief stalemate, the chakra wings broke through the defense of Kaiten and slashed the two Hyga elders away. Blood splattered. Amid screams, the chests and abdomens of the two Hyga elders were torn with deep blood marks. Flying backwards for dozens of meters, the two crashed into a house in the distance and were buried by the collapsed ruins. Elders. The nearby Hyga ninjas were shocked when they saw the elders in danger. Some rushed to the ruins to rescue the elders, some intercepted Xiaorixing, and some turned around and fled. That's right. Some chose to flee. Most of the nearby Hyga ninjas were members of the Hyga branch family, but there were also members of the Hyga main family. Those who fled were basically members of the Hyga main family. Although the elders had a higher status than ordinary members of the main family, when they were really in danger, the members of the main family were not like the members of the branch family who had no way out. There was no need to worry about being restricted by the caged bird. The tilt of resources has allowed the Hyga clan to cultivate a Jonin-level combat force, but due to years of pampering, most of the clan's Jonin are just strong but weak in fighting will. This is also reflected in the two Hyga clan elders who were severely injured by Xiaorixing. When the members of the Hyga branch family who went to rescue found the two people in the ruins, they were not only seriously injured, but also frightened by Xiaorixing. Go, take me away. Don't worry about others, protect me and leave immediately. After being rescued from the ruins, the two elders of the Hyga clan had no intention of fighting again, but urged the members of the Hyga branch family who rescued them to escort them away. Want to escape? Dream on. Facing the people who intercepted her, Xiaorixing keenly perceived the actions of the two Hyga clan elders. She did not hesitate to use her wings to lift up the people who blocked her and killed them again. Stop her quickly. Waste, where are the other members of the branch family? Come and save me. When the two elders of the Hyga clan saw Xiaorixing coming, they shouted in fear. They not only asked the members of the Hyga branch family around them to intercept Xiaorixing, but also shouted to other members of the branch family nearby. But there were no members of the Hyga branch family nearby to provide support. Ah! Not far away, a shrill scream sounded. The one who screamed was an old Hyga man with knife wounds all over his body and even one arm cut off. Looking closely, the old Hyga man's eyelids were tightly closed when he fell to the ground in a mess, and there were 2 bloodstains flowing from his tightly closed eyelids. Look at the opposite side. It was you holding a katana in his right hand and holding 2 bloody white eyes in his left hand. Damn it, the elder's eyes were dug out by the other party. Hurry up and save the elder. Go, we must take back the elder's eyes. When the other Hyga ninjas around saw this scene, they rushed forward one by one. Some rescued the old Hyga man whose eyes were dug out, while others attacked you. Although Yu's strength was not as good as Xiaorixing, she was more decisive than Xiaorixing in doing things. For example, the old Hyga man whose eyes were dug out at this time was the 3rd elder of the Hyga clan that Yu used to contain other Hyga ninjas. The vermilion between the eyebrows had long been replaced by a blooming red lotus. Above was the 3 Megatama Sharingan. Just as Xiaorixing showed more strength because the casualties were close to the red line. The same was true for Yu. She directly released the Sage Seal and entered the state of Sage mode. With the surgeon's strength, Yu, who acted decisively, not only broke out of the encirclement when the Haiga ninjas who were besieging her were caught off guard, but also plucked out the eyes of the Haiga clan elders who were also caught off guard. The 3 Haiga clan elders who stayed in the clan were indeed elite Jonin. But it was obvious that these 3 people were no different from other clan members. Maybe they were powerful when they were young, but after years of pampering, they had already been slow to react. Successfully plucked out a pair of Byakugan. Facing the Haiga ninjas who were attacking, Yu did not rush to fight, but jumped up and landed on a house not far away. It was not fear. Yu's withdrawal from the battle was just to prevent the next battle from damaging the Byakugan in her hand. Lost on the house, she inserted the katana into the tile, quickly took out the scroll that had been prepared from the ninja bag, and stored the Byakugan in it. Xia Rixing, the people of the Haiga clan don't need to worry about life and death, just dig out their Byakugan go. Yu reminded Xia Rixing loudly while putting the seal scroll back into the ninja bag. Okay, I got it. After Yu's reminder, Xia Rixing looked at the 2 Haiga elders on his side again, and his eyes suddenly became dangerous. The task given by Naraku was to try to capture Haiga people alive, without distinguishing between the main family and the branch family. If the people of the Haiga main family did not run away, Xia Rixing would not mind spending more time to catch the main family and the branch family in one fell swoop. But now that the people of the Haiga main family have actually tried to run away, they must have used their Byakugan first. After all, compared to the people of the Haiga branch family, the Byakugan of the Haiga main family can be directly dug out. Swish! With the force under his feet, Xia Rixing seemed to have turned into a stream of red and purple light at an extremely fast speed. Amid the screams, the people guarding the 2 Haiga elders were helpless. If not for being knocked away by Xia Rixing's strong force. The 2 elders of the Haiga clan were already seriously injured, how could they stop Xia Rixing? In the despair of the 2, Xia Rixing first cut them in half with his chakra wings, and then dug out their Byakugan without any hesitation. After obtaining 2 pairs of Byakugan, Xia Rixing, like Yu, immediately put the Byakugan into the prepared seal scroll, and then killed the others. Led by Xia Rixing and Yu. Whether it was the main family or the branch family, the people of the Haiga clan fell one after another. Those who resisted fiercely, the people of the main family directly dug out their eyes, and those of the branch family crippled their hands and feet. After a while, the sound of fighting in the Haiga clan gradually became smaller until it was completely quiet. Chapter 142 Orochimaru and Jiraiya. How is it, have you figured it out? It has been counted. The number of people captured alive, including those who opened their Byakugan and women and children, is 528 in total. In addition, 8 pairs of Byakugan have been collected from the members of the Haiga clan who were killed. Not bad. I will notify Lord Naraku's shadow clone now. In the ruined Haiga clan territory, the Haiga members who were either seriously injured or unconscious, as well as the old, young, women and children were all gathered together by the Star Ninjas and guarded. At the same time, outside the Star Ninjas, there were also the huge Ye and 3 commander-level Death Scorpions as guards. After Xia Rixing and Yu communicated, they took off the kunao that had been hanging on their waists. You can see that there is a special symbol of the word star on this kunao. This is the Flying Thunder God technique set by Naraku. After injecting chakra into the Flying Thunder God kunao, a figure flashed in front of Xia Rixing and Yu in the next second. Lord Naraku. When the figure appeared, whether it was Xia Rixing and Yu, or the Star Ninjas or Ye and the others, they all saluted respectfully. I am just a shadow clone, no need to be so polite. Naraku looked at the salutes of the crowd and waved his hand. It's the same. The adults are adults. Whether it is the original body or the shadow clone, we need to respect them. Yu said seriously. That's right. Xia Rixing nodded repeatedly. For Naraku's shadow clone, close contact is naturally not allowed, but respect is still required. Whatever you want, are these the Haiga personnel arrested this time? Naraku shrugged, and then his eyes fell on the Haiga clan members who were guarded by the Star Ninjas. Yes, sir. Yu immediately explained, not only informing the number of Haiga personnel arrested, but also handing over the white eyes he harvested to Naraku. How are our casualties? Naraku was satisfied with the results of this operation. Although most of the people captured were members of the Haiga branch, and they needed to study the caged bird afterwards to see if they could crack it, the 8 pairs of white eyes alone were worth the trip. Our casualties were not great. Upon hearing Naraku ask about the casualties, Xiaorixing immediately gave a brief explanation of the casualties. The casualties of the star ninjas were indeed not great. Just as Xiaorixing and Yu found that the casualties reached a certain level in the battle, they immediately showed more strength. After receiving instructions from Naraku, Xiaorixing and Yu undoubtedly controlled the number of casualties very well. This time in the operation, only about 20 star ninjas were killed, and most of the others were just injured. With the Tianyi divine water that Naraku now possesses, as long as there is no death on the spot, there is no need to worry about injuries. After confirming that the casualties were within the controllable range, Naraku was relieved. He immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to bring the captured Hyga clan members and the seriously injured star ninjas directly back to the star ninja village. As for Xiaorixing, Yu, and the remaining star ninjas, after completing the mission, they first carefully searched the property of the Hyga clan, and then left to reunite with the sand ninjas. Summoning technique. In the Senjo clan, a middle-aged man in a green ninja vest quickly formed a seal and slapped his palms on the ground. Bang! The complex pattern of the technique spread, and the next second, two figures suddenly appeared in the smoke. What's going on? Did something really happen in the joint Chunin exam? Noisy fighting sounds, and from all directions. One on the left and one on the right. Two figures summoned by the middle-aged man. One is a tall man with wild white long hair and a red mark under his eyes. The other is a slender man with long black hair. If there were other people from Konoha, they would immediately find that the two people in front of them were Jiraiya and Orochimaru. In the original story of the Chunin exam, the staff of Konoha can be summoned by gathering the scrolls of heaven and earth to explain the meaning of the exam. Summoning can not only be done with ninja beasts, but also with people. Although the Senjo clan has been broken up and integrated into Konoha and even the entire Land of Fire, the remaining clan land still occupies the central area of Konoha. Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who came through the summoning, immediately heard the movement coming from all directions. The two of them changed their faces. Jiraiya-sama, Orochimaru-sama, the village is now suffering from an unprecedented invasion of foreign enemies. Just when Jiraiya and Orochimaru were surprised by the fighting around them, the middle-aged man who summoned the two of them hurriedly explained to them. Unlike Denso, Tsunade has always been very vigilant about this joint Chunin exam. For this reason, she not only mobilized her own connections and asked many ninja clan leaders to go to the exam venue together, but also made some arrangements in secret. Like Jiraiya and Orochimaru at this moment, Tsunade had already sent people to contact the two people who were stationed in the battlefields of the two places, and let them sign a summoning contract, so that they could summon them back to Konoha as reinforcements when needed. The middle-aged man was the man that Tsunade specially arranged in the clan. Once Konoha encountered a dangerous incident and she did not return to the clan, the middle-aged man would follow Tsunade's arrangement and summon Jiraiya and Orochimaru with summoning. Wind style, whirlwind. As the middle-aged man explained, Jiraiya and Orochimaru became more surprised. It was obvious that the situation Konoha was facing at this time was worse than they expected. In order to determine the specific situation, Orochimaru even performed wind style. A whirlwind rolled up around his body, and under the push of the whirlwind, Orochimaru rushed up and flew to the sky of Konoha, quickly overlooking the entire Konoha. What Orochimaru saw was an extremely tragic scene. The entire Konoha was filled with ruins, and everywhere people were fighting fiercely, falling back from the sky. As soon as Orochimaru landed on the ground, Jiraiya asked, "How is the situation? Is it really bad?" "Very bad, we may have to take action immediately, otherwise the village may be in danger of falling." Orochimaru's face was gloomy, and he told the other party what he had just seen. If the middle-aged man's explanation still gave Jiraiya a glimmer of luck, then now with Orochimaru's personal confirmation, he immediately understood that the situation was really worse than he expected. Unknown explosion. The sudden arrival of the Sand Village and the Cloud Village army. And Tsunade at the Chunin exam venue disappeared. All these things added up, making Jiraiya feel extremely heavy and worried. "Orochimaru, you go to support the people in the village first, I will go to meet Tsunade." Jiraiya tried to keep himself calm and immediately told Orochimaru. "Okay." Orochimaru nodded. Just as Tsunade listed Orochimaru as a support like Jiraiya. At this time, Orochimaru not only has not defected, but also has certain feelings for Konoha. Now that the village is in crisis, he will naturally not remain indifferent. Without hesitation, Orochimaru immediately took action. Leaving the Senju clan, he bit his finger and performed the summoning technique. Bang! Accompanied by a lot of smoke, Orochimaru's figure rose, and a giant snake appeared under his feet. Orochimaru, you asked me to come here, have you prepared the sacrifice? The one summoned by Orochimaru was the man-snake of Ryokai Cave. After scanning the surrounding environment, man-snake's snake pupils moved up and asked Orochimaru unkindly. Chapter 143 The Nine Tails Rebellion. Sacrifices are everywhere. You can eat anyone except the people of Konoha. Orochimaru replied indifferently, not caring about Manshi's unfriendly tone at all. Ha, enemies? That's fine. I'm going to eat enough this time. Manshi obviously didn't act so strong when dealing with Orochimaru. Pretending to find a step, it immediately swam towards the nearest fighting sound under Orochimaru's command. Orochimaru left. In the Senju clan's territory, Jiraiya also left in a hurry. He naturally knew the location of the Chunin exam venue. After leaving the Senju clan's territory, he rushed to the exam venue at full speed. Damn, how did these people from the Hidden Cloud village come to Konoha? While on the way, Jiraiya looked at the situation of the place he passed by, and his heart was shocked and angry. There were ruins everywhere, and the bodies of Konoha people could be seen everywhere. The key is that there are still a large number of Cloud ninjas fighting with Konoha ninjas. Because of the direction, Jiraiya's route to the Chunin exam venue will pass through the Hidden Cloud village and attack the east district of Konoha. Therefore, when he saw a large number of Hidden Cloud ninjas fighting fiercely with Konoha ninjas, Jiraiya was particularly shocked and angry. After all, the battlefield he was responsible for was the location of the Kingdom of Hot Springs that was fighting with the Hidden Cloud village. It stands to reason that under the defense line he arranged, it is impossible for the Hidden Cloud ninjas to send most of them into Konoha silently. But unfortunately, there are now a large number of Hidden Cloud ninjas appearing in Konoha. How could Jiraiya not be shocked and angry in such a situation? Roar! Is shocked and angry at the invasion of the Hidden Cloud ninjas, but for in order to confirm Tsunade's situation first, Jiraiya was not in a hurry to deal with the Cloud ninjas on the road. Just as Jiraiya approached the venue of the Chunin exam and approached the southern area of Konoha, he suddenly stopped halfway when he heard a roar from the side. Is this Chakra the Nine Tails? Looking at the direction where the roar came from, Jiraiya's face was shocked. As the teacher of Minato Namikaze, he naturally had contact with Kushina and was very familiar with the Chakra of the Nine Tails. Originally, Jiraiya wanted to meet up with Tsunade first, or to confirm Tsunade's safety before launching support. But now, when he felt the Nine Tails Chakra coming from a distance and the violent aura, Jiraiya hesitated. Let's confirm Kushina's situation first. If the Nine Tails really goes berserk, it will be too harmful to the village. After a brief hesitation, Jiraiya gritted his teeth and rushed to the direction where the Nine Tails Chakra came from. If it was just the Nine Tails Chakra, it wouldn't be a big deal. But the key is the violent aura. It doesn't seem like Kushina is using the Nine Tails Chakra normally. Instead, it seems like she is out of control and running wild. Whether it's the damage caused by the Nine Tails runaway or the fact that Kushina is his disciple's girlfriend, Jiraiya can't just ignore it. Jiraiya's speed is very fast, and he is close to the Nine Tails Chakra in a short while. Boom boom boom. When the claws and tails are swept, the air is like being bombed, and it is nothing but a strong wind-like impact, which shatters and blows up the surrounding land and buildings. As he approaches, what comes into Jiraiya's sight is Kushina in the form of a tailed beast. At the same time, there is a figure constantly flashing and moving around Kushina. But every time this figure approaches Kushina, it will be violently counterattacked by Kushina, and it looks very embarrassed. This figure is Minato Namikaze. With the help of the Flying Thunder God technique that was set on Kushina in advance, Minato Namikaze quickly caught up with Kushina after leaving the venue. However, Kushina, whose tailed beast had transformed into 7 tails, was undoubtedly very fierce. Even if he could get close with the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato Namikaze had no chance to control Kushina under Kushina's counterattack. At most, he could only delay Kushina's steps and slow down Kushina's destruction and killing of the surroundings. Minato. When Jiraiya saw Kushina and Minato Namikaze, his face suddenly changed. It was mainly Kushina. Just as he had sensed from afar, Kushina was really out of control. With a loud shout, Jiraiya rushed out in a hurry. Teacher Jiraiya. Minato Namikaze heard Jiraiya's shout at the first time, and caught Jiraiya rushing over with his peripheral vision, and was immediately overjoyed. Swish! Namikaze Minato retreated decisively, because Jiraiya was also quickly forming seals with his hands when he rushed over. Fire style, Great Flame Bomb. The scorching flames erupted from Jiraiya's mouth, forming a huge fire bomb in an instant. Boom! Kushina, who was restrained by Namikaze Minato, failed to react in time and was immediately bombarded by the huge fire bomb, and the whole person was engulfed by the violent flames. Roar! The roaring sound came from the flames, and its amazing sound waves even turned into shock waves, which shook the flames apart. The dissipation of the flames exposed Kushina again. It can be seen that Kushina, who was engulfed by the huge fire bomb, was completely unharmed. When the flames were dispersed, Kushina also glanced at Jiraiya with her white eyes. Just when Kushina was about to move, she felt a strong resistance on her feet. Looking down, the ground under Kushina's feet had turned into a swamp without knowing when. Earth Escape, Yellow Spring Swamp. The big flame bomb was just a feint. Jiraiya's real purpose was to use the Yellow Spring Swamp to restrict Kushina's movements. Ninjutsu, the lion's hair technique. Kushina's feet sank into the swamp, causing her movements to stagnate. But with Kushina's current strength, as long as she is given a little more time, she can easily get rid of the swamp. In just a short period of stagnation, Jiraiya has already rushed close, and he saw him controlling the growth of his hair, which immediately turned into white tentacles and wrapped around Kushina's body. Under the blessing of Chakra, Jiraiya's hair became extremely tough, which further restricted Kushina's ability to move. Swish! Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya are indeed worthy of being master and apprentice. The two did not need to communicate too much at all. The moment they met, they had already started to cooperate tacitly. When Jiraiya restrained Kushina, the retreating Minato Namikaze also performed the Flying Thunder God technique immediately and appeared directly in front of Kushina. 8 trigram seal. Minato Namikaze grabbed with 5 fingers and quickly pressed on Kushina's abdomen. The pattern of the technique spread. Kushina, who was struggling, immediately froze. The next second, all the exoskeleton and flesh-like chakra flowed back into Kushina's body. The eroded skin healed quickly, revealing Kushina's pale face. Seeing that his disciple successfully sealed the 9 tails chakra back into Kushina's body with the sealing technique, Jiraiya retracted his hair with a sense of relief. At the same time, the swamp under the feet of Kushina and Minato Namikaze also returned to the ground. Minato. Kushina, with a pale face, fell to the ground like a duck, looking up towards Minato Namikaze, a smile was forced out on her face. The pale face was not caused by the trauma caused by the rampage just now. In fact, whether it was the recovery ability of the 9 tails or the strong physique of the Uzumaki clan, the rampage just now did not cause much damage to Kushina. Her pale face was completely due to what she did during the rampage just now. Even with the delay of Minato Namikaze, Kushina still destroyed many buildings in Konoha and killed many people during the rampage. Kushina knew very well. Even if this rampage was caused by the enemy's means, such destruction and killing could not change the fact that she had caused a disaster. It's okay, I'll take you to a safe place to rest first. Kushina knew it, and Minato Namikaze naturally knew it even better. But the thing had already happened. What could Minato Namikaze do? He could only comfort Kushina's emotions first. Teacher, Lady Tsunade is fighting the enemy at the exam venue. I will take Kushina away first and come to support you later. Minato Namikaze turned his head and looked at his teacher. Although Kushina's rampage has been controlled, it has happened once, and Minato Namikaze dare not let Kushina participate in the next battle. Jiraiya also thought the same. Okay. Jiraiya nodded solemnly, and immediately rushed to the exam venue again without stopping. Swish! Grabbing Kushina's shoulders, Minato Namikaze activated the Flying Thunder God technique and left. Chapter 144 Overwhelming Gap. Exam venue. This place has completely become a ruin. At the same time, corpses can be seen everywhere in the ruins under the fierce fighting. Until now, the people who are still fighting can be roughly divided into 2 battlefields. One is the continuous fierce battle between Yekeng and Tsunade. The other place is the battle between Naraku and the remaining personnel in the examination venue. Boom boom boom. Not to mention Yekeng, Naraku, who was stepping on the one-tailed Shikaku, was facing a giant with butterfly wings on his back. Under the control of Naraku, the one-tailed Shikaku collided with the opposite giant again and again, and each collision would cause deafening roars and rolling air waves. The main attacker of the Pig-Deer Cho combination, the secret medicine of the Akimichi clan, is really not simple. it can actually improve a person's strength so much. Naraku, with his arms folded, looked at the opposite giant with interest. Although the one-tailed Shikaku has only one tail among the tailed beasts, the number of tails is just the amount of chakra, which does not mean that the strength is the same as the tail. The strength of the one-tailed Shikaku is actually relatively advanced among the tailed beasts. If not for this, the one-tailed Shikaku would not be so unruly. Now, the one-tailed Shikaku is in a collision with the giant, and the two sides are evenly matched. From this, it is enough to see that the giant is extraordinary. This giant is none other than the current patriarch of the Akimichi clan. Similarly, just like the butterfly wing-shaped chakra on his back, the opponent is strong enough to compete with the one-tailed Shikaku, entirely because he has taken the secret medicine inherited by the Akimichi clan. The Akimichi clan's secret medicine is divided into 3 types. The first is the green spinach ball. It can burst out 30% of the human's own athletic potential in a short time, and at the same time, the strength can be increased by more than 3 times its own limit. The second is the yellow curry ball. This can strengthen the body, nourish chi and blood, and bring about improved recovery ability. The third is the red pepper ball, which is also the strongest of the 3 secret medicines. It can make its own chakra form butterfly-shaped wings and increase its own strength by 100 times. Of course, the more powerful the secret medicine is, the stronger the side effects will be. Like the Akimichi clan's strongest red pepper pill, this secret medicine can certainly bring about an explosive increase in strength, but it will also cause the body to be overloaded and threaten life. At this time, the Akimichi clan leader took the complete 3 secret medicines in exchange for enough strength to counter the one-tailed Shikaku. But there was no other way. After all, in a bad situation, he could only fight to the death. This can be seen from the situation nearby. After the tailed beast bombarded and killed most of the people, the remaining people also suffered heavy casualties in the following battle. In the nearby ruins, it can be seen that there is a Hyuga Hayashi whose chest was pierced and has lost vitality. There is also Hyuga Hayashi who is also lying not far from Hyuga Hayashi. Although Hyuga Hayashi still has a weak breath, his eyelids are sunken, and there are 2 bloody tears flowing on his cheeks. He was not only severely injured, but also had both eyes taken away. There are ruins in another direction. Uchiha Fugaku knelt on one knee and gasped, and his left eye was strangely grey. Monster! Looking up at Naraku on top of the one-tailed Shikaku, Uchiha Fugaku's remaining right eye showed fear and unwillingness. If he hadn't decisively used Izanagi to change the reality of the fatal injury, he would have become a cold corpse like everyone else. It's not that Uchiha Fugaku had never been defeated before, but this time, he felt unprecedented suppression from the man opposite him. It was as if he was just a genin waving his fist at a genin, full of powerlessness. The Akimichi clan's 3-color pill secret medicine is indeed effective. But the problem is that the Akimichi clan leader now needs to face more than just the one-tailed Shikaku. Although Naraku is for to save the consumption of true energy, he would only attack after the opponent broke through the defense of the one-tailed Shikaku. But as the one-tailed Shikaku could not take down the Akimichi clan leader for a long time, he also loosened his hands that were folded across his chest. Swish! Shrinking the earth into an inch was performed. Just when the fist swung by the Akimichi clan leader was blocked by the claws of the one-tailed Shikaku again, Naraku suddenly flashed behind the opponent. Thunder method, lightning blade. The brilliant lightning condensed into a 40-meter-long sword, and Naraku swung the sword with cold eyes. The swift slash, until the huge lightning sword fell on his neck, the Akimichi clan leader just reacted. Puff! Blood gushed out. The lightning sword was not only huge, but also extremely sharp. The slash encountered almost no resistance, and the Akimichi clan leader's head was chopped off and flew up. The head and body were separated. The Akimichi clan's multiplication technique was involuntarily released. Whether it was the head that flew or the body that remained in place, they all shrank back to their original size, and then, like the previous person, they became another corpse in the field. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Just as Naraku was killing the Akimichi clan leader, 3 flames as violent as dragons quickly swept in from a distance. The flames came. Naraku, who landed from the air, was not at all panicked. He retracted the giant thunder sword to its normal size, and with a casual sword, he split the incoming flames in half. Swish! The flames dissipated, and Naraku flashed back to the top of Shikaku. In the direction where the flames came from, a figure followed closely. Spiritual summoning. The one who came was Jiraiya. Entering the ruins of the examination venue, Jiraiya bit his finger without hesitation and pressed his palm on the ground. Bang! In the smoke, Jiraiya rose from the ground, and a huge toad appeared under his feet, which was no less than the one-tail Shikaku. One tail? Hey, Jiraiya, you don't want me to fight this guy, do you? Gamabuntat, the summoned toad, was immediately upset when he saw the one-tail Shikaku opposite him, and asked Jiraiya above his head in surprise. Master Fukasaku, Master Shima, Buntat, the situation is urgent now, and I can only ask you for help. Jiraiya said in a deep voice. It can be seen that in addition to the toad Buntat under his feet, 2 small toads, one male and one female, were summoned on both shoulders of Jiraiya. Little Jiraiya, this is Konoha, right? It seems that the situation here is indeed quite urgent. Konoha has been invaded? And there are even tailed beasts. I'm afraid it will be a tough battle next. Not to mention Gamabuntat, the 2 toads on Jiraiya's shoulders, although their size is far less than Gamabuntat, their posture seems to be taller. Even when calling Jiraiya, a small word is added in front. These 2 little toads are the couple Fukasaku and Shima, whose status in Myaboku Mountain is second only to the big toad sage, and who also master the inheritance of celestial arts. Coming by spirit. Although Fukasaku and Shima were surprised by the one-tailed Shikaku opposite them, they reacted very quickly and looked around the whole scene immediately. When they saw the corpses everywhere nearby, Tsunade fighting a powerful enemy in the distance, and Konoha suffering serious damage in the distance, Fukasaku and Shima immediately showed a solemn look. Jiraiya also quickly glanced at Tsunade in the distance. When he saw the lines on Tsunade's face, his heart sank. He naturally knew about the Yin Seal and the 100 Healings technique. He also knew the side effects of overusing these 2 techniques. Buntat. Use oil. From Jiraiya's arrival to the toads of Myaboku Mountain, it actually only took a short time. Similarly, after a brief investigation of Tsunade's situation, Jiraiya's sight immediately focused on the one-tailed Shikaku and Naraku on the opposite side. Without hesitation, Jiraiya gave orders to Gamabunta at his feet, and his hands quickly formed seals. No. Gamabunta had already seen the surrounding environment clearly at this time, and knew that Konoha should have been invaded by a powerful enemy, and the casualties were very serious. Therefore, when it heard Jiraiya's order, it immediately prepared to spray toad oil to cooperate with Jiraiya's fire escape. Wind style, air training bullet. Before Gamabunta and Jiraiya could complete their joint ninjutsu, the one-tailed Shikaku had already taken the lead in attacking. As he opened his mouth, a huge wind bullet blasted out, causing Gamabunta and Jiraiya's faces to change. Chapter 145, Magical Toad Singing. Chapter 145, Magical Toad Singing. Senjutsu, Fire Style, Head Training. Shima, who was on Jiraiya's left shoulder, fixed his eyes, and immediately spit out a small fireball from his mouth. The fireball was very weak when it just flew out, but after flying a distance, it immediately expanded rapidly, forming a magnificent wave of fire. Boom! The fire wave met the wind bullet. Whether it was the attribute restraint of chakra or the superiority of senjutsu chakra, the wind bullet not only failed to break through the fire wave, but helped the fire wave burn more magnificently. The rolling fire waves formed an overwhelming force, violently sweeping towards the one-tailed Shikaku and Naraku. 2 claws stretched out. The one-tailed Shikaku grabbed the incoming fire wave, and when it was about to collide, its claws suddenly sprayed gravel, forming a larger sand wave, blocking the approach of the fire wave. On one side was a fire wave, on the other side was a sand wave. The collision of the 2 seemed to the whole world was split in 2, even Yekeng and Tsunade who were fighting on the other side were affected, and they all dodged the sand and flames. Finally it's here. Tsunade retreated a distance, seemingly uninjured, but in fact her eyes were full of fatigue. She looked at where Jiraiya was. Her heart had been tense, and only at this moment did she have a breath. Whether it was the battle with Yekeng or the continuous death of others, the pressure she was under was too great. So great that she felt a little desperate in her heart. But fortunately, with the appearance of Jiraiya, she finally saw some hope. Swish, swish, swish. The fireball attacked. Tsunade didn't have much chance to pay attention to Jiraiya's situation, because after a short breath, Yekeng had attacked again. Seeing the attack of the fireball, Tsunade's body, which had just relaxed, immediately tensed up again, and she quickly dodged the fireballs. Following the fireball was Yekeng, who was approaching at a high speed. With his right hand, Yekeng condensed a huge fireball with a diameter of 10 meters. Yekeng jumped high and smashed it towards Tsunade. He exerted force with his feet. The ground lifted up a huge rock in the cracks, which was caught by Tsunade with one hand and collided with the huge fireball. There was no suspense. The rock was instantly melted and shattered by the fireball, and then pressed towards Tsunade. Gritting her teeth, Tsunade quickly changed her hands and punched, using the strange power technique to resist Yekeng's fairy method of burning escape again. Boom! A huge column of fire shot up into the sky. Tsunade flew backwards in embarrassment, and at the same time, her right hand to the shoulder was severely burned, dry and with exposed bones. Quick regeneration. Always maintaining the 100 healings technique, Tsunade stabilized her body, and her severely burned right arm healed quickly. However, such healing also further squeezed her chakra and vitality. In terms of strength, even if Tsunade has cured her hemophobia, she is only at the second stage of elite Jonin. On the other hand, Yekeng, in the Sage mode, has reached the third stage of elite Jonin. The two sides have been able to fight until now without a clear winner. In fact, it is entirely because Tsunade relies on the regeneration ability of the 100 healings technique. If not, she would have been seriously injured, not to mention being killed. Of course, regeneration again and again is not without cost. After many regenerations, Tsunade's chakra has been close to the limit, and even her vitality has been seriously overdrawn. In this situation, it can be said that even if Tsunade stops the 100 healings technique immediately, she will have to lie in bed for a long time to recuperate. Let's see how long you can hold on. Looking at Tsunade, whose injuries have healed again, Yekeng's eyes are cold and fierce, and he immediately attacks the opponent again. Of course, she learned about the Yin Seal and the 100 healings technique from the information provided by Naraku. Similarly, she also knew the cost of overusing the 100 healings technique. That's why she continued to attack without interruption. Although her Sage mode also had limitations, she was confident that Tsunade would be unable to hold on earlier before her Sage chakra was exhausted. Yakura and Tsunade fought again. On the other side, Naraku also fought with Jiraiya. As the sand and fire waves collided, before the two sides could decide the winner, a figure had already crossed the sky and pounced on Naraku from a high position. Magic toad singing. It was Jiraiya who pounced on Naraku. At the same time, as the pounce approached, Fukasaku and Shima on Jiraiya's shoulders made strange frog calls. The frog calls distorted the air, causing ripples, and also invaded Naraku's consciousness. Toad singing is an extremely powerful sonic illusion that can trap the listener in an illusion barrier and make them unable to move. In the original plot, even Nagato's 6 clones were trapped by this move. Ninjutsu, the lion's hair technique. When Fukasaku and Shima launched the illusion, Jiraiya also launched an attack. The hair grew wildly, turning into tough hair guns, either entwining or piercing all over Naraku's body. It's so ugly. The coordinated attack of Fukasaku, Shima and Jiraiya made Naraku frown. But this frown was not because he felt threatened by the attacks of the three, but only because of the noise of the frogs. Thunder method, thunderstorm flow. The illusion contained in the frogs' croaking could not shake Naraku's consciousness at all. When he stretched out his hand, a violent torrent of lightning burst out from his hand in an instant. Crackling. The lightning flashed. The approaching guns were shattered by the violent lightning, which also caused Jiraiya's pupils to shrink. The opponent was not trapped by the illusion of the two immortals. Ninjutsu, Needle Jizo. In a hurry, Jiraiya had no time to respond, and could only quickly grow more hair to protect his body like a hedgehog. Boom! The violent lightning that shattered the guns swept over Jiraiya and hit his hedgehog-like hair fiercely. In the fierce collision, even if Jiraiya used chakra to strengthen his hair to the greatest extent, his hair still quickly collapsed under the attack of lightning. Not good. Fukasaku and Shima were both shocked and angry. Both found that their illusions failed to affect Naraku. In shock and anger, the two hurriedly changed their offensive. One spewed fire, one of them sprayed wind. Wind and fire combined to form a fierce pillar of fire to fight against the violent lightning. Lightning and fire collided. Fukasaku and Shima originally thought that they should be able to gain the upper hand with their fairy chakra. But when lightning and fire collided, the result was completely opposite. It was the lightning of Naraku that gained the upper hand. Under the continuous violent lightning, the fire pillar that fought against it was not only difficult to move forward, but also retreated step by step. Little Jiraiya, Retreat quickly. The result of the collision between lightning and fire shocked Fukasaku and Shima. Fukasaku, who reacted faster, hurriedly reminded Jiraiya. Although the pillar of fire was suppressed by lightning, it still played a certain delaying role, which created an opportunity for Jiraiya to dodge. A shadow clone was separated, and Jiraiya used his foot on the shoulder of the shadow clone to gain strength, and the whole person quickly jumped to one side. Bang! Just as Jiraiya left, the fire pillar that lost its subsequent support was immediately completely defeated by lightning, and then the shadow clone left by Jiraiya was blasted away. Little Jiraiya, this guy's chakra is not right, it is 3 times stronger than our Senjutsu chakra. Jumping to the ground, Fukasaku immediately reminded Jiraiya. Fukasaku and Shima naturally did not understand the true energy, thinking it was just some unknown chakra. But even so, when Jiraiya heard that Nariku's chakra was stronger than the Senjutsu chakra of the 2 sages, he was still shocked. Chapter 146 The Death of Jiraiya. How is it possible? How can there be a chakra stronger than the Senjutsu chakra? Jiraiya looked at Nariku in disbelief. Although he has not yet learned the sage mode, he has already seen the power of Senjutsu chakra. It can be said that the power of Senjutsu chakra shocked him at the beginning. This made him believe that Senjutsu chakra was the strongest chakra, and he had been working hard to learn the sage mode. Although I don't want to believe it, the fact is that this guy is very unusual. Fukasaku said in a deep voice. When it looked at Nariku, its eyes were full of fear. It was also the first time it encountered a chakra stronger than Senjutsu chakra. If the timing was not wrong, it really wanted to return to Miyaboka Mountain and ask the big toad sage about the situation. The toad sage of Miyaboka Mountain. He is called a sage, but he looks more like a monster. After the lightning dispersed, Nariku looked down at Jiraiya not far away and Fukasaku and Shima on his shoulders. His sight mainly fell on Fukasaku and Shima, the 2 toad sages of Miyaboka Mountain. Senjutsu chakra is indeed very good. Its power is not even much less than that of true energy. Its nature and form, in the eyes of Nariku, an orthodox cultivator, look like a side door. Similarly, the 2 toads named immortals, Fukasaku and Shima, are very similar to the monsters recorded in the secret book of immortals in his spiritual perception. No. Maybe they are not similar, but they are exactly the same. Whether it is Miyaboka Mountain or the other 2 spiritual holy places. The immortal arts passed down are completely the cultivation methods of monsters. Because of this, if humans learn, it is not only extremely dangerous, but also will become a monster. Uchiha Fire Formation. Just as Nariku was observing Fukasaku and Shima, suddenly, someone attacked him. Red light curtains rose from all sides, forming a barrier that trapped Nariku and the one-tailed Shikaku. Master Jiraiya, this guy has the Sharingan of our clan, and he also controls the one-tailed. The barrier comes from Uchiha Fugaku. While maintaining the barrier, he shouted at Jiraiya. Not to mention Jiraiya's reaction. The moment the barrier appeared, Nariku stopped thinking and glanced at Uchiha Fugaku. This guy is really desperate. But it is understandable. After all, the 3 Magadama Sharingan in Shikaku's eyes is so big. If the other party does not show desperately, even if he survives, the Uchiha clan will definitely be listed as a suspect and held accountable. Especially now that Danzo is in power. This makes it even more impossible for the other party not to fight desperately. Just swish. Inside the barrier, Nariku disappeared in a flash. Puff. Blood splattered. Uchiha Fugaku looked down at his chest stiffly. A bloody arm suddenly stretched out from his chest. The 3 Magadama in his right eye spun wildly. The next second, Uchiha Fugaku, whose chest was pierced, disappeared like a bubble. For this scene, Nariku put down his arm with a normal look. How could he not know about Izanagi? But this is the second time. Unless Uchiha Fugaku has learned from Danzo and transplanted other 3 Magadama Sharingan, he will have no chance of escape after the opponent's illusion ends and appears. Nariku is calm and composed. But Jiraiya is not the same. When Nariku suddenly came out of the barrier and pierced Uchiha Fugaku's chest with one blow, Jiraiya was also startled. But fortunately, although he didn't know Izanagi, he immediately judged from Uchiha Fugaku's sudden disappearance that Uchiha Fugaku must have used some kind of way to escape. This guy really has mastered the space-time ninjutsu. Jiraiya's heart was heavy as he looked at Nariku. He knew the information about Nariku very well. After all, it was not just Tsunade who wanted to avenge Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya did the same. Jiraiya, who had been investigating, knew that Naraku was very likely to have mastered the space-time ninjutsu. But it was just hearsay before. Now that it has been truly verified, Jiraiya still felt awe. The space-time ninjutsu, judging from the performance of his disciples after learning the Flying Thunder God technique, those who master the space-time ninjutsu are definitely very difficult to deal with. Not to mention that from his information, Naraku not only mastered the space-time ninjutsu, but his own strength was also extremely powerful. I can only fight. All these thoughts happened in just a moment. In fact, when his eyes fell on Naraku, Jiraiya had already launched an attack immediately. Wind style, multiple wind blades. Perhaps because Naraku used lightning style in addition to space-time ninjutsu, Jiraiya, who was proficient in various chakra attributes, chose wind style, which restrains lightning style, as an attack without hesitation. While quickly forming seals, a gust of wind spewed out of Jiraiya's mouth, and immediately formed dozens of huge wind blades that crisscrossed. Almost at the same time when Jiraiya launched a new round of offensive, on the other side, Gamabunta also collided violently with the one-tailed Shikaku. As Uchiha Fugaku used as an agate to resolve the fatal damage again, the Uchiha fire formation he cast also dissipated. But before the one-tailed Shikaku, who had escaped from the trap, could make any move, Gamabunta had already crashed into him. Boom! The sudden collision caused the one-tailed Shikaku to retreat backwards, leaving a deep gully on the ground. The double-eyed three-Magatama Sharingan fell on Gamabunta. Roar! With a violent roar, the one-tailed Shikaku's right claw expanded and extended, and one claw swept Gamabunta away. It hurts. A bloody claw mark was torn on his face. Although Gamabunta cried out in pain, he did not slow down. He immediately drew out his waist knife and jumped high, swooping down and slashing at the one-tailed Shikaku. Boom! The short knife was blocked by the gushing sand waves. Although the one-tailed Shikaku looked fat, his movements were not slow. After blocking the short knife, the one-tailed Shikaku raised his upper body and slammed another claw on Gamabunta's belly. This blow not only sent Gamabunta flying high into the sky, but also tore his abdomen again, spraying a lot of blood. Gamabunta was the leader second only to the sage in Miyaboku Mountain. But even so, there was still a big gap between it and the tailed beasts. The wind blade swept. Naraku looked calm as he watched the huge wind blades coming towards him. As he held his right hand in the air, the dazzling lightning sword condensed again. Thunder method, lightning blade. The sword light was sharp. Jiraiya thought that Naraku was performing lightning release, but in fact, the lightning method evolved from the true energy had no restraint from the chakra attribute at all. The lightning sword slashed and chopped. When the lightning sword collided with the wind blade, the lightning sword did not move at all, but the wind blade was constantly dispersed. Senjutsu, tongue fighting binding. A slender tongue like a venomous snake followed the wind blade. Looking at the owner of the tongue, it was Shima who was on Jiraiya's left shoulder. Its tongue was not only like a venomous snake, but also extremely fast. It appeared near Naraku in the blink of an eye. The figure shook. Naraku dodged Shima's tongue and slashed it with a backhanded sword. Under the sharp sword light, the slender toad tongue was immediately split into two. Ah! Shima, whose tongue was cut off, screamed, and the severed tongue splashed with blood quickly fell back. Old woman! Naraku's action was so fast that neither Fukasaku nor Jiraiya on the other side reacted until Shima screamed. Senjutsu water-style water slash. Fanzuck was shocked and angry, and angrily sprayed a column of water at Naraku. On the side of his head, the oncoming column of water passed through Naraku's face. Swish! The water column that missed the target shot at the ruins behind Naraku, showing amazing penetrating power, and penetrated the ruins in an instant. When it penetrated, Fukasaku did not stop the eruption of the water column, but swung it and cut the water column towards Naraku. Swish! Even though it was right next to his face, when the water column approached, Naraku easily avoided it with shrinking the earth into an inch. Flashing in. Naraku, who disappeared from the water column attack, instantly appeared in front of Jiraiya. The sword flashed. The pupils shrank into needles. The next second, blood splashed, and a broken arm fell not far away. Jiraiya's reaction was quick, but Naraku's slash was even faster. Even though Jiraiya had responded to Naraku's flash and dodged to one side, he still failed to completely avoid it and was cut off his right arm by Naraku's sword. His face was pale. But Jiraiya didn't dare to stop at all. He just wrapped his hair around the broken shoulder, stopped the blood from flowing, and continued to distance himself from Naraku. He was actually very wary of Naraku's shrinking the earth into an inch. But he still underestimated it. Shrinking the earth into an inch does not need to set coordinates before moving like flying thunder god technique, but can move freely to any place. Swish! Flashing again. Before Jiraiya could get any further away, his sharp sword the light had already attacked again. After cutting off Jiraiya's right arm, Naraku immediately used shrinking the earth into an inch to approach the opponent again. Don't even think about it. If it was just Jiraiya alone, Naraku's sword would be enough to cut off Jiraiya's head. But in addition to Jiraiya, he also had Fukasaku and Shima on his shoulders. When the sword light approached, Fukasaku, who was on Jiraiya's right shoulder, immediately sprayed a penetrating water column at Naraku again. He glanced away with an indifferent look. Naraku disappeared along with the sword light. But it disappeared only for a moment. The next moment, the sword light had already landed on Fukasaku's back from behind. Ah! With a shrill scream, Fukasaku's body split into two, and the upper and lower parts fell from Jiraiya's shoulders. Old man! Sennin Fukasaku! The tragic death of Fukasaku made Shima and Jiraiya on the other side tear their eyes out. I'll kill you! Witnessing her husband being killed, Shima screamed and jumped from Jiraiya's shoulder, rushing towards Naraku. Thunder technique, thunder finger. The sword pointed out. Shima's actions were completely within the insight of Naraku's consciousness. As soon as the opponent rushed over, the brilliant thunder had already landed on Shima's abdomen. The thunder penetrated strongly, forming a hole almost the same size as Shima's abdomen. Plop! The lifeless toad fell to the ground. At the same time, Naraku left with shrinking the earth into an inch. Boom! The extended long hair hit the ground where Naraku was originally like a heavy hammer, causing the ground to collapse into a huge deep pit in the crushing. However, Jiraiya's angry attack obviously did not have any effect, and he froze in place. The blade made of lightning protruded from his heart. Naraku obviously did not really leave, but only moved behind Jiraiya. The lightning sword penetrated from Jiraiya's back, pierced through his heart, and then protruded from his chest. Such damage is undoubtedly fatal. Chapter 147 Unexpected Visitor. 2 generations of Hokage. Jiraiya. In the distance, because of the strength of Naraku, Tsunade was fighting fiercely with Yekang, but she would still find an opportunity to pay attention to Jiraiya's situation. At this time, when she glanced at Jiraiya's situation again, the scene that came into her field of vision immediately made Tsunade's pupil shrink. Tsunade, I. The familiar voice from a distance made Jiraiya's eyes follow the sound. However, when he saw Tsunade in the distance, Jiraiya no longer had the strength to respond, and only murmured a bitter smile. The next second, Jiraiya lowered his head helplessly. Draw the sword! Jiraiya, who lost his last support, fell to the ground, and as blood flowed, he contributed to the success of Konoha's collapse plan. If shrinking the earth into an inch is not counted, Naraku is equally powerful, but it will definitely not be easy to get rid of a master of Jiraiya's level. But unfortunately, the help brought by shrinking the earth into an inch is too great. It can be said that as long as you can't keep up with Naraku's reaction speed and attack speed, or have the defense to withstand his attack, then no matter how strong you are, you may be killed instantly. Wood release, Tree World Birth. After killing Jiraiya, Naraku lowered the thunder sword in his hand. Suddenly, as if he had expected it, he turned around and slashed at the thick roots attacking from behind. Zhang! The sword light swept across, and the sharp thunder slash cut off a large number of roots. But even so, under the continuous growth of roots, the thunder slash only flew a distance, and was finally worn out. Thunder method thunderstorm flow. The thunder slash was worn out by the continuously growing roots, and when the roots like a group of dragons dancing again swept, a violent torrent of thunder and lightning immediately broke out on the body of Naraku. Crackling! With itself as the center, violent thunder and lightning swept around, colliding violently with the constantly attacking roots. The roots were crushed and burned by thunder and lightning were also constantly worn out by the roots. For a while, the collision between thunder and lightning and roots formed a situation of equal strength. In fact, it was not only Naraku who was attacked by roots. The ruins of the entire examination venue were all growing countless roots and trees. It was like where Shikaku was. The one-tailed Shikaku, who was suppressing Gamebuntao, was suddenly entangled by the tree roots growing under his feet. The one-tailed Shikaku roared and struggled, breaking the entangled tree roots, but as more and more tree roots grew, it was finally tied up like a zongzi, firmly bound in place. And Yeking was there. When Tsunade lost consciousness because of Jiraiya's death, Yeking originally wanted to take the opportunity to take down the opponent in one fell swoop. But just as she was about to approach Tsunade, a large number of tree roots grew around and under her feet, forcing her to dodge. Is this would release? While dodging, Yeking looked at the tree roots growing in all directions, and an idea immediately flashed through his mind. This idea made her face unable to stop showing a shocked expression. Would release. It was indeed would release. In just a blink of an eye, the ruins had been replaced by a dense forest. And in the forest when it was formed, the roots that had been sweeping towards Naraku also stopped and spread out, revealing two figures at the source. Immortality. The roots stopped attacking, and Naraku also stopped releasing lightning. He stared at the two people opposite him, feeling quite surprised. The two people opposite him were both wearing armor from the Warring States period. One was red armor, and the other was blue armor. At the same time, the man in red armor had long black hair, and the man in blue armor had silver hair. Young man, although we are already dead, we should not interfere in the world of the living, but I will not let go of anyone who dares to destroy the village, even if he is dead. The man in red armor slowly opened his clasped palms, and his eyes fell on Naraku opposite him, changing from calm to fierce. This man was the first Hokage who founded Konoha, Hashirama Senju. Brother, there is no need to waste time talking to the other party. Let's resolve the battle as soon as possible, said the silver-haired man in blue armor next to him. This silver-haired man is also the Hokage of Konoha, the second-generation Hokage, Senju Tobirama. When he spoke, Senju Tobirama looked at Naraku with the same cold eyes. Although the specific situation has not been fully understood, from Tsunade's reaction just now, the man in front of him is undoubtedly an enemy. Interesting, I didn't expect to have the opportunity to meet you two this time, but... The empty grey-black eyes and the cracks on the face made Naraku recognize that the Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama in front of him were reincarnated from the impure world reincarnation. But after the accident, Naraku soon chuckled. His eyes swept from Senju Hashirama's face and fell on Senju Tobirama, who was in a high-handed attitude. Puff! The dazzling lightning sword pierced through the chest. Stop the fight as soon as possible. Second Hokage, your arrogance is the result of your brother's misfortune. A voice came from behind Senju Tobirama. I saw that Naraku, who was originally opposite Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, had disappeared at some point. Instead, Naraku appeared behind Senju Tobirama at some point and pierced Senju Tobirama's chest with a lightning sword. How is it possible? At the moment his chest was pierced, Senju Tobirama looked down in astonishment at the blade of the lightning sword sticking out of his chest. Although he was not afraid of such injuries after being reborn from the impure world reincarnation, it was undoubtedly unbelievable for Senju Tobirama to be hit in the chest without noticing. Tobirama. Beside him, Hashirama Senju looked at Naraku in surprise, and his right hand quickly stretched out, growing sharp wooden thorns, attacking Naraku who pierced his brother's chest. At the same time, Tobirama Senju also quickly recovered from his shock, and slapped Naraku with his backhand, regardless of the increasing damage to his chest. The Flying Thunder God technique appeared on his palm, and he wanted to leave coordinates on Naraku's body. Swish! The figure flashed. Whether it was Hashirama Senju or Tobirama Senju, their counterattacks were all in vain. When Naraku, who disappeared from behind Tobirama Senju in an instant, appeared again, he had come to the other side of Senju Hashirama. His face changed slightly. Compared to Senju Tobirama, Senju Hashirama was undoubtedly much more powerful. He was extremely sharp and saw the approach of Naraku at the first time. However, his sharp perception only gave Senju Hashirama a little more reaction time. When he responded, Naraku's lightning sword had already turned into a sharp slash. Puff! The broken arm flew away. As soon as Senju Hashirama landed not far away, he looked at Naraku with a serious expression. At his right shoulder, his arm was gone, but the broken end was like a piece of wood. Space-time ninjutsu? Yours is more powerful than the Flying Thunder God technique developed by my brother. I didn't expect that after my death, a powerful person like you would be born in the ninja world. Although his right arm was cut off, Senju Hashirama stared at Naraku and said in a compliment. Brother, this guy is not simple. He is very likely the mastermind of the attack on the village. On the other side, as Naraku drew his sword and left, Tobirama Senju, who wanted to leave behind the Flying Thunder God technique, was disappointed and quickly distanced himself from Naraku. There was a paper-like substance on his chest that gathered to repair the wound. Perhaps he had personally experienced the power of Naraku. When his body recovered, Tobirama Senju looked at Naraku without a condescending attitude, but was full of gloom and fear. You are worthy of being the second-generation Hokage. You really guessed it right. This time, the Konoha collapse plan was led by me. Well, no, it should be said that it was led by my real body. Naraku casually hung the thunder sword by his side and looked at the two people who were facing a great enemy with interest. Real body? Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama were slightly startled, and then their faces changed. As if to respond to the shocking guesses that the two had thought of, suddenly, a terrifying roar that resounded throughout Konoha came from a distance. Boom! Even if it came from a distance, when it came from the location of the examination venue, its momentum was still deafening. And immediately after the roar, a strong shock also came quickly, causing Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama to look in the direction where the roar came from. Release. Looking ahead. A cloud of dust formed, a mushroom cloud rising to the sky above Konoha. If you look down from the sky above Konoha at this time, you can clearly see that a large blank area suddenly appeared inside Konoha. At the same time, in the center of the blank area, there are two towering giants colliding with each other. Chapter 148 Ye vs Manabu. Time goes back to Orochimaru summoning Manabu to support the people of Konoha. Kill. Don't let these people from the Sand Village get away with it, let's kill them together. Humph, Konoha is finished, surrender if you don't want to die. Asshole, go to hell. Amid the ruins and broken streets, people fighting can also be seen everywhere. One side is the ninja of Konoha, and the other side is the ninja of the Sand Village. Although the bombing of the detonating tags brought great casualties and chaos to Konoha, as time went by, Konoha's people quickly gathered the team. At the same time, in this area, facing the wanton destruction of the Sand Village ninjas, the Konoha ninjas also launched a counterattack after reacting. Fighting and roars continued to echo. Just as the Konoha ninjas and the Sand Village ninjas were fighting fiercely, suddenly, a giant snake came quickly from one side and swallowed several nearby Sand Village ninjas in one bite. Lord Orochimaru. It's Lord Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru is here to support us. Is it Orochimaru from the three ninjas of Konoha? What's going on? Isn't this guy on the battlefield of the river country? Why is he here? The appearance of the giant snake made the people of Konoha and Sand Village look hurriedly. When they saw the figure on the giant snake, the two sides immediately had opposite reactions. The giant snake and the figure on the giant snake were Manmakai and Orochimaru. Especially the latter. When they saw Orochimaru, all the people on the Konoha side were surprised. Although many of them were also surprised that Orochimaru, who was supposed to be on the battlefield, would appear in the village, the arrival of Orochimaru undoubtedly boosted the morale of the people in Konoha. On the other hand, the people of Tsunagakuer. They were shocked and angry at the appearance of Orochimaru. A person's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. As one of the three ninjas of Konoha, Orochimaru is not only the top combat power in the ninja world, but his style of doing things is also more deterrent than the other Tsunade and Jiraiya. Especially now on the battlefield of the river country, it was Orochimaru who led the Konoha side to fight fiercely with the Tsunagakuer village. This made the ninjas of Tsunagakuer full of fear and vigilance against Orochimaru. How did so many Tsunagakuer ninjas cross the defense line and enter the village? Entering the battlefield, Orochimaru, standing on the head of the 10,000 snakes, scanned the entire field. Looking at the large number of Tsunagakuer ninjas, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Of course, despite the doubts, Orochimaru did not slow down his attack. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. He summoned a large shuriken and quickly formed a seal when throwing it, splitting the shuriken into two into four, and in the blink of an eye, it had split into thousands. Ah! Countless large shurikens flew towards the sand ninjas. Some dodged and blocked them, but more were unable to resist and were cut and torn apart by the shuriken. For a while, the sand ninjas suffered heavy casualties. And this was just the beginning. As Orochimaru attacked, the snakes continued to swim rapidly and greedily, swallowing and killing the nearby sand ninjas. Boom boom boom. Various ninjutsu were performed by Orochimaru at will. As Sarutobi Hiruzen's favorite disciple, Orochimaru was definitely the leader of the 3 ninjas of Konoha at this time. The arrival of Orochimaru undoubtedly greatly increased the strength of Konoha. In just a short while, nearly 100 sand ninjas were killed by Manshi and Orochimaru. During this period, the sand ninjas did not resist. It was just that the disparity in strength made their resistance seem particularly powerless when facing Orochimaru. Whether it was the throwing of ninja tools or ninjutsu attacks, these were easily resolved by Orochimaru, and even most of the time, Manshi alone could calmly deal with the counterattacks of the sand ninjas. The battle situation changed. Originally, Konoha and Sand Village were evenly matched in this area. But with the addition of Orochimaru, the situation immediately favored Konoha. The sand ninjas were defeated step by step, and Konoha quickly gained the upper hand and burst into high morale. Wind style, vacuum cannon. It was like a meteor leaping. Just when Konoha was preparing to completely defeat the sand ninjas in one go, a huge wind bomb suddenly flew from a distance and hit Manshi unexpectedly. Boom! The air exploded and the earth shook. In the violent air waves, Manshi screamed and was blown away by the wind bomb, hitting the ruins not far away. The heavy snake body hit the ground, causing it to shake more violently. Swish! A figure landed on a pile of ruins not far away. This figure was Orochimaru. Compared to Manshi, Orochimaru's reaction was much faster. Before Manshi was bombarded by the wind bomb, Orochimaru had already dodged. Landing on the ruins, Orochimaru did not look at Manshi's situation, but stared at the direction of the wind bomb. In the distance, a giant scorpion no less than Manshi flew over at a high speed. At the same time, as it approached, a figure can be seen standing on the head of the giant scorpion. People from the Star Ninja Village. What a huge summoned beast! Is this the strength of the Star Ninja Village? Great, the Star Ninja Village is here to support us. Whether it was the people of Konoha or the people of the Sand Village, they all looked over in a hurry as the snake was suddenly blown away. As the giant scorpion attacked from a distance, the two sides had opposite reactions again. The people of Konoha were in doubt, while the people of the Sand Village were surprised. Especially when they saw the giant scorpion, they were even more excited. The people of the Sand Village were unfamiliar with the Star Ninja Village except Naraku, but the size of the giant scorpion was there, and the giant scorpion alone was enough to give the people of the Sand Village a sense of security. Asshole, I'm going to eat you. Although the wind bomb's attack blew away the snake, it did not make it lose its combat ability. On the contrary, the pain aroused the ferocity of the snake. Coiling up from the ruins, Manshi's eyes looked fiercely at the approaching giant scorpion, roaring and immediately ejected. Approaching. Soon, Manshi met Ye. Yes, the approaching giant scorpion was Ye. And the figure above Ye was Xiaorixing. After conquering the Hyuga clan and completing the primary task, Xiaorixing led the remaining star ninjas with Yu to support the Sand Village. At this time, Xiaorixing summoned Ye again because he found Manshi. Swish! When Ye and Manshi were about to meet, Xiaorixing took the lead and jumped up. A peacock armor with wings on his back appeared on his body, and Xiaorixing left immediately while spreading his wings and flying. Boom! As soon as Xiaorixing left, Ye and Manshi on the ground suddenly collided with each other in the most violent and fierce way, like two high-speed trains. Amidst the deafening roar, the wind-like air waves swept in all directions. The earth shook violently, unable to withstand the pressure of the huge force, and shattered and collapsed, forming a huge pit. Damn it! During the collision, the power of the 10,000 snakes fell into disadvantage, and was knocked back by Ye's strong force. This made the 10,000 snakes, who had stabilized their bodies in a panic, shocked and angry. They coiled their snake bodies, opened their mouths immediately, and bit Yi more fiercely. Yi stared at the 10,000 snakes with cold eyes. At the moment when the opponent's snake mouth approached, he swung out his giant tongs at a very fast speed and clamped the opponent. Stinky snake from Longdi Cave, you are far behind me in strength. The 10,000 snakes, clamped by the giant tongs, swung their bodies frantically to break free, but were firmly suppressed by Yi, and even fell to the ground. Yi looked down at the 10,000 snakes, sneered, and swung another giant tongs to smash the opponent's head. Chapter 149 Xiaorixing vs Orochimaru. Summoning beasts also have their own circles. Especially the tribes that have developed to the level of Death Scorpion, they are no strangers to places like Miyaboku Mountain and Ryokai Cave. If it were before, Ye would still be concerned about the old monster behind Ryokai Cave, but now, with Naraku as a backer, it only wants to beat Manshi to death. Bang! The falling giant claws were blocked by the snake's tail. Manshi is one of the high-level officials of Ryokai Cave after all. Although he has not mastered the inheritance of immortal arts, his strength is also very strong. Don't be too arrogant, you dead scorpion. Although the attack was blocked by the snake's tail, Manshi, whose head was still clamped, still felt extremely aggrieved. Snake shedding technique. Accompanied by Manshi's roar, Ye suddenly felt that his claws were empty. I saw that Manshi actually escaped from Ye's giant claws by shedding his skin. Puff! As soon as it escaped, the snake raised its head high and opened its mouth to spray a large number of poisonous snakes at Ye. Wind style, vacuum cannon. Ye did not give in and also opened his mouth to spray a huge wind bomb. Boom! The venom was blown up by the wind bomb and scattered around like a rainstorm. The venom fell to the ground, and the terrible toxicity immediately corroded and melted the substances it came into contact with, and even formed poisonous gas. That is to say, the battle between the two summoned beasts was so terrifying that the people of Konoha and Sand Ninja did not dare to approach at all, otherwise the spread of poisonous gas alone would cause considerable casualties. The diffused poisonous gas drifted towards both sides. The snake was naturally fearless, and Ye was the same. The death scorpion was good at using poison. If the snake's venom fell on Ye in a large area, it might still cause some damage to Ye, but it was just some poisonous gas, which obviously had no effect on it. Immortal Seal, release. Although the poison gas did not pose a threat, looking at the difficult snakes, in order to resolve the battle as soon as possible, Ye decided to give the opponent a stronger blow. The immortal seal hidden in the lower abdomen bloomed into a red lotus as it was released. The next second. Boom! The amazing immortal chakra swept through his body, and Ye's eyes looking at the snakes on the opposite side instantly became more fierce. Die! When Ye released the immortal seal, the snakes on the opposite side immediately rushed forward fiercely as the venom was blocked. Boom! When the snake opened its mouth to bite Ye, it was greeted by a heavy blow with great force. Amid the fierce collision, Ye swung the giant pliers and forcefully knocked the snakes away. The powerful force even made the snakes spurt blood from their mouths and their faces were sunken. The immortal chakra's the scroll undoubtedly greatly improved Yajin's strength in all aspects. After knocking the snake away with one blow, Yajin did not stop, but rushed out at an extremely fast speed. The afterimage passed by. As soon as he approached, Yajin's scorpion tail had already fired like a heavy artillery, fiercely piercing the snake's body. The snake scales exploded, and the scorpion tail pierced deeply into the body of the snake, almost piercing through the snake's body. Ah! The continuous heavy blow made the snake scream, and it swung its body wildly, pulling the snake tail towards Yajin. But when the snake tail hit Yajin, not to mention injuring Yajin, it couldn't even make Yajin retreat. Both pincers waved together. While controlling the snake with the scorpion tail, Yajin worked left and right, constantly beating the snake with both pincers. Blood splattered like money. The beaten snake struggled wildly. Finally, it had to shed its skin again to get rid of the scorpion tail that had pierced its body. Just when it had just gotten rid of its control and retreated, Ye had already opened his mouth to condense a wind bomb. Senjutsu Wind-style vacuum cannon. Compared with ordinary vacuum cannon, the wind bomb condensed by the chakra of the immortal technique is not only larger in scale, but also has a greatly increased density. Boom! Ah! In the deafening roar, before Wan Shi could react, the huge wind bomb had been spewed out by Ye. The oncoming huge wind bomb hit Wan Shi fiercely, making it scream and pressing it to fly far away. A pile of ruins along the way were crushed and flew hundreds of meters away. The wind bomb pressing Wan Shi exploded, forming a tornado that soared into the sky. The wind howled and the earth shattered. When the tornado dissipated, the huge deep pit shattered by the earth immediately revealed Wan Shi, who was covered in blood and dying. Damn it! Manshi simply wanted to raise his head, but his seriously injured body had little strength left, so he could only reluctantly cancel the summoning and turn into smoke to escape back to the Ryokai cave. When Ye was fighting Manshi. On the other side, Xiaorixing and Orochimaru were confronting each other. Xiaorixing left Ye's head, not because she was afraid of Manshi, but to fight against the greater threat here. Flying over, landing on another pile of ruins. Xiaorixing looked at Orochimaru opposite with sharp eyes. Orochimaru, right? Although I don't know how you got here from the battlefield, as long as I'm here, you can't even think about helping the people of Konoha. Just as Xiaorixing came to support, she was not unfamiliar with Orochimaru, and had already known about it from the relevant information provided by Naraku. Similarly, although she was very surprised that Orochimaru would appear in Konoha, she chose to fight decisively. Interesting, besides the Sand Village, I didn't expect that there is a place like you in your Star Ninja Village besides Naraku. It seems that the outside world's understanding of your village is still very shallow. Not only was Xiaorixing watching Orochimaru, but Orochimaru also stared at Xiaorixing as soon as she flew over. Looking at the peacock armor condensed by high-density chakra on Xiaorixing, Orochimaru's eyes flickered slightly, and a playful smile appeared on his face. The Star Ninja Village has attracted the attention of all forces since Naraku became famous. Especially Konoha. With the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Naraku and the Star Ninja Village were regarded as enemies. Orochimaru still had some feelings for his teacher, and naturally he also had in-depth investigations on the information of Naraku and the Star Ninja Village. It's just that because of Naraku's closed management of the Star Ninja Village, the outside world's understanding of the Star Ninja Village has always been superficial. For example, Xiaorixing. She was very unfamiliar to Orochimaru. If it weren't for the forehead protector of the Star Ninja Village on Xiaorixing's neck, Orochimaru would not be able to recognize Xiaorixing's origins. Just a stranger is a stranger. Just the peacock armor on Xiaorixing is enough to make Orochimaru take Xiaorixing seriously. Not only can the chakra be materialized, but it can also form a high-density chakra armor. Just with such means, with Orochimaru's knowledge, he naturally knows how powerful it is. Master Naraku's ability is naturally beyond your imagination. Our village has undergone earth-shaking changes with the master's leadership. Xiaorixing said coldly. Oh? It seems that Naraku has a high prestige in your Star Ninja Village, but in my opinion, after all, he is just a mere rebel ninja in our Konoha. Orochimaru's face is more playful, and he even deliberately belittles Naraku in words. In the battle of ninjas, hard power is only one aspect, and there is also psychological warfare. Once the emotions are too excited, more flaws will be revealed. Orochimaru, who has experienced hundreds of battles, undoubtedly has rich combat experience. Looking for death. Orochimaru's psychological tactics are very successful. Hearing Orochimaru's words that belittle Naraku, Xiaorixing immediately looked angry, shot out from the ruins, and attacked Orochimaru fiercely. Chapter 150 Endless Fierce Fights. Peacock Magic Eagle Claw. The two piles of ruins were very close to each other, and with Xiaorixing's speed, he completely swept over. When he was close, Xiaorixing's right hand became a claw, carrying a powerful chakra and tearing it towards Orochimaru fiercely. Puff! The sharp chakra claws tore Orochimaru to pieces. But the torn body was not flesh and blood, but mud. Earth escape earth substitute. Hiding shadow snake hand. The Orochimaru who was torn into pieces by Xiaorixing was just a stand, and just as the earth stand was torn apart, dozens of poisonous snakes immediately jumped out of the ruins under Xiaorixing's feet. These poisonous snakes either entangled or bit, and immediately covered Xiaorixing's body. Boom! Xiaorixing, who was attacked by a group of snakes, froze, and then turned into a ball of lava and exploded, burning the entangled poisonous snakes with hissing and twisting, turning them into roasted snakes. Orochimaru used Naraku as an excuse to provoke Xiaorixing's emotions, but Xiaorixing's anger was also just an illusion. The one attacking Orochimaru was also just a clone. Peacock Magic Peacock Seal. It was like a falling meteor. Diving down from the sky, Xiaorixing brought a terrible impact and trampled on the ruins fiercely. Boom! The entire pile of ruins exploded with a deafening roar, not only further shattering and collapsing the ground, but also forcing Orochimaru who was hiding in it out. The figure rushed out from the shattered ruins, adjusting the position in mid-air. Looking at Xiaorixing who trampled a huge deep pit, Orochimaru crawled to the ground and opened his mouth to a weird degree. 10,000 snakes formation. Orochimaru's mouth seemed to have turned into a snake cave, from which dense poisonous snakes scurried out crazily, and countless poisonous snakes quickly rushed towards Xiaorixing in the deep pit. Swish! Looking at the attacking poisonous snakes, Xiaorixing immediately jumped up, flapped his wings, and flew in the air. Just as Naraku would use the peacock magic as the fundamental law of the Star Ninja Village, this secret technique is really very comprehensive. It can attack and defend, and can also occupy the advantage of the sky. Xiaorixing flew high in the sky, which made Orochimaru's 10,000 snakes formation ineffective, and it was difficult to bring a threat to Xiaorixing. On the other hand, Xiaorixing XXXX. Flying into the air, the wings flapped and countless feather bullets burst out, and Orochimaru launched a crazy sweep at where he was. Boom boom boom. Orochimaru stopped spitting out poisonous snakes when Xiaorixing flew into the sky. At this moment, when he was swept by feather bullets, he immediately swam like a snake man and dodged quickly. In addition to the chakra being complicated, the fighting style is also very difficult. While dodging the feather bullets, Orochimaru kept catching Xiaorixing in the sky with his peripheral vision, silently collecting information. Wind escape hurricane is coming. As the best successor of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru is absolutely proficient in various attributes in ninjutsu. After dodging for a while, he found that Xiaorixing had never stopped attacking, and there was no sign of excessive chakra consumption, so Orochimaru decisively launched a counterattack. While dodging the feather bullets with ease, he quickly formed a seal. The next second, a violent hurricane suddenly formed above Xiaorixing, like a giant's fist, knocking Xiaorixing, who was caught off guard, from the air to the ground. Boom! The earth exploded. A large area of ruins was blown up. When the hurricane dissipated, a pit with a diameter of about tens of meters appeared on the ground, and at the same time, Xiaorixing, who turned her wings into a shield to protect her body, was revealed. The hurricane came suddenly, but Xiaorixing was not without resistance. The moment she was hit by the hurricane, she had already responded and did not suffer any substantial damage. Snake-like swimming. The dissipation of the hurricane not only revealed Xiaorixing, but also Orochimaru approached quickly. The 3 Megatama Sharingan appeared between his eyebrows. As soon as Orochimaru approached, before he could make a move, he was greeted by Xiaorixing's cold eyes. 3 Megatama Sharingan rotates, and the invisible pupil power turns into illusion to erode Orochimaru's consciousness. Magic shackle technique. In the world of consciousness, large iron nails are inserted into various parts of Orochimaru's body, fixing him firmly in place. Outside world. When Orochimaru was eroded by the illusion, his body also stiffened, and his eyes became scattered. Dash forward. When launching the illusion, Xiaorixing attacked without hesitation, using Eagle Claw to grab Orochimaru's face fiercely. Snap! Just when Xiaorixing's right hand was less than a foot away from Orochimaru's face, a hand suddenly grabbed Xiaorixing's wrist. It was Orochimaru. His originally stiff body and scattered eyes disappeared, and he was not restricted by the illusion at all. The current Orochimaru is obviously not comparable to the original plot period. Especially in terms of resistance to illusion. He has not yet undergone reincarnation, so there is no defect in his soul. Not to mention the 3 Magatama level Sharingan, even if it is a Mangekyo level Sharingan, it is not easy to control him with illusion. Water style, hard vortex water blade. One hand grabbed Xiaorixing's wrist, and the other hand condensed a water javelin that rotated at high speed in an irregular direction. Orochimaru did not give Xiaorixing any chance to react, and immediately fired the water javelin at close range. Boom! As soon as the water javelin landed on Xiaorixing, it immediately turned into a water tornado that soared into the sky. Its power was so great that even Orochimaru, as the caster, hurriedly retreated at the first time. The huge water tornado danced wildly, quickly engulfing the nearby ruins, and at the same time, it also crushed the ground below into a deep pit. Just as the water tornado was raging, suddenly, from the inside of the waterspout was glowing red. Boom! Like a volcanic eruption, hot lava violently erupted from the waterspout, directly blasting the waterspout apart, forming a sky-wide rainstorm and thick mist. Wind style, great breakthrough. The diffuse mist made it impossible to see clearly, and Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, immediately forming a seal to spray out a strong wind to disperse the mist. Just as the strong wind swept, a red figure wrapped in lava waved its wings, flew low over the ground, rushed to Orochimaru against the strong wind, and swung its claws to blast out. The pupils shrank into needles. The red figure's speed was extremely amazing. When Orochimaru saw through it, he was too late to dodge and could only raise his arms to block it. Boom! The sharp claws wrapped in lava slammed fiercely on Orochimaru's arms. Its terrible attack not only sent Orochimaru flying far away like a cannonball, but also caused severe burns on his arms. Boom! Boom! Orochimaru, flying backwards, quickly hit a pile of ruins behind him, carrying a strong impact that penetrated several ruins and just stopped, falling to the ground like a ball. Swish! The red meteor attacked. Before Orochimaru could get up, the red figure attacked again, swinging his claws and falling. At the critical moment, a figure spit out of Orochimaru's mouth and quickly moved away. As for the hollow shell left in the original place, it was hit by the red figure's claws, and along with the ground, it was engulfed and exploded by the terrible impact and lava. The earth shook. Lava splashed. A huge molten pit appeared in front of the red figure. Substitution technique. The red figure stood up and turned to look at the figure that Orochimaru had just spit out. As he scanned the area, he immediately saw that the figure that was moving away was a brand new Orochimaru. You are the new Four Tails Jinchuriki. Orochimaru, who escaped with the Orokai-style substitution technique, stared at the red figure opposite him with a serious expression.